Imagine being left alone in some dark-ass forest to die, right after you're born, just because the Holy Church decided you're the reincarnation of the demon lord. But hey, one day he's destined to save the world, right? Is that what you thought I'd say? Nah, he's gonna clap the church so hard they'll need holy water just to sit down straight in their ass. The story begins with the painful cry of a mother begging the church to spare her newborn kid. But nope, those holy bastards already teleported the baby into the cursed-ass forest of roots. A place so twisted that even the trees groan like a stepsis stuck in the dryer, and the dark energy will fudge you harder than life itself, till you wish you were never born. In the present, our little hero cried for one whole damn day straight, but no help ever came. And yet, the dark demonic energy pulsing through the forest kept Helmut alive. Why? Because he had a weird, demonic heart feeding on the darkness itself. Fast forward to day 10, still no sign of help. His voice already cracked from screaming. Then suddenly, a massive, mysterious beast, pissed off and furious, came stomping toward him, annoyed by his cries that disturbed her beauty sleep. That day, Helmut's fate flipped. Her name was Elga. Remember this because she's gonna be one hell of an important mommy later. She glared at the crying little boy, then gently picked him up. Fast forward 10 years. Helmut is out here chasing down a demonic rabbit for dinner. With little to no effort, boom, his first prey is caught. Above, Mommy Elga watched from her perch, her tail twitching like a proud cat. Helmut grinned, happy as hell with himself. But when Elga came down and clawed the rabbit to death, Helmut flinched. Still soft-hearted seeing blood? Still uncomfortable taking lives? Elga ripped out the rabbit's demonic seed, licking her claws, and explained how every demonic beast carried one inside. When one beast ate another's core, they leveled up. That was the brutal jungle law. Curious and dumb, Helmut reached for the core like it was candy, and immediately got his hand smacked so hard he cried like a baby back bitch. She made it clear, if Helmut even accidentally ate that core, he'd turn into a full-on demonic beast and be trapped here in the forest forever. But Helmut, still wiping tears, thought sarcastically that even if he didn't eat it, it's not like he could leave the forest anyway. So better to eat and get stronger, right? That comment hit Elga hard. She hesitated, then finally admitted there actually was a way for him to leave the forest. Helmut was shocked. His rabbit nearly slipped from his hands. He demanded to know how. After all these years of being told it was impossible, Elga sighed bitterly. She had never seen anyone make it out alive and believed it was impossible, until someone told her otherwise recently. Curiosity sparked in Helmut, who told her that. Though she didn't want to say it, she finally muttered, "A human." That single word sent shivers down Helmut's spine. His whole body buzzed at the thought of another human. He begged her to tell him about the man, but Elga went silent. Her expression soured into sadness and anger. She muttered about how she raised him, fed him, protected him. And this is what she got? An ungrateful little bastard? Her jealousy boiled over. She finally spat out the man's location, telling Helmut to go do whatever the hell he wanted. But before her words even finished, Helmut was already sprinting toward the place, excitement dripping off him like sweat. Elga stood there stunned, then shouted after him, calling him an ungrateful brat, swearing that if he died, she wouldn't care, but her voice cracked. Deep down, she didn't want him to die. Meanwhile, Helmut was grinning ear to ear, running through the cursed woods, thrilled out of his mind to finally meet another human for the first damn time. As Helmut reached the location, he noticed a makeshift wooden wall. Nervous, he breached it and saw a house. But before he could say anything, with a bang, this old man smashed Helmut into the ground. Kid was already kissing the dirt. With a deep voice, the old man asked who the hell the kid was and who sent him here. Struggling, Helmut explained that Elga told him a man lived here. As soon as he heard the name Elga, the old man let go of Helmut and said if the kid only came here to see how a human looked, he should leave. He got the wrong person, but slowly, Helmut got up. With very determined eyes and a confident tone, he told the old man he came here because he had to find out how to get out of this forest. Seeing those determined eyes, even the old man got a little interested in the boy. After that, the old man introduced himself as Darren, and Helmut introduced himself too. But Darren stayed suspicious and asked why Helmut needed to get out of this forest. He warned that the outside world was not as beautiful as Helmut imagined. Curious, Helmut asked what the outside world was really like. The old man said that in the outside world, humans didn't have claws or fangs. Their bodies were weak compared to demonic beasts, but they were crueler, more cunning, and the worst part, they betrayed each other when it mattered most. When he said the word betrayal, there was a sadness on Darren's face, as if he'd been betrayed by someone very close. After that, Darren asked if Helmut had been born in this forest. Helmut replied no. After his birth, the outside world abandoned him here. Darren understood then. The seed of darkness was inside Helmut's body, and if Helmut hadn't been killed despite being a seed of darkness, if he'd been left in the forest, it meant he was a noble. Hearing the word noble, Helmut got confused. Darren said he'd explain the meaning of noble some other day, because here in this forest, there was no difference between a noble and a beast. And anyway, since Darren owed a debt to the leopard, he'd help Helmut. Darren explained that the seed of darkness was why Helmut was thrown into this forest, and even if he miraculously got out, the outside world would still try to kill him. So Darren asked one last time, seriously, despite knowing all this, did Helmut still want to leave this forest? Helmut said yes. Hearing this, Darren picked up Helmut like a toy and carried him away. Helmut got angry. Darren only said that the kid had quite the temper, but if he wanted to survive outside, he'd have to become a human first, and Darren would teach him how. And the most important thing? Helmut had to become strong if he wanted to survive out there. Darren admitted he didn't actually know how to leave this forest, but there was someone who did. When Helmut asked who it was, Darren said the time hadn't come yet. Helmut had to become strong first. After that, Darren took Helmut to his house and said the first thing he had to do was mop the place and learn like a human. Helmut genuinely didn't know how mopping floors would make him strong. When Helmut finished mopping, Darren made him a bed from straw and dry grass. The boy laid down and immediately went to sleep. Darren barked at him to stop being lazy and threw him some old clothes, telling him to follow. Just like that, time passed. Darren taught Helmut many things. How to eat poisonous and demonic herbs, about different plants, and about other human civilizations. One day, Helmut stood there holding 2 big buckets of water from the river, still not understanding how carrying water to Darren's house was making him stronger. Frustrated, he felt like he'd become a slave to this old man, like he was getting scammed. Yup, this is definitely child labor. That's when Elja appeared from behind, startling him so bad he shouted. Seeing this, Elga smiled faintly and asked what he was even trying to do. She told him he didn't have to listen to what the old man said. But Helmut, wiping water from his face, said the old man promised that if he followed orders, he'd become strong. Elga asked what he wanted to do with that strength. Did he really want to leave this forest? Helmut said that Elga herself told him he was a human, not a demonic beast. And since humans lived outside, he should logically live with humans. Hearing this, Elga became a little sad and asked if he really thought something good would happen if he left. Helmut said he didn't know, but nothing good would happen by staying here either. Saying this, he left. There was sadness on Elga's face as she watched him go. She whispered that she genuinely hoped from her heart that he'd have a good life. Man, not gonna lie, Elga was scaring me at that moment, like she carried the biggest death flag in the whole story. Later, the scene shifted. We saw Helmut training, his hair soaked with sweat as he shouted at Darren, saying he was tired and felt like he'd really die. Darren only told him to stop whining and keep training if he wanted to leave this forest. Even though he thought the pain would kill him, Helmut kept going. Seeing this, Darren smiled to himself, thinking that even though the seed of darkness was in him, this kid was a natural-born warrior, worth teaching. Slowly, it became afternoon. Helmut finally fainted from exhaustion. Hungry, he was carried to the backyard where Darren cooked for him. It was the first time Helmut ate from a bowl, with a spoon. The moment he put the food in his mouth, he went crazy, like he'd just tasted heaven. Seeing this, Darren smiled faintly and walked off, saying he was about to teach a very important lesson. He explained that all his life, Helmut had seen how beasts were strong, with claws and fangs. But humans? Humans had something sharper, swordsmanship. From tomorrow, Darren would teach him real swordsmanship. But before that, with a deep voice and an aura dripping cold enough to choke the air, Darren said he'd show Helmut what a real swordsman looked like. Damn, that aura farming was dripping. Darren stood in front of a huge boulder, his wooden sword resting casually on his shoulder, and told Helmut to watch very carefully, with that damn main character energy dripping off him. Darren stayed quiet, simple, and swung his wooden sword so hard a shockwave ripped through the air, like the whole damn world split in two. Helmut stood frozen, mesmerized, eyes wide, watching that weak-looking wooden blade crackle with lightning and slice the boulder clean in half, shattering it into pieces. Even the air felt heavier now, charged with that raw human power. Darren simply looked back and said, "This is how humans survive, with brains, skill, and power that doesn't show until it needs to." Still shocked, Helmut asked how the hell a human could gather that kind of strength. Darren explained the sparkling light was called whiz, an invisible source of power unique to humans, like demonic beasts have their own energy. He added that the seed of darkness inside Helmet's body was also a kind of power, similar but twisted. Hearing this, Helmet grinned, already imagining himself using Wiz to finally get out of this cursed forest. He said he wanted to learn it right away, but Darren just flicked his finger on Helmet's helmet, sending him flat to the ground. He told him not to be impatient. His body wasn't ready for Wiz yet. First, he'd need to train, build himself up, and master the basics, or his body would explode from power he couldn't control. Darren promised the training would be hellish, but the fruit would taste sweet as sin. Saying that, he handed Helmet his wooden sword, and so began the brutal training arc. The scene shifted to Helmet sulking by himself, frustrated because even after so many days, Darren still hadn't taught him Wiz. Helmet started snapping at little things, his temper flaring. Darren quietly noted to himself that it was probably the seed of darkness making him bloodthirsty. But this kid was different. No matter how angry he got, that darkness never fully took over. And damn, he was learning fast. Another 3 hours passed, the grind continuing. Later that day, Helmet stood by the river, thinking hard, trying to figure out how to master the swordsmanship Darren had taught him so far. Just then, from behind, Elga appeared, and Helmet couldn't help but smile, seeing her after so long. But Elga looked surprised, her eyes scanning him up and down. She said Helmet had grown up and looked strong now. Helmet smirked and agreed, asking just how strong he really was now. Elga explained that before he was just a seed, but now he was like a sprout, stronger but still not done growing. They slipped into their usual little mother-kid bickering, but it was warm, almost sweet. After that, Helmet asked about Darren, saying he heard Darren was in debt to Elga. What exactly had she done for him? Elga seemed caught off guard, saying she didn't even know his name was Darren. She only remembered a human who asked to live here, and she gave him permission. Then, Helmet pressed further. Why didn't she fight him? Didn't she when someone unknown lives in her area? Is she scared? That made Elga furious, her voice sharp, tail thrashing, as she declared she was the owner of this part of the Forest of Roots, and anyone who disturbed her would be killed without question. But she calmed herself after a moment, admitting Darren was different. She explained there was a bigger threat, a disgusting two-headed snake dragon that lurked deeper in the forest. If she and Darren fought, that snake could take advantage of their weakness and kill them both. Hearing this, Helmet remembered her childhood stories about that two-headed snake, Neiho. Elga explained that years ago, when Darren first came to the forest, he clashed with Neiho, becoming its enemy. If Elga and Darren fought now, Neiho would have his perfect chance to strike. Curious, Helmet asked who would win if Elga and Darren did fight. Elga paused, clearly irritated by the question, and said she didn't know. She explained that a demonic beast's power was always on display, easy to measure. But humans suppressed their power, making it impossible to tell how strong they really were. Hearing that only made Helmet more surprised, so he asked again, "Does that mean Elga might lose to him?" That made her snap back, fuming, saying she'd only said she didn't know, not that she'd lose. The topic shifted, and Helmet asked why Neiho hated Darren so much. Elga said Darren destroyed something it treasured, a disgusting, filthy area of the forest. Hearing that, Helmet got confused and asked what that disgusting place even was. Elga smirked, told him to hold tight, and let him climb onto her back. Then she dashed off into the forest, fast as hell. After a while, they arrived, and Helmet's jaw dropped. What he saw was shocking. Humans getting clapped! Getting banged! What the From above, Helmet watched as a bald man beat the prisoners below like crazy. Each whip cracked louder than the last, and the sight made his stomach churn. He turned to Elga and asked why these people were being beaten like that. Elga explained coldly that they weren't doing their work properly, and the bald man made sure they paid. That's when Helmet, for the first time, noticed one of the humans below was a female. She looked like him, but different. His eyes locked on her, and his voice cracked as he asked why her chest was so big. Elga smirked faintly and explained that they were called females. Same species, different parts. Still confused, Helmet tilted his head at the word. That's when Elga added darkly that Neiho liked the soft meat of females, kept them alive for his dinner when he woke from slumber, while the males were used for manual labor. And all of this disgusting little system run by that ugly bald man down there. Just then, the bastard noticed the girl, and you could see his little PP perk up from up here. His eyes turned filthy with lust as he walked up to her, grabbed her roughly, and sneered that today he'd make her feel heaven and spare her from Neiho. Saying that, he yanked her hair and started dragging her toward his tent. Helmut felt disgust well up in his chest. Watching the bald man's face twist with lust as he pulled the girl's hair, Helmut turned to Elga with a bitter question. Wasn't he a human too? And wasn't Elga just like Neiho, a demonic beast? So why didn't Elga ever treat him like this? Why hadn't she ever tried to eat him? For the first time, Elga flustered, and it hit Helmut then. How much of a mother figure she really was. He smiled faintly as it finally sank in how much she'd protected him, loved him even. But that quiet moment didn't last long. A sinister, suffocating vibe pressed down on them from behind. Elga's voice dropped deep as she growled, "Look who's here!" It was none other than Neiho. The air thickened, and even breathing became hard for Helmut. Elga snarled at Neiho, saying she thought he was sleeping. But Neiho, towering and smug, just stared at Helmut like a snack. He chuckled and said, so this was the little human boy Elga was raising? Even though he didn't like males, this one looked delicious. He licked his lips and suggested Elga just hand him over to be eaten. Hearing that made Helmut's knees buckle. He nearly shat himself right then. But before Neiho could get closer, Elga dashed forward, planting a devastating punch where he'd been standing. But Neiho dodged easily, grinning. Her voice boomed as she threatened that if Neiho even came closer to Helmut, she'd cut him to pieces and feed him to the beasts. Neiho just laughed, waving his claws lazily, saying, "Chill, chill. No need to get angry." He explained he only got close because he smelled something familiar, the scent of Darren on Helmut. Elga's hackles rose as she snapped back that Helmut had no connection to Darren, just stole some of his clothes. And then she screamed again that if Neiho even thought of eating Helmut, she'd make sure he didn't leave unscarred even if it killed her. Neiho smirked and called her scary, mocking her promise. He declared he had no interest in fighting Elga, said her scent was disgusting anyway, and told her to leave with her little pet. And just like that, Neiho left, still grinning. But Helmut collapsed where he stood unconscious. The scene shifted back to Elga's territory, where she laid Helmut down to rest. When he woke up, she warned him that now that Neiho had seen him, he shouldn't travel alone anymore. If he moved through the forest, it had to be with her or with Darren, never alone. Because even if Neiho feared her, you never knew when he'd try something. But Helmut just sat there silently, clearly upset. Finally, he looked up, sad, and asked Elga if she thought he could ever become as strong as her and Darren. Was it going to be that hard? Elga looked away, her face softening. She admitted that Darren wasn't just strong. He was at a level most humans couldn't reach, even if they struggled all their lives. Hearing that stunned Helmut. He'd known Darren was strong, but not that strong. Elga added that things could be different depending on what Helmut chose to do. If he tried with all his heart, he'd definitely grow stronger, and maybe even escape this cursed forest. The two shared a quiet moment before Elga said softly that Darren was already coming this way. And sure enough, Darren appeared, crossing into view, calling out to Helmut and asking if he'd been hanging around the leopard all this time. Darren barked at him to follow. Training was about to continue. Still worried, Helmut got up slowly and walked behind him. As he did, he turned and saw Elga standing there, watching him. She didn't speak, but in her mind, she swore she'd always be watching over him. Helmut sensed her silent words, smiled faintly back at her, and followed Darren. That moment felt like divorced parents passing their kid between them. The scene shifted and we saw Helmut doubled over, clutching his stomach, his face twisted in pain, gasping that he really felt like he was going to die at this rate. A flashback rolled through his head, Darren handing him a bundle of nasty-looking herbs. When Helmut asked what it was, Darren casually explained it was a poison plant. Furious, Helmut almost shouted at him, but before he could even get a word out, Darren's flick smacked his forehead, shutting him up. With his usual cold tone, Darren told him to stop babbling and just eat. It would help his demonic heart. Back to the present, Helmut was cursing Darren under his breath, groaning how the bastard didn't even warn him it would hurt this much. Shoving a pillow in his mouth to keep from screaming too loud, he bit down and let it all out, crying into the night as Darren stood outside, quietly enjoying the moonlight. Under his breath, Darren muttered something about 5 years. No, now he had 4 more left. Days passed. Eventually, Helmut had mastered the basics. For the very first time, Darren actually noticed, and even complimented him. The words hit harder than any punch, making Helmut feel genuinely happy for once. Helmut explained how his body now felt lighter, like things were becoming clearer and sharper. Curious, He asked if it was because of the poisonous plants he'd been eating. Darren nodded slightly, saying they definitely had an influence. But when Helmut added, almost smugly, that it didn't even hurt anymore and eating poison now felt like eating some sort of refreshing snack, Darren actually chuckled. His smile was faint, but his voice was serious as hell as he said, it was finally time for Helmut to learn whiz. Previously, his body wasn't ready, but now it was finally time. The weight of his words filled the room. For once, even Helmut was quiet, his expression serious too. The real training was about to begin. The wind began to breeze through the clearing as Darren gripped his wooden sword tight, taking a deep breath. In an instant, he enchanted his wooden sword with his whiz, applying unbreaking 99. The pressure around him skyrocketed, so heavy that even after all his brutal training, Helmut found it hard to breathe. Darren calmly explained that all Helmut had to do was take the natural energy mixed in the air, infuse it into his body, and then implement it through his sword. That's how you use whiz. But Helmut just stood there staring blankly, not understanding a single damn word. Sighing, Darren broke it down simple. Helmut just had to get sage mode by absorbing the natural energy from the air. And the best way to learn? Get beat the hell up. Before Helmut could even protest, Darren unleashed a heavy blows. Just barely blocking the first swing was enough to make Helmut's bones creak like they'd snap. The next attack was even more dangerous. Helmut barely dodged in time. Confused and terrified, Helmut shouted if Darren was really trying to kill him, but Darren just replied coldly that the fastest way to learn was by facing death itself. And thus, the hellish training began. Days passed into months. Months bled into years. 4 long, brutal years later, Helmut finally managed to unlock Sage Mode. The scene shifted. We saw Helmut gripping his own wooden sword, chopping through a massive tree in one clean strike, just for firewood. Behind him, Darren stood silently, watching like a proud dad. He asked Helmut to show his whiz. Helmut, annoyed, complained, saying last time he showed it, Darren beat the crap out of him for it. But Darren only smirked and threatened that if he didn't show it now, he'd definitely beat the crap out of him anyway. Reluctantly, Helmut activated his whiz, concentrating slowly, absorbing the natural energy around him. Darren observed quietly, arms crossed, deep in thought. Even though he always said Helmut's whiz wasn't good, inside, he couldn't help but admire the boy. Despite having a demonic heart, Helmut was something else. Darren knew this kid would either become a hero who saves the people, or the biggest demon who destroys the world. But Darren's time was almost up now, and it was time to finally send Helmut on his way. Darren stood there, a little sad now, as he looked at Helmut. Quietly, he said the time had finally come. Helmut didn't get it, his brow furrowed, asking what Darren meant. But Darren, looking weaker than usual, repeated it. The right time for Helmut to leave this forest had come. Confused, Helmut protested, saying he still didn't feel strong enough yet. But Darren shook his head and told him that everything he had to teach he'd already taught. From here on, the next training, Helmut would have to figure it out himself in the human world. His voice got serious, dead serious, as he told Helmut to listen carefully now. At the end of the forest, there was a massive waterfall. The divine barrier there had weakened, and if Helmut could find the right spot, he'd be able to leave. But even Darren didn't know the exact location. He explained that in the territory of Neiho, in a human village, there was that same ugly, disgusting bastard who managed the farm. That guy, he knew the exact place. As soon as Darren mentioned him, Helmut immediately remembered the face of that bald, filthy bastard and clenched his fist. Then Darren's tone softened, even emotional, as he told Helmut that outside this barrier, he'd face countless things. The human world might feel fascinating at first, even fun, but tragedy would stalk him silently. The world outside wasn't as good as it looked. Some humans would seem kind, some would even care for him, but in the moment of need, they'd betray him. So Helmut should never let his guard down, never trust too easily, and no matter how bad things got, he should never give up. Finally, Darren placed a heavy hand on Helmut's shoulder, telling him to always walk the path of truth. Then Darren asked if he had any questions left. Clenching his hands, Helmut looked up and asked why Darren wouldn't come with him to the human world. But Darren just gave a faint smile and said he didn't want to go back to that place. Helmut's chest tightened as he looked at Darren's face, sadness washing over him. Finally, Darren told him if he had nothing more to ask, to come to his house at 7 in the morning. He had something to give him. Then Darren walked away, leaving Helmut standing there quietly. The scene shifted. Helmut sat by the river, staring at his own reflection, sadness and confusion churning inside him. From behind, Elga appeared, her usual pride dimmed by her own sadness. In a quiet, heavy tone, she asked why he looked so sad. Tomorrow was his big day after all. Helmut admitted it had been his childhood dream to leave the forest, but now that the time had come, he just felt complicated, heavy. He didn't even understand what this feeling was. Elga gave him a soft, sad smile and explained. That meant he was slowly becoming a human. That feeling was sadness. That night, Elga curled up on the mountaintop and Helmut climbed into her warm, fluffy fur to sleep, his mom, his protector. The next morning came. As Helmut stepped into Darren's house, the door creaked open and his eyes went wide. There, sitting perfectly still in a yoga pose like a statue, was Darren. His sword lay in front of him and a bag of supplies rested nearby. But Helmut's heart sank. Darren wasn't breathing. It hit him like a blade to the chest. Darren was gone. The man, the legend, his teacher, his father figure, died like a legend. Everybody write an F for respect for Darren, damn it. Now back to story. For the first time, Helmut felt a sharp pain pierce his heart. His chest burned and his eyes welled. He wanted to scream, but he stayed quiet. He walked up, took Darren's sword and the bag, and for the last time, bowed to his master. He silently promised to remember Darren until his final breath. As he stepped outside, Elga stood there quietly. She murmured that, finally, that human had taken his last breath. She revealed that just days earlier, Darren had come to her privately and asked her to take care of Helmut. Hearing that only made the pain in Helmut's heart worse. Suddenly, Elga tossed him a strange bag, explaining that the pendant inside had been with him since he was a newborn. It might belong to his outside family. Opening it, Helmut saw the name Margaret family engraved on the pendant. But Helmut, his voice low but steady, said it didn't matter who his outside family was. His real family was Elga, his mom, and Darren, his father. As he turned to leave, he looked back and called out to her for the last time, "Mom, you better live long and stay healthy." Elga smiled faintly like a proud mother and nodded. She warned him again to be careful. Man I Am senses a fat-ass death flag hovering over her. "Author, don't you dare kill our mommy, Elga!" The scene shifted again. In Neiho's territory, that same ugly, disgusting bastard walked into his room whistling, and just as he sat down, cold steel pressed to his throat. Helmut's dagger dug into his skin as a low, deadly voice growled behind him. "Don't move!" We're shown a flashback now of that dickhead sitting in a dark room performing black magic like a total lunatic. He'd become so deranged that he started paying people to kidnap others, cutting off body parts, slicing them to pieces, even cutting off their little pee-pees, all to fuel his dark rituals and grow his power. When the Holy Church finally caught wind of his atrocities, they sealed him in the forest of darkness, thinking that would stop him. But when he arrived in the forest, he noticed there were already humans here. So being the scum he was, he created his own little human farm, ruling over them like livestock. Already a powerful dark mage, he only grew stronger here, dominating everyone around him. But ruling here wasn't easy. One day, Neiho, the beast of this territory, showed up. So the dickhead struck a deal. He'd deliver all the humans to Neiho, and in return, Neiho let him live and rule here unchallenged. The problem came in winter, when Neiho would go into hibernation. Other monsters would start wreaking havoc while the snakes slept. And now, while Neiho was sleeping, Helmut arrived to settle things. Helmut came straight to the point, dagger pressed to the mage's throat, asking in his coldest tone, "What's the way out of here, you ugly, disgusting bastard?" The dark mage sneered at him, calling him foul-mouthed, asking if he was the disciple of Darren. But Helmut just repeated his question, "What's the way out?" The dickhead laughed and asked why he should tell. Helmut growled that if he didn't, he'd kill him right here. The dark mage only chuckled and said if he died here, Neiho would wake from hibernation, and then kill Helmut too. But Helmut, his eyes deadly serious, shot back. Could Neiho revive the dead? No, right? So he'd kill the mage first, and whatever happened next didn't matter. That shut the dickhead up for a moment. He smirked and said he was the only one who knew the way out. Could Helmut really risk killing him? But Helmut countered. He knew mages like him always documented everything. If he found the right place, he'd figure it out without his help. Cornered, the dickhead finally agreed to help. He led Helmut down into a basement, the air thick and damp. Along the way, he muttered venomously that Helmut's decision to leave must mean Darren was dead. "Serves him right," the mage hissed. But Helmut stayed quiet. At the end of the stairs, the dark mage handed him a dusty book, urging him to give up on leaving. Instead, he spread his arms and sneered with lust in his eyes, offering to make Helmut his successor here instead. He could have money, women, Pleasure all day, all night, clapping cheeks till sunrise. Why throw it away for a cruel outside world? But Helmut's jaw tightened, barely containing his disgust. His voice was ice cold as he told the mage to shut up and just tell him the way out. Grinning wickedly, the dark mage finally admitted the book contained the exact location of the weakened waterfall barrier. But he warned, if even a little darkness lingered in Helmut's heart, it would burn him alive the moment he crossed it. Helmut ignored him, remembering Darren's words, that humans were cruel and no loose ends should be left behind. So he punched the mage hard across the face, bound him, blocked all his energy points, and left him there, seething. As Helmut walked away, the dark mage snapped. His eyes bled as he activated a dark spell, screaming like a psychopath. Neiho's name echoed through the dungeon. In his lair, Neiho's slumber shattered. He opened his eyes, hissing furiously, demanding to know why he'd been woken, threatening to rip the mage into pieces if this was nothing. But the dark mage grinned through the pain and spat out the truth. Darren was dead, and his disciple was here. Hearing that, Neiho froze, then let out a mad, guttural laugh. With eyes gleaming with psychotic rage, Neiho slithered out of his lair, hell-bent on hunting down Helmut. The dark mage watched him go, smiling through bloody teeth, muttering, "Thought you could threaten me and just walk away? There's nothing free in this world, boy. Now you'll pay." On the other hand, Helmut was sprinting at full speed toward the waterfall, his breath sharp, sword in hand. From behind, countless demonic beasts swarmed out of the trees, but something felt off. Helmut noticed they weren't chasing to kill him. They were running from something that made even monsters afraid. That's when it hit him, a terrifying, suffocating aura, thick and dark as blood. The air turned red around him and his whole body tensed. He gritted his teeth, realizing, he's awake! Helmut drew his sword, planting his feet, ready to face what was coming. And then, ripping out of the ground in front of him, came Neiho. The massive, two-headed serpent beast grinned with both mouths, voice deep and mocking. "Hey, kiddo, I knew you'd crawl into my territory again someday. Been waiting for this." Helmut glared, blade raised. He told Neiho to move out of the way, or he'd be forced to kill him. That made Neiho howl with laughter, echoing through the trees. "You kill me? You're a damn good joker, boy." Without warning, Neiho lunged with his jaws, aiming to swallow Helmut whole. There was a violent blast as his fangs sank into dirt. Helmut just barely dodged the attack, rolling to his feet. But in seconds, Neiho coiled his massive body into a crushing sphere, slamming toward Helmut, taunting him to block it. That suffocating aura, the same one that nearly knocked him unconscious 4 years ago, pressed down on him like a mountain. But this time, Helmut didn't flinch. He closed his eyes. He remembered Darren's teachings. Stay calm. Opportunities will always come. As Neiho roared, charging up a monstrous tail beast bomb of energy, Helmut exhaled, waiting. The ground cracked as the beast bomb hurtled at him, and he barely dodged it by inches. But this time, he didn't waste the opening. He drew his sword, eyes sharp. With one clean slash, he cut out Neiho's right eye. Neiho roared in agony, thrashing violently. Helmut took his chance and ran, sprinting as fast as his battered body could move. But Neiho was just getting started. The beast suddenly ripped off his own right head, swallowing it whole, his voice low and terrifying. "That useless, weak part of me is gone. Now, it's your turn, boya." The aura around him darkened even more. Faster now, Neiho closed the gap, his tail striking with blinding speed. Helmut just barely raised his sword to block, but the sheer force sent him flying, crashing into a tree. He hit the ground hard, gasping, feeling like all his bones were broken. From the shadows, Neiho's voice sang out, creepy, mocking. "Come out, little rat. Come out and die for me." On the other side, Helmut crouched low, panting hard, clutching his chest. Even after all this training, all those years of hell, he still wasn't at Neiho's level. Still, he thought he'd fooled Neiho, hiding in the dark. But then came the hiss, right behind him, whispering underscore, "I can see you!" Neiho's towering figure slithered closer, slow and deliberate, savoring the fear. Helmut's hands shook as he raised his sword one more time, even though his body screamed at him to stop. "Is this how I die?" he thought, breath shallow. But just as Neiho lunged, a deafening growl cut through the air. And out of the shadows came Mommy Elga, fur bristling, claws bared, eyes blazing with fury. She planted herself between Neiho and Helmut, ready to fight to the death for her son. Neiho's grin only widened, his tongue flicking the air. Seeing Elga, his voice dripped with excitement. "Oh, this just got even better!" But Elga lowered her head, her growl shaking the earth, the warning of a mother who'd tear you apart without a second thought. With dead, serious eyes, Elga stood there like a queen who just got cheated on and was about to torch the whole damn palace. Her aura was flaring, her gaze screaming one thing. This was Helmut's freedom. She told him straight, don't waste her effort, don't throw away her love, and don't act like all that crying in her fur was for nothing. She even slipped in with the faintest smile that she really loved him, and she was glad he came into her life. But then she raised her voice, sharp as claws, and shouted at him to get the hell out. Helmut, though? He just stood there looking like a sad little puppy who didn't want to leave his mommy's warm. Fluff, if you catch my drift. That's when Elga lost patience, and she screamed that if he didn't leave right now, she'd never talk to him again, ever. For a long second, Helmut stood there, heart pounding, throat tight. Then he let out a shaky breath, quietly thanking her for everything. For the last time, he called her mother and walked away, shoulders heavy like a man dragging his guilty conscience home. And then it was on, the legendary clash. Neiho licked his lips, literally, and hissed that he'd hated Elga since day one. Said this was finally the night he'd chew her up, swallow her whole, and then have a little snack on her boy, too. But Elga, oh no, she just smirked, voice dripping with sass, and reminded him he already had his two things and still couldn't make her scream. What made him think he'd do any better now with just one? Damn, she was on full roast mode. The ground shook like a cheap motel bed when they crashed into each other. The scene shifts and we see that Helmut is very tired because he meets a lot of demonic beasts on the way. Helmut easily kills them all, saying that as long as there are no demonic beasts at Elga's level, he'll be able to kill them easily, like some dude bragging in the locker room. As long as she ain't on my mom's level, she can't handle me anyway. But inside, Helmut is still thinking that he really hopes Elga is alive and safe. He thinks that if Elga and Darren hadn't come into his life, he would have died somewhere like these demonic beasts, left to rot. So for Elga and Darren's sake, Helmut will definitely leave this forest alive. Helmut finally stands in front of the waterfall, and he feels a strange energy, like standing next to someone way out of your league but still wanting to shoot your shot. Suddenly a feather comes into the hands of Helmut, and a very big, majestic phoenix beast descends in front of him, landing like she owned the whole place. And in a threatening tone, she says a human kid is coming into her territory. What business does he have here? Helmut recognizes that this is Igrael, the one Elga had told him about, a majestic beast. Igrael introduces herself, saying her name is Igrael and this is her territory. And what has Helmut come here to do? Helmut remembers that Igrael is the king of the southern region. And according to Elga, Igrael is a very curious kind of beast, one that doesn't like to fight without reason. Igrael says she can smell Elga and Neiho all over Helmut's body. She steps closer, aura heavy, asking if Helmut is Elga's kid or Neiho's kid. Helmut stands proud and answers through his whole posture that he is family of Elga. As soon as he makes that clear, Igrael's aura flares, angry, like he just disrespected her turf, or like she expected him to call her mommy instead. She spreads her wings, her flames snapping, thinking maybe Elga sent him here on purpose. But Helmut doesn't flinch, making it clear he didn't come on behalf of Elga, not on behalf of anyone. Helmut came of his own accord. That makes Igrael pause, curious now. She circles him slowly, saying if she likes his reason, then maybe she'll let him leave alive. Helmut calms his breathing and steels himself, telling her the truth, that he's going to be the first living being to leave this forest of darkness alive. When Igrael hears that, she starts laughing, hard, like a mean girl who thinks you just tried to holler at her above your league. She mocks him, saying it's impossible, asking how a weak kid like him, with the seed of darkness in his chest, is gonna do anything but burn at the barrier. But Helmut stays cold. He thinks, if she's gonna kill him anyway, then what's he gotta lose? If he crosses and burns, at least he dies trying. And hell, if he makes it, she'll be the first one to see it happen. That makes Igrael stop laughing, her eyes sharpening with interest, like she's starting to see the boy's got more backbone than she thought. And she's low-key into seeing where this goes. Finally, she steps aside, letting him through. But she can't help but tease him one last time, calling him foolish, but admitting to herself she's damn curious to see what he does. Before he jumps, Helmut requested her that if she ever meet Elga, she need to say Helmut made it out from the barrier. She asked, even if he dies. Helmut quiet nod, and she looks back at him, almost with respect now, like she's thinking, well, damn kid, maybe you are Elga's special one after all. Guess mommy raised you to handle more than just her aura. And with that, Helmet closes his eyes, grips his sword tight, and jumps into the water with a determined look, diving straight at the barrier's weak point, ready to burn or break through. Helmet finally finds the barrier in the water. He penetrates the barrier and tries to get out of it. At the same time, Helmet feels something sharp piercing through his heart. The pain is unimaginable. He is not able to maintain his consciousness. There is only one thing in his mind. Will he become a demonic beast from a human, or will he die? He does not know what will happen, but in his last moment, he remembers ELGs. After that, the scene shifts. We finally see the outside world. There are some mercenaries, and here we are shown this woman with orange hair. Her name is Tanya, who is going to be one of our favorite characters. Tanya teases this new mercenary boy named Finn. She tells him that these people are very close to the demonic forest. If a demonic monster comes from here, it will eat him first. They like virgin young flesh. Hearing this, Finn gets scared. Taking advantage of this, Tanya tells Finn that the group will rest here, so he should go and get water for everyone. Finn says that it's going to be very dark now. He doesn't want to go. So Tanya kicks Finn's ass and tells him that if he keeps acting like a scaredy cat, he will definitely be eaten by the demonic beast. He better get that water fast. Finn, now terrified, comes in front of the pond. He is praying that no demonic beast shows up and that he can just grab water quickly. But as soon as he looks at the water, he sees a dead body floating there. Finn's face turns pale and he screams, running straight back to Tanya and her group. Tanya asks him if he's seen a ghost. Finn says that there's a dead body in the pond. Tanya starts mocking him again, saying Finn must have seen some damn seaweed and now he's crying like a baby. But Finn insists it's a dead body. So Tanya kicks his ass again and says he's just making excuses because he's scared and doesn't want to go near the pond. Tanya grabs Finn's hand and tells him that if there's no dead body there, she'll feed him to a demonic beast herself. Finn is on the verge of pissing himself. As soon as they get to the pond, he points and says it again. There's a dead body there. Tanya walks over and her face turns serious. Finn was not lying. It's the body of a young boy, about Finn's age. Finn, scared out of his mind, says he doesn't want to stay near a dead body. But Tanya notices something. This boy is breathing. She yells to Finn that he's not dead, he's still alive. Tanya goes into the water and pulls Helmet out. Tanya begins to explain how Finn, the scaredy cat, had gone to get water and found Helmet lying near the river. Everyone had assumed Helmet was dead, but thank God he was still alive. Then Tanya asks him for his name. Helmet introduces himself and tells them his name is Helmet. When asked more about himself, Helmet claims he doesn't remember anything. In truth, Helmet is lying. He doesn't know yet if these humans can be trusted. Tanya observes that Helmet doesn't seem injured on the outside, so maybe the memory loss is from some internal damage. Still smiling warmly, she offers her hand and introduces herself properly. She's Tanya, a rank 3 silver medal mercenary. She says she liked meeting Helmet, and Helmet shakes her hand in return. He's a bit surprised and curious at her kindness. Tanya then asks if Helmet knows where he is. He replies that he doesn't know anything, so she explains that he's just next to the Forest of Darkness. It's strange, she says, because no human ever comes here. So how did Helmet end up unconscious in such a dangerous place? Tanya again asks if he remembers anything. Helmet tells her the only thing he remembers is his name, and the fact that he knows how to wield a sword. Tanya says that's a relief at least. Looking at his body, she can tell that Helmet is well trained. She says there's no need to worry because she knows a good doctor. She'll make sure Helmet gets there safely, and until then, her group will help him. Tanya insists that since she was the one who found him, Helmet is now her responsibility. Hearing this, Helmet feels a strange warmth inside. All he can say is, "Thank you." The scene shifts again, and we see Helmet sitting alone on a stone. His entire body is still aching. He feels very weak, and he is unable to summon his wisps. Helmet thinks to himself that he believed once he passed the barrier, the seed of darkness would disappear, but it's still inside his body. He realizes that he has now reached the human world, but as Darren had told him before, humans are not to be trusted. So Helmet keeps everything a secret, where he came from, and the fact that dark seeds still reside in his body. He pulls out his pendant and reminds himself that his first goal is to find his real parents. There's no need to rush, one step at a time. Then the scene shifts again, and we see Tanya's group with shocked faces and wide eyes. Everyone is saying they can't believe how handsome and pretty that boy they found earlier is, especially after a proper bath. They wonder if Helmet is secretly from a noble family. Finally, we're shown Helmet's new look. Damn, he really is looking fine. Finn is standing there, jealous as hell, narrowing his eyes and grumbling that when he found Helmut, he looked like a dead corpse, but now he's shining like a prince. Tanya walks in with her tomboy attitude and confidently places her hand on Helmut's shoulder. She says Helmut is now the newest member of their squad. She tries to be friendly and compliments that Helmut looks even better after the bath. She also asks if he's eaten anything yet, and just then Finn is about to open his damn mouth and tease Tanya, saying that she's acting way too nice since Helmut got handsome. But before he can finish, Tanya punches him straight to the ground and leaves him flopping like a fish out of water. Laughs. Then she walks right back to Helmut and starts chatting again, like nothing happened. Tanya says that they'll reach their next village in 4 days, and after that, she'll take Helmut to a good doctor. Helmut doesn't know what to say, so he just nods and says, "Thanks." Tanya places her hand on Helmut again, still smiling. She says not to worry, because as long as Tanya is with him, there's no danger. For some reason, Helmut reminds Tanya of her little brother. With that same rowdy tone, she yells to the others to start moving, and the group begins walking again, leaving Helmut once more, stunned and confused. Then the scene shifts and we see that everyone has started traveling again. Helmut cuddles a horse and makes a very good bond with it. Finn asks Helmut if he liked the horse before. Helmut says that this is his first time making a bond with a horse. Well, looking at this, Finn gets a little confused and thinks that considering he likes horse, he doesn't seem to be a noble, but he doesn't look ordinary also. What the hell is he? On the other hand, Helmut looks at the horse and says that this creature is very easy to control. On the other hand, Finn thinks that Helmut is very strange, and his way of talking is also very strange. They are of the same age, but Helmut feels a little different. But then we notice that Helmut starts panting after just a little walk. Finn says that Helmut can rest on the carriage, but Helmut says that he can't rest. He has to make his body move to free his body. On the other hand, Finn gets a little annoyed and says that Helmut is like a young master, a bona fide young master. People are caring for him, but he doesn't care. On the other hand, Helmut doesn't understand why he is feeling so tired all of a sudden. Well, the scene shifts, and we finally come to the doctor. After checking Helmut, the doctor says that there is no internal or external damage in his body, and Helmut's body is very well built, that's all, so slowly he will get better. Tanya gave a side eye and shouted at the doctor, asking if the doctor is a quack. Hearing this, the doctor gets even more angry and screams back. Tanya also starts yelling and says that Helmut was unconscious for a long time and he doesn't even remember who he is. If the doctor doesn't make him remember who Helmut is, then she will tell everyone that the doctor is a fraud. Well, the doctor and Tanya start fighting. On the other hand, Finn comes to Helmut from behind, and he tells him he doesn't need to worry. His amnesia will disappear very soon. Well, finally after the fight, the doctor gives a medicine packet to Tanya and tells her to get lost, saying the warriors are muscleheads, but she has extra fat in her A's beep beep. Hearing this, Tanya gets furious again and starts screaming, and Finn has to drag Tanya out of there with great difficulty. The scene then shifts, and we see that Tanya is roaming around the town with Helmut. Tanya asks if Helmut's condition is fine. She had heard that Helmut was having trouble walking. Helmut replies that after taking the medicine, he rested a little. Now, he was feeling fine. No trouble walking at all. Tanya smiles and notes that since Helmut knows swordsmanship and his body is well trained, it likely means some master must have trained him, right? Helmut confirms, saying he gets a familiar feeling when he touches his sword, but he doesn't remember who his master was. All he knows is how to wield a blade. Hearing that, Tanya makes a bold suggestion. She wants to spar with Helmut. Maybe if they clash blades, it'll trigger some forgotten memory. Helmut thinks it over and recalls Tanya mentioning the 3 mercenary ranks: bronze, silver, and gold. Tanya is a rank 3 silver mercenary, a respected fighter in the human world. Helmut decides he can't miss this chance. He wants to see for himself how strong a human mercenary can be. The scene shifts to the training grounds, a place swarming with muscular swordsmen. The entire arena is filled with men. Shockwaves of surprise roll through the crowd when Tanya enters. She rarely comes here, mostly because there's no one worth fighting. Most are weaker than her. The trainees joke that she's here to warm up or just watch them, but Tanya claps back, saying she's here to duel Helmut. The moment they realize who she's fighting, they start warning her to be careful for the pretty face. Of course not hers. She is like a org. Tanya furious. She screams and punches every trainee near her, drilling them into the floor. The whole arena falls silent. Without skipping a beat, Tanya flings a practice sword at Helmut. With a wicked grin, she tells him to hit her with everything he's got. Helmet catches the blade, but his body still isn't in peak form. His viz won't summon, and his energy feels drained. Still, he takes the stance. He knows this fight might help him regain his rhythm. All the trainers in the arena freeze the moment they see his form. His stance, it's clean, sharp. That's not some amateur's pose. That's the posture of a trained swordsman. The duel begins. Helmet dashes and goes straight for Tanya's weak spot, but Tanya easily dodges. With a single slash, she sends Helmet skidding back. It's clear, Tanya is stronger. Before he can breathe, Tanya bursts forward and launches another slash. Helmet barely dodges it, but she doesn't let up. In a sudden move, she fakes a head attack and then lands a brutal kick to his chest, sending him flying. Helmet crashes to the ground. He grits his teeth. The real problem isn't her strength, it's that his body won't respond. He can see her movements. She's slower than Darren, easier to read, but he can't move like he used to. Tanya notices the opening and punches again. Harder. Helmet hits the dirt. The match is over. Tanya stares down at him in shock. She notes how frustrated Helmet looks. He simply nods and says he's upset because it was a one-sided defeat. The other trainees gather around. They cheer him up and say that for someone his age, that fight was damn impressive. Some admit they couldn't have done better. Still, Helmet doesn't smile. He's not satisfied. He wants more. But before he can sink into depression, the trainers lift him up, pat his back, and praise him. Just then, a new figure enters the scene. Phillips, the captain of the mercenary group. He's a rank 2 gold mercenary, and guys, don't worry, shit's about to get wild. Helmet is just minutes away from getting his full power back. Then, Phillips congratulated Helmet for passing the test. Helmet was confused. So Phillips explained that since Helmet was someone they saved and he couldn't recall his memory, he didn't want a boy to roam on his own in this dangerous and unknown world. But at the same time, he also needed to verify if Helmet was a good boy or not. So he let all his mercenary bros observe Helmet's every action for the past 5 days. Helmet realized the reason why only Tanya and Finn were the ones who talked with him, but he was still confused. If they were suspicious, why not just leave him behind? Why go to all this trouble for some unknown human? Then Phillips continued, while Tanya smiled from the back, saying that according to everyone, especially her, Helmet was a good boy. With that, Phillips handed Helmet his official mercenary joining letter, a rank 4 badge. One by one, all the mercenaries introduced themselves to Helmet. Finn also introduced himself, proudly calling himself rank 4. All the others were rank 3. Finn was the only one who shared the same rank as Helmet. They all called themselves Helmet's allies. Hearing the word ally made Helmet a little cautious. Darren's words echoed in his mind. Never trust a human blindly. Would it be okay to stay? Would it be a mistake? Then Helmet directly asked Phillips if joining this group meant staying with them forever. He said in the future, when his memory returns, he might need to leave. Would that be allowed? Finn thought for a moment and replied, if Helmet was in the middle of a mission, he'd have to finish it. But once it's done, Helmet could go wherever the hell he wanted. Phillips placed his hand on Helmet's shoulder and said there was no need to worry. He could stay in this mercenary group as long as he wanted. As a brother, as family. Helmet nodded. Wandering alone in this unfamiliar human world made no sense. Staying with these people, learning what this human world is really like, it was the better choice. And deep down, Helmet was also curious. What exactly is an ally? After that, the scene shifts, and we see that the Helmet is very angry. He's standing in the training field, gripping his sword tightly, trying to steady his breath. His body feels stiff and his mind even stiffer. He thinks to himself, he's pissed. Really pissed. He couldn't even go toe-to-toe with such weak opponents. What the hell is going on with him? He grits his teeth. No excuses. He has to regain full power no matter what. Even though he can slowly feel his wisps starting to return, his movements are still sluggish, like his body's been ghosted by his own soul. He remembers how many openings Tanya left in their sparring match. Openings he could have taken advantage of, but he just couldn't move the way he wanted. After taking a deep breath, he unsheathes his sword. One clean, horizontal slash, and the wooden log in front of him doesn't budge. But after a moment, it splits cleanly in two. Then the scene shifts again. Everyone is set off for their next mission. Tanya glances at Finn and teases him. Did he sleep well last night? Finn forces a grin and says, yeah, he did. Just that his stomach hurts from overeating in the morning. In reality, though, Finn didn't sleep at all. He was scared as hell demonic monster might chew his virgin ass. Then Finn looks at Helmet and casually reminds him about how he was struggling to walk just a few days ago. So Helmet should also be careful, but that pisses Helmet off. He thinks Finn's looking down on him again. The helmet turns his face sideways, ignoring him coldly. Poor Finn is left feeling like a rejected Tinder match. Well, Helmet still doesn't understand human emotions, or sarcasm for now, Atlas. Finally, we arrive at Sir Miles, the guy who hired the mercenary team. While everyone's gathered, we're introduced to a member of the Tarek Guild. His name? Dickhead number 1. The guy immediately starts taunting Finn. He mocks him for being skinny, fragile, basically a walking chopstick, says he probably can't even hold a sword straight. Finn clenches his fists. But before he can reply, the dickhead takes another jab, asking who the girl is behind Finn. Is she his girlfriend? But the so-called girl he's mocking is none other than Helmet. Yup, our Helmet's delicate face is turning heads. And not just in battle. If this guy keeps staring, he's about to catch a different kind of swordplay. Helmet hears all this, but remains still. He remembers Tanya's warning. The Tarek Guild has a bad reputation, always trying to size up others, testing strength, comparing ranks. Well, Helmet thought it is just like demonic beasts. So, what's the difference between them and humans? After a while, we see Dickhead number 1 dragging Finn into a corner and bullying him. Finn falls and yells, frustrated. But the guy just smirks and says it was an accident. Says if Finn's so mad, why doesn't he stand up and fight? His group starts laughing like hyenas watching someone their prey. From a distance, Helmet notices this and slowly walks toward Finn. Dickhead notices him too. He grins and mocks him, saying he's heard his name is Helmet's, and he is a boy, but he looks more like a girl than a guy. Says next time he finds a flower, he'll bring it for the Helmet. But Helmet doesn't respond. He just picks up Finn without saying a word. This silent treatment makes Dickhead's blood boil. One of his team members tries to calm him down, says he has a bad feeling about Helmet. Something about him feels off, like poking a sleeping dragon's butt with a stick. But Dickhead's too arrogant. He grabs his own teammate by the neck and yells, "He's a rank 3 mercenary, and Helmet's only rank 4. Why the hell should they be scared of him?" We get a flashback revealing that Dickhead's older brother is a rank 2 mercenary, and Dickhead himself used to be rank 3 until he got demoted for being a troublemaker to rank 4. Then, with a wicked smile, he says he'll personally find out whether Helmet's a boy or a girl. And with that final line, ladies and gentlemen, Dickhead number 1 officially chooses death. After that, the scene shifts and we see Finn is very angry, furious, throwing stones from below while ranting that it has barely been 3 days. Does it make any damn sense to torture someone without skipping a single day? Normally, all the mercenaries of the same rank walk together. So isn't it unfair to keep a rank 3 dickhead with them? Finn's been working hard day and night to make himself strong, yet this same dickhead keeps troubling him every single day. It's beyond frustrating. Meanwhile, Helmet listens to all this quietly, standing still like a tree that's seen too many storms. Still pissed, Finn picks up the bucket again, flings a few more stones at the dirt like it just insulted his mother, and stomps off to the river to fetch some water. Helmet follows, silent like usual, not saying a word. The scene shifts again. Finn arrives at the river and mumbles that he's going to fill water fast and crash at the camp. The poor guy didn't sleep at night, probably scared he'd wake up spooning a demonic beast. He plans to sleep now like a baby on drugs. He tells himself that once he becomes a rank 3 mercenary, he'll teach those dickheads a lesson they won't forget. But just as he bends down to scoop water, a shadow looms over the river. Slowly, Finn turns back, and his soul nearly leaves his body. Standing right there is Dickhead and his teammates, all flashing creepy smiles that scream, "We failed kindergarten but passed bullying." Dickhead kicks Finn down and pins him with his foot like a trophy. He snorts and asks if Finn has ever taken a bath with his friend Helmet. Finn, both confused and disgusted, says Dickhead's got some messed up imagination. But Dickhead leans in and says that if Finn hasn't seen Helmet's sword, he should just shut up. According to him, Helmet's definitely a girl. He keeps agitating Finn, claiming that now that they've caught Helmet's buddy, Helmet will surely come rushing in like a jealous boyfriend with parental instincts. Right on cue, Dickhead's friend drags Helmet to the scene. Helmet watches everything quietly, and in his mind, it all reminds him of how demonic beasts act. Dominance over the weak, bullying, control. Yeah, no different than beasts. Darren might have been right all along. These kinds of humans aren't to be trusted. Dickhead's goons slowly surround Helmet, and Dickhead, with a weird grin, says it's time to check whether Helmet has a sword or a sheath. And no, not the kind you fight with. He giggles like a toddler who just discovered cuss words, and the group pulls out their swords, getting ready to act like idiots on parade. Helmet steps into battle stance. He knows his body isn't at full power yet, but it's enough to handle some rank 3 or 4 clowns. He grabs his sword, eyes sharp. The three idiots leap toward him, but before anything can go down, a meaty punch comes flying from the side, landing right on a fat ass's face. His teeth do a little dance in the air before crash landing on dirt. Everyone's frozen, and then boom, enter our thick mommy smashable Tanya. She struts in and shuts everyone up with just one line. What the hell is going on here? Both Dickhead and Helmet are caught off guard. Tanya scans the chaos and demands to know what the Tarek Guild mercenaries are doing here, and why Finn is lying on the ground like a forgotten sandwich. Dickhead quickly tries to downplay the scene, saying it was just a harmless joke, a prank between bros, totally innocent, nothing to see here. Yeah, and he probably says, "That's not mine," when someone finds a sock in his soup. Tanya isn't buying it. She's visibly irritated and says she heard someone was getting undressed. Dickhead smiles and says it was just men being men, boys joking around. He adds that she wouldn't get it. After all, she's a woman. Oh boy. Wrong move, champ. Tanya's expression goes stone cold. She gives him a death glare that could make a grown man confess to things he hasn't done. She tells him maybe he should try using his brain before flapping his mouth. Then she turns to Helmet and tells him to go help Finn up. Tanya doesn't stop there. She orders the higher-rank mercenaries to follow her command. According to Dickhead's logic, higher-tier mercs should dominate the lower ones. So now that she's a rank 4, they better obey. Dickhead argues that she was originally a rank 3, but Tanya leans in and says she is a rank 4 now. Is she wrong? Then he better know his place, you piece of trash. Dickhead's ears turn red. But before he can spit another dumb line, Tanya tips her cowboy hat, flashes another death glare, and drops a line that'll haunt him forever. Next time he comes near her teammate, she's not cutting his head. She's going for the baby carrot on the chopping block. He gets the message loud and clear, mutters something under his breath, and walks off. And as he leaves, even the trees seem to whisper, "That dude just got roasted so hard his ancestors felt it in their loins." On the other hand, we see that Finn is crying very loudly. He is very scared. Tanya puts her hand on Finn's head and says there is no need to take tension from him. From now on, he should not go alone to get water or anywhere. He has to take someone with him, and if there is no one, he can come directly and talk to Tanya. Tanya is a little worried for Finn because there was an unwritten rule that if there is a fight between rank 4 mercenaries and rank 4 mercenaries, rank 3 should not intervene in the middle. But because Dickhead was originally a rank 3 and was more powerful, Tanya came and helped him. And Tanya is worried, how will Finn handle the situation in the future? On the other hand, Helmet observes all these situations like a curious cat. Then Finn shifts. We see that it is night, and Helmet is doing his sword training. And we see that finally, Helmet has come to his full power because there are fat tree trunks there. Helmet has devastated and destroyed them all. Helmet cuts them like clean butter. Helmet says that his body has reached its peak form. He is able to feel his muscles, but the problem is he is still not able to summon his viz like before. His body still feels like a block of viz, but it was better than before. Now at least he will be able to defeat Tanya easily. He remembers what Darren said. Darren said that viz is like water, and one's body is like a vessel that holds it. If the body is not strong, viz will never be able to flow well. And now that Helmet's body has come to its full strength, his viz will also come back very soon. Then, and we come to Phillips. Phillips tells all his team members that he has heard that there are many dangerous beasts in this area, so they should not go alone. In fact, Finn should not go alone to get water. He should go in a group. Hearing this, Helmet thinks that maybe he will not be able to train alone. Helmet is very close. His viz comes back with a little training, but now Helmet will have to stop his training. Then Finn gets a little curious and asks his only friend if he has ever seen a demonic beast, because Sean and Baron, the two members of the Peace Guild, had told Finn that demonic beasts are very gross. Their jaws and teeth are very large. They also have 4 eyes. Some have 6 hands. While saying this, Finn is very scared. Finn tries to tell that he is not scared. He just wants to know because he should at least know about his enemy before fighting. Because knowledge is power, right? Helmet clearly understands that Finn is very scared. And he thinks that demonic beasts are not necessarily terrifying because they can be very beautiful. Inside, Helmet is thinking about Elga and the peacock monster. But after hearing this, Finn becomes very alert and asks if Helmet's amnesia is cured. Does he remember encountering a demonic beast in the past? Helmet says no. Helmet is just assuming. After that, we come to the Peace Guild where we are shown again to these two dudes, Alex and Max. Alex is drinking water and says that the water has run out and he needs more water. Max comes from behind and says that he has water and he can give it to Alex, but Alex says that he just wanted to have a nice drink. As soon as the mission is over, he will get the money and he will go to a nice hotel with his friends and have a nice beer. Max gets excited, and while talking about his village, he says that he gets a very tasty beer in his village. So how about after the mission is over, they go together and have a beer? But before he could finish his sentence, Alex raises his hand to shake his hand. But before that, we see that poor Alex's brain has come out. In front of Max's eyes, Alex's head is cut into two pieces. Max gets scared and starts shivering. Damn this disgusting pig. We are shown a demonic beast who has Alex's brain on his hand. Why does that monster look like it's searching for some midnight snack? But instead of cookies, it's craving brain curry? Well, poor guy just wanted barren chicken. Everyone write rest in peace for Alex, or what's left of him. The demonic monkey eats the brain of Alex. Seeing this, everyone got chills on their ass. Max, on the other hand, got furious, and to take revenge for his bro, he took his sword out. But before he could even swing, the demonic monkey stared him down and started chewing him like a snack pack. The other mercenaries froze in place, pants slightly heavier, wondering where the hell such a horrifying beast popped out from. We cut to Phillips, who's just as shocked, trying to figure out how a high-tier demonic beast slipped into this zone. The scene turns grotesque fast. Like opening a soda can, the monkey cracks Max's skull, slurps the brain like cola, and hurls his body into the sky. It's shredded in midair like it hit a blender. Tanya, sharp as ever, realizes this beast isn't alone. She shouts for everyone to brace up, warning that more demonic monkeys are lurking nearby. At the same time, Helmut sharpens his senses, curious about what'll happen next. Should he step into the fight? But Tanya, playing big sis mode, yells for Helmut and Finn to crawl under the carriage. Don't come out no matter what! Finn's already half dead inside from fear. Monsters chewing virgin ass. He wasn't about to become dessert. He grabs Helmut, shoves him under the carriage with a desperate grunt. Finn's face looks like he just realized he might die a virgin without ever touching a real girl. Tragic. Meanwhile, Helmut ignores all of Finn's meltdown. His eyes are fixed on the battlefield. This beast? Definitely no low-tier trash. He ain't on Neiho's level either. This monster's got presence, like the boss of the whole damn jungle. Helmut can't help but compare. These humans look weak as hell compared to Darren. Will they really stand a chance? The tension thickens. The demonic monkey leader lets out a loud growl. That moan was deep. It wasn't just anger, it was personal. All the mercs charge forward. First to move is Phillips, activating his viz and dashing full force. But the monkey blocks it effortlessly like swatting a fly. Tanya flanks from behind, spinning into the battle with grace, and probably a lot of bounce. Meanwhile, Marcos is too busy eyeing Tanya's moves instead of fighting. That man was ready to die for thighs. Itus is shooting non-stop, screaming at Marcos to focus or die trying. Despite all that chaos, their group is managing to cut down the lower-tier mobs like weeds. On the other hand, Phillips is out of breath, and Max and Paul take their chance. They charge toward the boss beast, but the monkey parries them all like he's swatting toddlers. Still, fighting 4 high-ranking mercenaries at once finally cracks his defense. Tanya lands a clean hit, making him scream like he just got waxed. Helmut watches everything closely, taking notes. If this is how humans handle battle, Tier 2 mercs using Viz to pressure the boss, while the others clean up the stragglers, it's impressive. Just as Darren said, humans shouldn't be underestimated. The demonic monkey finally loses his cool. He growls, jumps away from the brawl, and disappears into the shadows. Tanya looks at Phillips, asking if they should chase, but Phillips, panting, says no. They've got a mission to finish. With that, we see that the humans who died in the beginning were the only ones who were sacrificed. After that, not a single human was killed. Tanya smiles and walks over to Helmut and Finn. She calls them baby chicks, saying they're both alive and well, now they can crawl out. Helmut steps out with ease. But poor Finn? He's frozen stiff, can't even get his lower body to budge like a scared puppy that peed mid-dream. He calls out to Helmut for help. Then the scene shifts. A mess of demonic monkey corpses cover the ground like squished fruit at a village fest. And here comes a dude named Guy. Yeah, that's actually his name. Guy walks up to Helmut and says it's time to take out the seed of darkness from the demon beast's corpse. He pulls it out dramatically and shows it to Helmut, explaining it sells for a high price in the market. Apparently, demon organs are a hot commodity. Black market value higher than a widow's chest? Of gold, obviously. Helmut, meanwhile, starts thinking about the seed inside his own body. Etuos then tells Helmet to take them out one by one from the beast corpses. Finn's all excited like a kid in a candy shop, ready to rip through some demonic guts. He even says he heard sometimes the seed of darkness can end up inside a human baby, and when that happens, it corrupts the kid, turning him into a demon lord. So the church seals such babies inside the forest of darkness, like expired meat locked in a freezer nobody dares to open. Hearing this, Helmet feels a bit down, because, well, he is one of those cursed babies. But what could he do? Even the strongest seed can't choose where it's planted. He thinks maybe someday he'll become that demon lord they fear. But right now, everything's normal. Normal like a ticking bomb. From the back, we see Phillips and Tanya watching them. Phillips says looking at the two of them reminds him of his early days. Tanya smiles, saying Finn and Helmet are genuinely dear to her, like her little brothers, even if one of them cries like a drama queen. On the other hand, Finn's still excited talking about the demonic beast, but Helmet feels something off. That demon corpse under his feet, it's giving weird vibes. So he tells Finn to step back. But Finn was, all cocky, pulls out his knife and says there's nothing to worry about. He's gonna slice it open like a pro butcher on discount day. But nope. The next second, the not-so-dead monkey gets up, grabs Finn's neck with its claws, and is ready to rip him open like a snack wrapper. Tanya sees this, but before she can even react, boom! In a split millisecond, a wild purple aura shoots out of Helmet's hands. Helmet grabs his sword and just in a single smooth slash, like butter on a hot pan, he cuts that demonic monkey into 2 pieces. Finn was so scared that he would have peed in his pants in just a matter of seconds, but when he sees Helmet has easily killed that demonic monkey, he gets up, dumbfounded, not knowing what to say. On the other hand, Helmet is also a little surprised. He thinks that this weird feeling when he saw his sword, it was the same weird feeling when he's finally able to use his whiz. He wonders if his whiz has really come back. But then, from behind, Marcos comes and congratulates Helmet. First, he says that he didn't even know a demonic monkey was still alive. But, as expected, when they saw Tanya sparring with Helmet for the first time, they knew he wasn't as weak as Finn or the other rank 4 mercenaries. Helmet is just different. Hearing that, Finn feels a little insulted. He starts complaining that he's not weak, and just like that, a fun conversation starts between the 4 of them. They decide to throw a party for Helmet's first kill. They'll make a delicious soup and feed it to Helmet, hopefully with something meaty enough to slide down his throat properly. On the other hand, Tanya is a bit stunned. She doesn't quite understand what she saw. She thinks for a short while she saw a whiz on Helmet's sword, and not just any whiz, a very dense one. Tanya's confused and starts wondering, did this 16-year-old kid really use a whiz? That would be impossible, unless she was just imagining it. Or maybe, just maybe, it was the kind of thing you only see when someone's sword is just really happy to see you. Then the scene shifts. Helmet is sitting alone in a forest corner, meditating. And finally, Helmet's whiz has come back. He's back to his peak form. Helmet knew that a little real combat might bring his whiz back, but he didn't think it would return this fast. After that, we see Finn calling Helmet from behind. Helmet returns to camp, where Phillips is announcing something serious. He says that because of the demonic beast, the terror has increased in the area. All mercenaries have to work in shifts now. He divides everyone into 3 groups: Helmet and Tanya, Finn and Marcos, Sean and Bern. When one group, say Utos, is injured, they'll rest, and the others will take the watch to guard against any demonic attacks. Everyone agrees. The first turn is Helmet's, but Tanya asks Helmet if he's tired. Helmet says no, he's still full of energy. Tanya smiles and says Helmet is really something way more awesome than any normal kid his age. Then she says he should get some rest. Since tomorrow's travel will be tough, no need to worry. She can guard against the demonic beasts alone. Helmet agrees, but doesn't go to sleep. Instead, he walks into the jungle to train. Meanwhile, Dickhead sees Helmet sneaking off and gives a disgusting grin. He mutters, "This is my chance, my sweet, sweet chance, to die, of course." Guess even dickheads know when to go all in. Helmet arrives in the jungle and tries to conjure the whiz on his sword again. But just before he can, he senses someone approaching. He knows it's not a demonic beast. There's no aura. It has to be a human. From behind, Dickhead steps out and starts taunting Helmet. "This place is dangerous. Want to go to the river and take a bath with me?" What the hell, dude? Is Dickhead gay or just obsessed? Why is he trying to pee on Helmet's piece again and again? Helmet doesn't reply. He simply tells Dickhead to leave him alone. Dickhead, with a wicked grin, says, maybe Helmet doesn't know what he's gotten himself into. Unlike last time, that girl Tanya won't be there to save him. Now Helmet is alone, and Dickhead can do whatever he wants to him. Whatever he wants. I mean, damn bro, at least buy him dinner first. Dickhead's hand is trembling. Not from fear, but humiliation. Still, Helmet remains silent. Dickhead mutters that if Helmet keeps giving him the silent treatment, then someday when Dickhead kills Helmet, he shouldn't be blamed. But Helmet has had enough of this nonsense. He remembers what Darren once said, never kill another human without reason. That's the only reason he's tolerated Dickhead's drama for this long. But patience has limits too. Helmet speaks up, voice serious. He says, "If you're ready to kill someone, then you should also be ready to die, right?" Dickhead doesn't understand. Helmet continues. "In the mercenary group, people live by having each other's backs. But Dickhead acts like a beast. If he's human, he should act like one." Helmet then calls him by his rank, 4th rank mercenary of Tariq. Hearing that, Dickhead finally snaps. His veins start popping. He rips the plaster off his injured hand and charges to punch Helmet's face, swearing he'll show what a rank 3 mercenary can really do. But Helmet, just like a strict gym coach catching you mid-cheat rep, grabs his punch effortlessly. His grip is so tight, Dickhead feels like his bones are about to split. The pain spreads across his whole body. He falls to the ground, screaming. Dickhead starts yelling and cursing, calling Helmet out for using dirty tricks. But Helmet, in a calm but dominant voice, says that before he thought Dickhead was a beast, but now he's nothing more than a scaredy cat, or should we say, a scatty pussycat. Helmet continues. If a beast wants to show domination, it should go for a weaker opponent. So Dickhead really picked the wrong target today. Saying that, Helmet squeezes his hand harder. Dickhead recoils and pulls out his sword, ready to kill. But Helmet doesn't even unsheath his sword. He blocks all the attacks just using the shield part of the blade. Dickhead is confused. Nothing is working. Before he can do anything else, Helmet has had it. He gave Dickhead way too many chances to walk away, but the idiot chose death. Helmet finally draws his sword. And the whiz on the blade? Oh boy. It's overflowing like someone who's held it in way too long. Before Dickhead can even react, in just a blink, swish! Helmet slices off his knees. Dickhead screams bloody murder and falls to the ground. Blood pouring, knees missing, and let's just say he won't be standing tall anytime soon. On the other hand, Helmet was also surprised, because he didn't know that his speed would be so much faster than before. Helmet was able to feel stronger and faster, like his whole body had leveled up overnight. But then, all of a sudden, Helmet felt a strange sensation. As soon as he smelled blood, something inside him shifted. A strange killing intent started rising up like steam from a boiling pot. He thought to himself that if he left Dickhead like this, and someone else found him, then maybe the secret of Helmet's power would be revealed. That thought alone made his chest tighten. Suddenly, Helmet heard some sounds from within, not from outside, but from deep inside his mind. Voices were echoing in his head, screaming, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" All of a sudden, Helmet's eyes turned pitch black. His whole body was surrounded by a demonic red aura. Thick red veins started popping out on his arms and neck, throbbing like angry vines. The seeds of darkness inside him were now overflowing like a broken dam. Helmet was just about to kill Dickhead right then and there, not with rage, but with something much darker crawling through his thoughts. But somehow, just before he lost control, Helmet punched his own chest, hard enough to make himself stumble. That shock brought him back to his senses. He realized that this was the seed of darkness, and it was acting really strange after coming in contact with blood. He quickly sat down and followed the meditation technique Darren had taught him. Slowly, steadily, he began to control the overflowing darkness. From within, he kept reminding himself over and over, he is Helmet, Elga's kid, and Darren's apprentice. That thought alone grounded him. Holding on to that identity like a lifeline, he managed to suppress the chaos inside. But as soon as he opened his eyes, Dickhead was gone. On the other hand, the scene shifted to Dickhead. He was crying and in pain because his ankle had been cut so badly it looked like raw meat hanging from a thread. With every limp step, he cursed and sobbed. He told himself that once he reached his Tarek guild, he would tell everything to his big brother, and then they would go teach Helmet a proper lesson. Of course, proper lesson coming from someone called Dickhead always sounds like something that might end in jail time, or with someone needing adult supervision. But before he could even reach the guild, a figure emerged from behind, our demonic monkey. Without even giving Dickhead a moment to finish his cry for help, the monkey swung its claws, attacked him. His scream echoed through the forest, sharp, bloody, and filled with terror. Helmet could hear it in the distance, and he instantly knew that sound was Dickhead being served as dinner. After that, we see Helmet slowly stepping forward, approaching the demonic monkey. The scene is tense, and the air feels heavy with blood. Dickhead's body lies on the ground, drenched in crimson, torn, lifeless, a grotesque mess of what once thought it could threaten others. The demonic monkey, with its ugly face twisted into a grimace, glares at Helmet, but Helmet, standing tall with unwavering eyes, stares back. The moment he locks eyes with the beast, he understands something. This monkey isn't unbeatable. In fact, Helmet can easily take it down. With calm precision, Helmet coats his sword in a dense layer of whiz, the aura swirling around the blade like smoke from hell's furnace. He walks slowly, deliberately toward the demonic monkey, his voice low and threatening, daring the beast to come at him if it thinks it can. But the monkey, upon sensing Helmet's overwhelming aura, doesn't respond the way most monsters would. No growling, no roaring. It steps back. The beast grabs Dickhead's mangled corpse with its massive claws, and with a terrified screech, bolts into the jungle like its monkey life depends on it. Which, well, it did. Helmet watches it disappear, a little surprised. He realizes then that this is no ordinary beast. Not just strong, smart too. From behind, the sound of footsteps grows louder. Other mercenaries, having heard the noise, arrive to see what happened. They find Helmet standing where the carnage took place, calm, stoic, and quiet. Then the scene shifts. We're shown the leader of the Tariq Guild, a tall, stern man named Max. Upon hearing the news that Dickhead is dead, Max meets with Helmet to confirm it. Helmet explains everything. He tells how he had gone to the forest to train alone. Dickhead had followed him, clearly intent on causing trouble, maybe even trying to kill him. But the demonic monkey arrived in the middle of their encounter. A fight broke out, and in the chaos, Dickhead was killed. After hearing the entire account, Max listens carefully. He frowns, then speaks firmly, saying that if Dickhead really did go there with the intent to harm Helmet, and considering how strangely he had been behaving lately, then his death was the result of his own foolish actions. And because of the irresponsibility of one of his guild members, the peace between the factions was jeopardized. For that, Max apologizes. But Tanya is having none of it. She walks forward, fuming with rage, her steps heavy and fast. She stops inches from Max's face and tells him straight, a simple apology won't do. Her eyes burning with fury, she calls Dickhead exactly what he was, a piece of shit. Hearing this, Paul, Dickhead's older brother, clenches his jaw. He doesn't like Tanya's tone. He steps forward and tells her to watch her mouth. After all, that piece of shit was still his little brother. Tanya doesn't blink. She stares Paul dead in the eye and says that it was unfortunate indeed. Maybe if Paul had done a better job raising his little brother, this whole thing wouldn't have happened. So really, she says, that makes Paul an even bigger piece of shit. A deluxe edition, one that couldn't even stop his baby brother from getting clapped like a cheap drum. From the bottom of his ass, heart. The tension rises instantly. Both Paul and Tanya look ready to throw hands, daggers, and probably each other into the dirt. But before either can explode, Miles steps in between them. Calm but commanding, Miles raises his voice and reminds everyone that he's the one who hired all these mercenaries. And he hired them with money, lots of it. He says he doesn't care who hates whom, but if this fighting doesn't stop, then no one is getting paid. The effect is immediate. Tanya clenches her fists. Paul grits his teeth, but both of them back off reluctantly. With the situation cooling slightly, Miles then looks over at Helmet and Finn. He nods at both and says that since Dickhead troubled both of them, harassed them, threatened them, caused real damage, and since both of them were affected, the bounty and the reward on Dickhead's head will be split between the two of them. Tanya hears this and manages to control her rage. She exhales slowly, clearly biting back more insults, and agrees to let the matter drop, for now. But Miles isn't blind. He senses the tension still crackling between the two guilds. The air is hot, thick with resentment and unresolved anger. As Miles looks around at the mercenaries from both sides, he knows one thing for sure. This incident has sparked a fire, and if that fire isn't put out soon, it might just burn the whole camp down. After that, the scene shifts. Tanya suddenly punches Helmet straight on the head. Helmet stumbles slightly, not understanding why Tanya did that. With a confused expression, he mumbles that it hurts, but Tanya, furious, yells back that it was meant to hurt. She calls Helmet an idiot and scolds him loudly, saying that he almost died just now, and all because he ignored her warning. She told him clearly to go back to camp and sleep, but instead, Helmet went off alone into the jungle to train. If something had happened to him, if he had died out there, Tanya screams that she would have never been able to forgive herself. Never. Helmet just stands there silently listening to her breakdown. On the other hand, Tanya slowly begins to calm herself down. Her anger starts fading into guilt. She looks away and mutters that she knew Dickhead was targeting Helmet. She should have been more careful. She should have stopped him. She clenches her fists and quietly apologizes to herself, saying this was all her mistake. Then, turning back to Helmet, she asks him to promise her one thing, that he won't go anywhere alone again without her permission. Helmet, hearing this, suddenly feels something unusual. A weird, warm feeling stirs in his chest, a kind of soft warmth he hasn't felt in a long time. He gives Tanya a gentle, almost shy smile and says softly, "I'm sorry, Tanya." In that moment, Helmet realizes that this feeling, this warmth, was the same one he used to feel around Darren and Elga. Tanya, she was giving off that same energy, that feeling of safety. Tanya, still teary-eyed, gently places her hand on Helmet's head, just like Darren used to. She tells him firmly but kindly that next time he has to be more careful. Helmet nods with another warm smile and replies, "Yes." Is this what it means to feel like a human? Is this what empathy feels like? The scene shifts once again. The next day has arrived, and the group is marching ahead on their journey. But the road is far from safe. Along the way, many more demonic beasts appear and attack the convoy. These beasts are minions of the demonic monkey. The monkey isn't attacking directly, he's hiding in the shadows, sending wave after wave of minions to wear the humans down. The fight continues, and Finn and Helmet find themselves hiding under one of the carriages. Something is strange. This attack has been going on for 2 full days now without pause. The demonic monkey keeps spawning minions like clockwork, non-stop. From the shadows, the real leader is waiting, watching. He plans to attack only once the humans are drained completely of energy. The situation is getting worse. The scene shifts again, and we see Marcos wrapping a bandage around his own arm while Snail, or Sneer as some call him, ties a cloth around his leg. Both of them are injured from the relentless fights. Marcos, despite the blood on his arm, starts teasing Sneer, mocking how slow he is. He jokes that Sneer's name must have come from snail because of how slow his damn feet move. Sneer rolls his eyes, muttering that he's not from a snail. He just stepped on a cursed vine. Not that Marcos would understand. Marcos and Sneer continue their banter, but behind them, Philip and Tanya look concerned. They glance toward Yuto, one of their strongest fighters, who's now sitting quietly, injured and bandaged. Seeing Marcos, Sneer, and Yuto all injured, their situation begins to look grim. However, not all news is bad. On the other side of the battlefield, the 2 rank 4 mercenaries, Helmet and Finn, are doing surprisingly well. Helmet is using his sword skills expertly, protecting Finn and fighting off waves of demonic beasts. He's no longer the hesitant boy they once knew. He's becoming sharper, faster, more focused. Tanya, though, is still stuck in a state of confusion. She's still thinking about what she saw that night, when Helmet used that whiz. She keeps questioning whether she really saw it or not. But the strangest part of all is this. Every single demonic beast is targeting members of the Peace Guild only. Not a single member of the Tariq Guild has been touched. In fact, the Tariq members aren't even helping. They're just standing off to the side, watching, silent, detached. Philip mutters under his breath that, for now, there's nothing they can do. They need to survive this first. Once they're out of this hell, then they can deal with everything else, including the traitors. Then the scene shifts once more. Night falls. Inside one of the carriages, Miles is sitting with Paul. They speak in hushed voices. Paul leans in with a wicked smile and suggests something vile. He says that Miles must have noticed too. The demonic beasts are only targeting Peace Guild members. So if that's the case, why not use them as bait? Paul says it with a grin, like it's the most natural solution in the world. Use the Peace Guild as a distraction. Let them die, and while they're being slaughtered, the rest of them can escape safely. Paul smirks even more as he leans back, his eyes glinting with amusement. And well, folks, now we know where Dickhead got his personality from. Yup, seems like that apple didn't fall far from the rotting, shit-covered tree. Then we see Paul, smiling wickedly, speaking with his usual sinister tone. He says that first and foremost, they should focus on their own safety. Miles, confused and slightly thrown off, doesn't quite grasp what Paul is implying. So Paul explains again. All the demonic beasts are only attracted to the Peace Mercenary Guild. That's their only target. So why not take advantage of this chaos? Abandon the Peace Guild and slip away unnoticed. Let the beasts do their job. Miles, however, is completely against it. He shakes his head and says that what Paul is suggesting goes against humanity itself. But Paul, ever the devil on someone's shoulder, leans in and tells him to think carefully. Should he worry about humanity or worry about surviving? Paul makes it clear that whatever's in that cart of his is extremely important. So now Miles has to make a choice. deliver the cart and save himself, or protect some abstract idea of human unity. Paul adds, with no shame, that if Miles has a better alternative, he's free to try it. But Miles is frozen, overwhelmed. His mind is spinning. He doesn't know what to say, and his body starts to tremble. Paul keeps pressing, pushing Miles toward a decision. We aren't told what decision Miles finally makes, but the scene cuts away. The next morning, the sun rises. The march continues. Everyone is moving forward again. Tanya and Phillips walk together, exchanging hushed words. It's already the third day. Demonic beasts have been attacking them without pause. Their horses are tired. The mercenaries are tired. The situation is getting worse. Meanwhile, the Tariq Guild seems just fine. Not a single beast is attacking them, and worst of all, they aren't helping. They're just silently marching, watching. Phillips looks anxious. He mutters that at this rate, they'll be in big trouble. Maybe they should request backup from the Tariq Guild. But before they can finish that thought, Tanya notices something strange. The Tariq Guild members are picking up their pace. She watches closely, then suddenly screams. They're not speeding up to help. They're leaving. All the members of the Tariq Guild break away and bolt ahead, leaving the Peace Guild behind, with Miles right alongside them. Sneer runs up from behind, asking what happened. Phillips tenses up, eyes narrowing, and his worst fears are confirmed. The Tariq Guild has betrayed them. They've left the peace mercenaries behind like scraps for the wolves. Every demonic beast had only been targeting the Peace Guild, and now it was clear why. This had all been planned. Chaos erupts. The jungle is alive with noise. All around them, demonic monkeys begin to close in, their shrieks piercing the air. The entire peace mercenary group is surrounded. Phillips, in a broken voice, says that they've been abandoned. Helmet watches this unfold in silence, eyes narrowing as he takes in the betrayal. He thinks to himself, so this is how it ends? It's already too late to catch up. The beasts are circling like vultures. Sacrificing others to save yourself, this is exactly the kind of move a demonic beast would make. And if nothing is done, everyone in the Peace Guild will die. Helmet clenches his fist, his thoughts racing. He wonders, should he take action? Phillips finally raises his voice and gives one last command. Everyone to battle formation! But the command comes too late. The beasts rush in. They attack in waves, bloodthirsty and relentless. Yuto, Sneer, Marcos, Tanya, all of them are exhausted. Even Phillips, once so commanding, can barely stand. They're doing everything they can just to survive. But somehow, even in the middle of this nightmare, Marcos grins. He yells out that if a mercenary has to die, then what better way than to fall to a demonic beast in battle? Sneer, frustrated and bloodied, snaps back that no one is going to die here, especially not him. He says if he does go out, he's going to make it a noble death. Marcos laughs and asks what part of being a mercenary is noble anyway. Tanya, despite everything, smiles slightly. She thinks to herself, if they have time to argue like this, it means they're still alive. Meanwhile, Helmet is still watching, observing everything. He clenches his chest, a strange emotion welling up in him. He realizes that he doesn't want the members of the Peace Guild to die. He doesn't want to lose them, not like this. If they died now, he would never be able to forgive himself. Helmet looks to the sky. He remembers Elga. He remembers Darren, and he hears Darren's voice in his memory, telling him never to trust humans. But this time, Helmet wants to listen to his own heart. Just once, he wants to try. He wants to test humanity, not run from it. He calls out in a deep, serious tone that whoever sees what's about to happen must never speak of it outside. He activates his whiz. A dark, dense energy swirls around his sword. Everyone's eyes widen in shock. The pressure, the aura, it's suffocating. In a split second, Helmet leaps into the air, spinning with deadly grace. With terrifying precision, he slices through over 50 demonic beasts in just one movement. Their blood sprays into the air, falling like crimson rain. Yuto and Marcos can't even react. Their jaws drop open. They wonder, is this a dream? How is this real? In the sky, a butterfly flutters by, caught in the storm of blood. Helmet dances midair, landing on one beast after another. He moves like a phantom, killing them faster than their eyes can follow. Finally, Helmet lands on the ground, his sword still humming with the afterglow of destruction. The demonic monkeys freeze in fear. They try to run, but it's too late. Helmet turns with a glare sharp enough to kill on its own. The monkeys tremble. And before they can move even a single step, Helmet rushes in and slices all of them in half with a single, massive slash. It was a slaughter. Peak. Absolute cooking. Aces his sword back in his sheath and stands still. His hair dances in the wind, blood flickering off his armor like stardust. Everyone watches in awe. Tanya, Phillips, and all the others stood frozen, absolutely speechless. They didn't understand what had just happened. It felt like a dream, like their brains were still buffering. On the other hand, Helmut stared at the battlefield, sensing something with a grim expression. He realized that the leader of the demonic beasts had already retreated, taking all his remaining minions with him. The moment that monster had seen Helmut land on the field, it ran away like a terrified little coward. Helmut narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself, "What a disgrace." As things started calming down, Finn slowly walked up to Helmut with wide eyes. He asked, in disbelief, how the hell Helmut did all of that. Helmut, totally unfazed, replied casually that it was nothing. His body had just fully recovered. Tanya, still trying to catch her breath, realized something. A few days ago, she thought she saw Helmut using a viz, but she had brushed it off as her imagination. Now she was sure she wasn't hallucinating. This 16-year-old kid was not just using a viz. He was using it like a veteran warrior with 50 to 60 years of battle experience. It was beyond belief. Meanwhile, Helmut asked if everyone was okay, but when he looked at Tanya and Finn, both of their faces were soaked in tears. The only thought running through their minds was, what the hell did we pull out of that river? Their reaction was like, bruh, did I just pick up main character from the road? Then we shift to Phillips. He shook his head and mumbled that shaping a whiz is something even a second-grade mercenary like him struggles with. Yet Helmut, at such a young age, was doing it with perfection. It was unimaginable. Phillips wondered who the hell taught Helmut such terrifying swordsmanship. Helmut, on the other hand, trusted these people, but not enough to tell them everything. So he calmly said what he always said, that all he remembers is being trained by a master in the jungle. Nothing more. The memories were gone. Phillips slapped his forehead and groaned, cursing that damn amnesia. He had completely forgotten about it. But Helmut then stepped forward, changing the subject. He said they could talk about all that later. What mattered now was what to do next. He looked at Phillips and asked if he had a plan. Phillips took a moment, then nodded, saying the first priority was getting out of this cursed jungle. Meanwhile, Marcos, Sneer, and Yuto stood a little behind. The three of them were visibly pissed. Sneer muttered that once they were out of this jungle, he wouldn't leave a single member of that bastard Tariq guild untouched. On the other hand, Phillips turned back to Helmut and asked again what their next step should be. Helmut replied that for now, he'd stick with the Peace Mercenary Guild, at least until they got out of the forest. Plus, he hadn't even received his payment yet. So technically, he was still on the clock. From behind, Phillips was just about to comment that Helmut was genuinely weird for thinking about money in this life-and-death moment. But before he could finish his sentence, Tanya turned and punched Finn square in the face. The sound was sharp. Finn fell silent immediately. Phillips blinked, confused, but then accepted it. Okay then, they were all on the same page. They would regroup, move forward, and first chase down the Tariq Guild to confront them. The scene shifted. We saw Tanya, Phillips, and all the other survivors marching slowly. Somehow all of them had made it out alive. No casualties, and it was all thanks to Helmut, who hadn't let a single one of them die. They pressed forward cautiously through the jungle. Tanya crouched down and examined the ground. She touched a series of fresh footprints and whispered that the trail was clear, but something was off. Despite the heavy tracks, she couldn't hear any sound or feel any vibration. She couldn't tell how far the Tariq Guild had gotten. Phillips, watching her closely, said that whatever the situation, the Tariq Guild must have moved quite far, possibly miles away, during the night. Sneer, still fuming, repeated that once they exited this forest, his first task would be revenge. From behind, Bern gave a crooked, sinister grin and said that if the Tariq Guild ever saw them alive again, they'd probably pass out from shock. Bern was already imagining the look of terror on that old man Miles's face. He said he couldn't wait to see him trembling like a puppy on bath day. Sneer added with a chuckle that his mouth was already watering. Meanwhile, Helmut stood perfectly still, eyes narrowed, focusing on a distant point in space. Everyone stared at him, confused again. Without a word, Helmut moved forward, slightly ahead of the group. Tanya and the others couldn't understand what he was doing. Then Helmut's expression turned serious. He said quietly that he could sense something, dense magic, and a battle ahead. The energy was thick, and it reeked of chaos. That could only mean one thing. The same demonic monkey had attacked the members of the Tariq Guild. Sneer, upon hearing this, threw his arms in the air and shouted that those sons of bitches finally got what they deserved. "Serves them right," he yelled. He then turned and asked how far ahead the Tariq Guild had gotten. Helmut, without emotion, replied that at their pace, it would take them an hour to reach the battle site. But if they ran at full speed, they could make it in half an hour. Phillips's jaw dropped again. He muttered under his breath, "What the hell is this kid?" He was even sensing what was happening an hour away. This wasn't just skill, it was something else. Helmet, however, remained calm. He said that by the time they reached there, the Tarak Guild would likely be wiped out. They wouldn't be able to escape. Sneer groaned in frustration. He had wanted revenge with his own hands, but now the demonic monkeys would take it all away. Phillips rolled his eyes and snapped at him. He reminded everyone that they were mercenaries, not avengers. Their job wasn't about revenge, it was about completing the mission. And if they couldn't remember that, then none of this mattered. Phillips looked at the exhausted group, then looked forward. He repeated himself. First, they had to complete the mission. Everything else could wait. After that, they decided what to do with the Tarak Guild. But first, Phillips gave the order. Everyone was to move at full speed. They had to save Miles and complete the mission no matter what. No more delays. The urgency was clear in his voice. Meanwhile, the scene shifted. We saw Paul, Max, and the rest of the Tarak Guild fighting the demonic beasts with all they had. They were swinging swords, casting spells, trying everything to protect Miles, but there were too many. The number of demonic monkey beasts was overwhelming. Paul was drenched in sweat and frustration. He looked around, trying to count who was still alive, but bodies were dropping fast. Panic was rising. He didn't understand how the situation had escalated so quickly. Had all the members of the Tarak Guild already been wiped out? And more importantly, how the hell did the demonic monkey get here so fast? As those thoughts raced through Paul's mind, the answer arrived with bone-chilling clarity. From behind, the leader of the demonic monkeys stepped forward. His aura was so menacing that even Paul, cocky, arrogant Paul, felt fear crawl up his spine. The leader had become stronger, much stronger. His presence alone made the ground tremble. Paul's instincts screamed at him, "Run!" The demonic monkey leader didn't wait. He unleashed a devastating punch layered with raw aura. Paul barely dodged, tumbling through the dirt like a rag doll. Even while dodging, only one thought clung to his mind. He had to run. He had to escape this hell. Scrambling back to Max, Paul quickly laid out a plan. If they wanted to survive, they had to make a choice. Paul told Max that the only way to get out alive was to abandon Miles. Let the beasts kill him. After all, if no one from their side survived, there'd be no witnesses, which meant their guild's reputation wouldn't be tarnished. No one would know. Max, after a moment of hesitation, agreed. They quickly gave orders for the remaining Tarak Guild members to gather at a specific point, but it was all a lie. The moment they regrouped, Paul and Max bolted, left everyone behind. They ran, leaving the others to die. From behind, Miles saw it all. He watched in disbelief as Paul and Max fled. His face turned red with fury and betrayal. In that moment, everything clicked. The Tarak Guild, who had been willing to abandon another guild just to save themselves, wouldn't even blink when it came to sacrificing their own. He understood. He had made a gravely heavy mistake, a fuck-up of epic proportions. While this realization burned in his chest, the roof of the carriage cracked open. A massive claw tore through it like paper. The demonic beast reached inside and, with a slow, eerie movement, picked up one of Miles's friends, just like someone casually picking a chip off a shelf. Then, in front of his eyes, the beast bit into the head like it was a snack. Blood sprayed. Miles froze. He wanted to scream, to move, to fight, but it was too late. Another claw reached in and grabbed another of his companions. The beast raised its hand again, ready to feast. Miles's legs wouldn't move. His throat was dry. All he could do was watch. But just before the beast could chomp down, something moved. A figure appeared behind them, and the demonic monkey froze. Its body trembled. It sensed danger, real danger. It was none other than Helmet. Helmet was not in the mood for fun or time pass. His voice was serious, sharp like his blade. He said that he had already told the demonic monkey to put the human down. The beast, in response, threw the man toward Helmet with brute force, but Helmet caught him easily, without flinching. Right after that, we are shown a small flashback. Phillips had told Helmet earlier that since Helmet's speed was incredibly high, he should go ahead of everyone and try to control the situation, and if possible, save as many people as he could. Phillips also mentioned that, from what he knew, the Tarak Guild couldn't be trusted. If the demonic beast had genuinely attacked, there was a big chance they would leave Miles behind and run. That would mean Miles's death was all but confirmed. Helmet had thought about that, and now, standing here in the middle of chaos, he realized Phillips was absolutely right. If he had arrived just 2 seconds later, everyone would have been dead already. He exhaled, and then muttered that since his whiz had returned, he might as well finish this battle quickly, then take a proper rest. Saying this, Helmet activated his whiz again. His aura darkened. With no hesitation, he dashed forward and slashed the demonic monkey right across the chest. Blood splattered. But then, the minions charged in from behind. Helmet didn't blink. He swung his blade once, just once, and slaughtered the entire group in a single clean slash. Like butter on a hot blade, the beasts fell. Watching this massacre, the demonic monkey's leader growled loudly in rage. Helmet could feel the pressure. The beast was strong, but Helmet wasn't worried. He knew he could defeat it. His confidence was unshakable. He unsheathed his sword, activating his viz fully, and smirked, saying, "Now this will be fun!" This was his first real chance to test his full strength since recovering. Both of them glared into each other's eyes, and then bam! They charged in full speed. The clash was brutal, but Helmet was dodging every single strike with ease. The beast was powerful, but it couldn't touch him. Then, with precision, Helmet stabbed the demonic monkey right in the chest. But something changed. Suddenly, the demonic monkey's aura spiked. Its energy intensified, rising violently. Then, we saw it. The demonic monkey's subordinates began to tremble and scream as their life energy was sucked from their bodies. It was absorbing them, feeding on them like some monstrous parasite. Within seconds, the demonic monkey had doubled in size. Helmet's eyes narrowed. His attacks were no longer working like before. The beast's body had become thicker, harder to cut. He realized, just like he feared, this fight couldn't be won at the previous level of power. It was time to go all in. Helmet gritted his teeth. Both of them exchanged a barrage of attacks. Slash, dodge, roar, jump. But Helmet was still one step ahead, dodging effortlessly. Then it happened. Helmet noticed something horrifying. His shirt, his favorite shirt, had been torn. Helmet froze. That shirt wasn't just any shirt. It was the last thing Darren had left for him. The last physical memory. His master, his mentor, Darren's remains. By now, the demonic monkey had absorbed nearly all its subordinates' energy and had grown almost 10 times in size. Its muscles bulged. Its growl shook the trees. The entire forest trembled with its terrifying aura. But Helmet wasn't scared at all. He looked up, calm, focused. He whispered, "So this is your final form." The demonic monkey screamed and leapt into the air, charging down toward Helmet like a meteor. The wind howled, branches snapped, but Helmet didn't flinch. In fact, he smiled, calmly, and in that exact moment he compared this raging monkey to Neiho, thinking, "Compared to him, you're nothing but a furry tantrum." Helmet then took a deep breath and snapped into his battle stance, the very one Darren had taught him. He poured all his viz into his sword. His body was glowing, his grip was firm, and then they clashed. The sound exploded like thunder, but something was different this time. As soon as Helmet's sword touched the demonic monkey's body, it sliced through everything. Skin, muscle, bone. The monkey was cut clean in half, like paper. On the other hand, the scene shifts, and we see the members of the Peace Guild looking extremely worried. They were shouting Helmet's name as they rushed forward toward the site of the battle, and when they finally reached the destination, they froze. Their eyes stayed wide open. Finn was trembling in tension, his fists clenched, thinking something terrible might have happened to Helmet. But what they witnessed shook them to their core. Helmet had already cut the leader of the demonic beast into 2 clean halves. Phillips could barely believe his eyes. A 16-year-old kid defeating a high A-rank demonic beast so easily? That wasn't skill, that was pure God-level flex. The kind that makes you question your entire life's training. Helmet stood calmly and said that when he got here, all the people around had already died. Phillips nodded and muttered that it had happened exactly as he had predicted. The members of the Peace Guild had been betrayed and abandoned by their own, most likely by none other than Paul and Max. Tanya's blood boiled. She added that she never liked Paul or Max from the beginning. They always seemed like the kind of rats who'd throw their mother under a bus if it meant saving their own skin. And then, from the back, Marcos shouted, his voice cracking with urgency. He had found Miles, and shockingly, Miles was still alive. Phillips sighed in mild relief, saying at least the client survived. But what followed was a wide shot of devastation. The camera panned over bodies. Every single member of the Tariq Guild dead. Not just the mercenaries, even all of Miles's own crew had been slaughtered. Then, finally, we see Miles. Miles slowly opened his eyes, blinking against the daylight. The first thing he saw was Phillips standing before him. As soon as recognition hit him, Miles burst into tears, loud and ugly sobs. He clutched his chest, crying out apologies, saying he never should have abandoned the Peace Mercenary Guild. He had made a terrible mistake. But weirdly enough, Miles added that at least he got to come to heaven and apologize. He said he was relieved that before dying, he got the chance to say sorry in the afterlife. And then Phillips dropped the bomb. Phillips said casually that this wasn't heaven. It was still Earth. Miles blinked. Wait, what? He was genuinely confused. He muttered, the demonic beast had almost killed him, so how was he even alive? That's when Phillips pointed around, told him to look closely. Every single beast dead. And he was the only one left standing. Miles was too stunned to speak. Meanwhile, Phillips was thinking in the back of his head about how Helmet had specifically told him not to reveal what he did, so Phillips kept it cool. He didn't mention Helmet's godlike rampage. Because Phillips promised not to reveal Helmet's skills, he switched to business real quick. He reminded Miles that now that he was alive and conscious, it was time to talk money. Reality slammed into Miles like a truck. Phillips handed over a paper contract, and the moment Miles opened it, his jaw dropped. It stated that whatever money was agreed upon before, now, considering the Peace Guild's sacrifices and losses, they needed 80% more. Miles nearly passed out. Phillips calmly said they could have asked for 100%, but since Miles himself also got wrecked pretty bad, they were being generous. Miles desperately tried to negotiate, asking if they could settle on 70%. Phillips just looked at him coldly and said that's Miles's problem, not his. Then Phillips turned and walked away. He added that they could get out of the jungle alone from there. But how Miles was going to manage that, with beasts still around? Well, that was something for him to worry about. Miles clenched his fists. He was clearly cornered, mentally, emotionally, and now financially. Finally, though, he got serious. He looked at Phillips and asked, what object was Miles really transporting? What the hell was so important that he was ready to risk everything? Even his life? Phillips stared at him, waiting. Miles sighed deeply. He said that if Phillips knew what it was, even he could be in danger. Phillips didn't even blink. He replied that they were already in danger every day, so what difference would a little more make? He took a long breath, said he might not have a choice anymore. Miles revealed that the client they had to meet, the one who hired them all, was a mage. And not just any mage, a mage named Antiol. The moment that name left his mouth, everyone froze. Eyes widened. Something just got serious. Marcos asked if this was really the same Antiol, the lone mage. Phillips, who had been casually observing until now, also became serious. He explained that the temple, yes, that temple, was not just a holy place, but a shadow power that controlled the entire nation from behind the scenes. The very same organization that defeated the Demon King 1,000 years ago still exists today, and it's called the Temple. And Antiol? He's a rogue, a lone mage who outright refused to join them. But here's the real problem. The temple doesn't take no for an answer. It does everything in its power to recruit any and every mage it deems valuable. And if the temple were to find out that they had even the slightest contact with Antiol, the consequences would be disastrous. Miles' entire career could be destroyed in an instant. But Miles didn't stop there. He added that it's not just about him. Everyone involved in this incident could be in danger. Hearing all this, Helmet walked up to Tanya and asked if this Antiol mage was really that famous. Marcos responded without hesitation, saying, "Of course! That guy could create a divine barrier powerful enough to cover an entire city, something several high-ranking mages couldn't pull off even working together." Helmet processed this information quietly. Antiol wasn't just some legendary name. He was a true force, a mage powerful enough to create a divine barrier, alone. But what stood out even more to Helmet was something personal. Even with so many divine mages in the temple, none of them could remove the seed of darkness from Helmet's body. That's why they had thrown him into the forest of darkness in the first place. And the dark mage Helmet had encountered in that forest? He was pathetically weak, barely capable of anything threatening. That gave Helmet a small, burning hope in his chest. Maybe, just maybe, this Antiol could help him. Maybe he was the real deal. After this, the scene shifted. We now saw that all the peace members had finally emerged from the demonic forest. The atmosphere was lighter. Everyone was chilling, breathing freely. And from behind, Phillips approached Helmet. He called out to him casually, and Helmet turned to face him. Phillips asked if he could talk to Helmet for just 2 minutes. Helmet nodded. Phillips then pulled out a small pink tablet and offered it to Helmet, asking him to eat it. Helmet raised an eyebrow and asked what it was. Phillips chuckled and said that Helmet must be exhausted. This tablet would recharge his body. Without much thought, Helmet popped it into his mouth and swallowed. The effect was instant. A warm sensation spread across his entire body from head to toe, like a wave of energy wrapping around every muscle. Phillips looked at him with interest and asked how he was feeling. Helmet replied honestly. He could feel it working. His body was brimming with energy now. But Helmet also noticed something. This thing was definitely not cheap. He asked why Phillips was going so far just for him. Phillips paused for a long moment. Then, from the bottom of his heart, and maybe even from the bottom of his ass, "Oh, I mean heart," he thanked Helmet. Phillips said that protecting the Peace Mercenary Guild was worth more than any tablet. If it weren't for Helmet, the guild would have been wiped out completely. And for Phillips, the guild wasn't just a job. The people in it were like family. So, of course, this small pill was nothing in return. He looked Helmet in the eyes and added something even more powerful. Wherever Helmet was, and whatever danger he was in, Phillips would back him. He was about to say something else, but stopped short. Then he smiled, and in a warm tone said that since they were comrades now, that's all that mattered. He reached out, shook Helmet's hand firmly, and gave him a true, genuine smile. Yes, they were comrades. And with that moment, our boy finally made his first real comrade. One built not on command or survival, but on respect. And I really hope he doesn't get betrayed again, otherwise we both know how this story's gonna end. He'll absolutely become the Demon Lord. And I'm telling you, I think he will. After that, the scene shifts and we see that everyone has traveled to a deserted place deep in the forest. There, Miles announces that they have finally reached their destination. But Phillips doesn't understand. This place looks like the middle of nowhere. Marcos gets serious and assures everyone that this is the right path, and they should all get down from the carriage. Tanya, a little skeptical, asks how they're supposed to go to Antiol's hideout from here. Miles responds cryptically, saying that showing it will be easier than explaining. He then pulls out a strange-looking necklace from his pocket. As soon as he walks in front of a tree with it, the tree begins to glow brightly. Tanya gasps in surprise, while Phillips watches in awe and realizes that this is some powerful magic. As everyone enters the glowing tree, they find themselves inside a long, endless path. They begin walking through this glowing tunnel. Phillips, fascinated, asks if they're actually jumping through space. He says he's only heard of this in theory. This kind of teleportation is beyond imagination. Phillips begins to understand that they're dealing with a very powerful archmage. Helmet then asks how Phillips is so sure this isn't just some illusion. Phillips replies that he can feel the temperature dropping around them. Their surroundings are getting cooler. That level of physical shift indicates long-distance teleportation. Just then, Tanya points ahead and says she can see the end of the tunnel. There's someone standing at the exit. Suddenly, all the smoke vanishes, and in the blink of an eye, they are teleported to a snowy region. Before them stands a tall, ancient magic tower. Near it is a single silhouette, an old man, who greets them with a smile and says warmly that they are welcome. The scene shifts again, and we now see the old man, Antiol, standing inside his tower, happy to see all the magical goods the group has brought. However, he turns to Miles and says that the number of people who arrived is far less than what was mentioned in the report. Miles replies with a grave face that many people were supposed to come, but demonic beasts attacked along the way and many were killed. He adds that they've brought the hide and meat of those demonic beasts, and if Antiol wishes, he can take those as well. Antiol nods and says that since so many lives were lost, he will offer 150,000 gold coins in total. Hearing this, Finn's eyes shoot wide open in shock. On the other hand, Helmet stares silently at the old mage. He feels a strange energy, a mysterious aura. He wonders if this is what people call mana. He tries comparing Antiol to Darren in his mind, trying to gauge the differences. Just then, Antiol quickly turns his gaze to Helmet. The two lock eyes and stare at each other silently for a few moments. Then Antiol speaks, calling Helmet a young boy, and says that from time to time, mages can glimpse the truth. And mages of his level especially can even see things hidden very deep inside someone's soul. Helmet tenses up slightly and says that if Antiol speaks any further, it won't be good for him. Antiol chuckles and blinks his right eye, calling Helmet a bold child. Suddenly, he activates his wand and steps into an attack-ready position. He explains that as a mage, he has encountered many secrets across the world, and in doing so, he has learned to respect the hidden truths that lie underneath. Antiol waves his wand and forms a barrier. He explains that anything spoken inside this barrier cannot be heard by outsiders. Not just that, he casts a powerful oath spell, swearing that whatever is discussed inside this barrier will never be revealed to the outside world. Helmet is confused and says that this must be some kind of ritual. Antiol nods and explains, yes, it is a magical oath. If he tries to reveal anything from this conversation, he will die instantly. This kind of vow is absolute. It's like a magical NDA with extreme consequences. Antiol then looks at Helmet and calls him a special boy. He asks if Helmet has any questions. Helmet realizes this old man is no ordinary mage. He tells Antiol that he has one very important question. Antiol directly guesses he wants to ask about the seed of darkness in his body. Helmet isn't even surprised. He nods and says yes. He wants to know how to remove it. Antiol sighs softly and replies that, to be honest, it's impossible. He explains that the seed of darkness is something tied very closely to Helmet's life force. Normally, the seed of darkness acts as a heart in a demonic beast. But in rare, almost unknown, cases, it can attach to a human baby from birth. If that happens, the seed of darkness becomes the heart. So in summary, if they try to remove the seed from Helmet, he will die. Helmet looks down and mutters that he thought Antiol was an archmage, someone who would know a way around this. Antiol simply smiles and says he's a mage, not a god. He adds that this is actually his first time seeing a human grow so much and still remain mentally stable while carrying a seed of darkness. Helmet's case is truly unique. Antiol goes on to say that theoretically, in order to remain sane, the host would need a ridiculous amount of talent to suppress the seed, talent that starts from childhood. The fact that Helmet has survived this long without detection by the temple is remarkable. Helmet thinks quietly to himself that he can't tell Antiol the truth, that he's been living in the forest of darkness since childhood. He doesn't know if that's a blessing or a curse. Antiol then adds that Helmet has hidden the seed of darkness so well, even the temple's high priest wouldn't be able to detect it. In fact, even Antiol wouldn't have noticed it, if not for the demonic beast's corpse nearby, which caused the seed inside Helmet to react slightly. Hearing this, Helmet finally understands. He must stay away from demonic beasts as much as possible. Antiol then explains the real danger. Anyone who keeps the seed of darkness inside them is on a one-way path. Eventually, they become a criminal beast, or worse, a demon lord. One day, the seed will completely consume Helmet. His sword will burn the world. His hands will erase countless lives. That is the usual fate for anyone with the seed of darkness. They're destined to become a demon lord. But Helmet looks him dead in the eyes and declares with unwavering conviction that this will not happen. I am a human, and no matter what, I will not let my elf fall. Antiol stares at him and smiles gently. He says, as expected, Helmet is a special one. Antiol admits that after a long time, someone has truly excited him. He calls Helmet a special boy again and says that if Helmet continues to grow, he might even reach a level far beyond Antiol himself. And if that happens, even the darkness might bow to him. Saying that, Antiol deactivates the barrier with a quiet wave of his wand. Damn, that dialogue was bone-chilling. And remember, guys, this magician right here, Antiol, he's one of the goated characters you're absolutely gonna love in this story. After that, the scene shifts, and we see that everything has become normal again. Phillips walks up to Helmet and hands over his share of the reward. He says that he has given Helmet 1/3, yes, 1/3 of the full one, 50,000 gold coin. Well, I'm terrible at math, so you guys go ahead and calculate how much that is on your own. Phillips adds that he wanted to give Helmet more, but the others had also shown great effort and needed their share too. Helmet simply nods and says it's okay. Phillips then takes out a bag from his carriage. He explains that when he found Helmet unconscious, this bag was on him, but he never got the chance to return it. Helmet's face lights up with joy. He had assumed he lost the bag when he exited the barrier, but thank God it's safe. This wasn't just any bag, it was given to him by Darren himself. Helmet sincerely thanks Phillips, but Phillips brushes it off and says there's no need for thanks. In fact, if anything, they should be the ones thanking Helmet. Everyone is still alive today because of him. Finn suddenly bursts with excitement and tells Helmet that once they return to the mercenary headquarters, he's going to show Helmet around. To everyone. Finn is absolutely over the moon to take Helmet home. But then, Helmet drops a bomb. He gently says that he isn't going to be a mercenary. Finn's face drops instantly. He becomes heartbroken and tries to argue, but before he can finish, Tanya steps in from behind and gently stops him. Tanya smiles and says that it must mean Helmet has a more important task now, something even bigger than regaining his memory, right? Helmet simply smiles back, and Tanya, now realizing Helmet has regained his memory, stays quiet. Finally, with a soft, slightly sad smile, Tanya tells Helmet to take care. One by one, everyone says their goodbyes to Helmet. Each person tells him that if he ever decides to return, their doors will be open. He'll always be a member of the Peace Mercenary Guild forever. Meanwhile, Finn can't hold it in anymore. He starts crying loudly, begging Helmet to promise they'll meet again someday. Helmet turns, smiles warmly, and instead of giving a cheesy promise, says in a kind tone that all the food Finn made was absolutely delicious. Hearing this, Finn starts crying even harder, like a kid whose crush liked his lunchbox curry. Tanya chuckles and teases Finn, asking why he's crying like someone just died. On the other hand, Philip steps forward with a serious expression. He says that if Helmet ever wants to return, the guild will welcome him. And more importantly, if Helmet ever finds himself in danger, they'll risk their lives to protect him. Helmet turns one final time, his heart aching. It's the same feeling he had when he left Darren and his mother, Elga, and stepped out of the Forest of Darkness. He knows deep down he wanted to spend more time with these people. But now, he has a bigger mission. He needs to uncover the mystery of his origins and the pendant. He realizes staying with the mercenaries would only mean one thing: more demonic beast encounters. And that would make it harder to control the seed of darkness inside him. With quiet determination, Helmet activates his aura and swears to himself he will become so strong that not even the seed of darkness can touch him. The scene then shifts. We cut to Paul and Max, both wearing hoodies, eating something in a cheap hotel. They're laughing, saying they fooled the entire Peace Mercenary Guild and managed to save their own skins. They talk about forming a new guild. Fresh start, no tension. But Paul suddenly freezes mid-bite. Outside the window, he sees Peace Guild members alive and walking. His eyes widen. He doesn't understand how they're alive. At the same time, Finn suddenly hears a familiar voice. He turns to his right, scanning the area, but no one's there. Tanya asks what's wrong, and Finn replies he thought he heard Dickhead's voice. Damn, that name still echoes in his soul like trauma from school exams. Meanwhile, Paul and Max are now in panic mode, their faces turn pale. They step outside and start discussing their doomed fate. Their mercenary days are clearly over. It won't be long before word spreads that they've betrayed the guild. People will come for them. Prison is practically calling their names. But then Paul, being the legendary piece of shit he is, reverts to his natural form. He tells Max to follow him. If they're going to be criminals anyway, they might as well own it and become real criminals. On the other hand, Finn shifts his gaze to a blonde-haired man nearby. And hey, remember this guy? He's dickhead number 2. Mark this idiot down, you'll thank me later. He's busy drinking beer with his friends. Meanwhile, a short distance behind them sits Helmet, quiet, still. He stares at his pendant and thinks deeply. He has to find out its secret. He has to know the truth about his family, the ones who live in the human world. For the past 5-6 days, he's been traveling across villages, and during that time, he's realized something crucial. The human world is massive, way bigger than the forest. 100 times? No, probably 5,000 times larger. And if that's the case, finding his parents randomly is damn near impossible. He opens his bag and checks the contents. There's the money Darren gave him from the forest, and also the reward he got from the Peace Guild. Both are intact. But something else catches his eye. A letter. Helmet freezes for a second. He wonders if it's from Phillips, but as he unfolds it, he sees the name written inside. It's from Darren. Finally, Helmet opened the letter, the one written by Darren while he was dying. It began with a grim line. If Helmet was reading this, then it meant Darren's life had come to an end. Or maybe it meant Helmet had successfully made it out of the Forest of Darkness. Darren wrote that Helmet was probably having trouble adjusting to the outside world right now. After all, Helmet had only ever lived inside the forest. He didn't know how to survive in human society. Darren said that he had always wanted to teach Helmet how to live beyond the forest, but there wasn't enough time left in his own life. So, instead, he had used every remaining moment to make Helmet stronger. Right now, Darren assumed Helmet was wandering somewhere, trying to find his way. But he warned him, like this, Helmet would never reach his destination. So Darren requested that Helmet go to a city named Baden. There, he would find a place called Greta Academy. a school where many students Helmut's age studied. There were great teachers there, people who could guide him in life. And best of all, it was a place where both nobles and commoners were treated equally. However, Helmut wouldn't be able to enter alone, so Darren advised him to find a man named Ethan in Baden City. All Helmut had to do was show him the sword Darren gave him, and Ethan would instantly recognize Helmut as Darren's disciple. Ethan was Darren's #1 and only trustworthy human. Darren's tone then shifted again. He warned that the human world was terrifying, dangerous beyond what Helmut could imagine. He would always have to be alert, but if Helmut was reading this letter somewhere quiet and safe, that meant he had already overcome some major battles. Even so, Darren wrote from the bottom of his ass, oh wait, sorry, I meant heart, a deep thank you to Helmut. He confessed that to him. Helmut had been like a grandson. Then Helmut noticed Darren's handwriting had become shaky. The ink wobbled, the pressure uneven, as if Darren's hand had been trembling in pain while writing. Helmut could even see faint tear stains. That realization hit Helmut hard. Darren must have been suffering greatly in those final moments. Helmut paused, folding the letter slowly. He became emotional. He whispered a quiet thank you to Darren, his master, and prayed silently for his mother Elga to be healthy wherever she was. Just then, the waiter arrived and placed food on the table, saying it cost 15 marks. Helmut had no idea how much 15 marks were, so he simply took out a gold coin from his pocket and handed it over. The waiter was shocked. A single gold coin was worth 1,000 marks. Why was Helmut paying so much? Helmut replied that he was staying here for a while and the waiter could keep the change. Well, all of this had been overheard by none other than Dickhead Num 2. Helmut, meanwhile, was trying to calculate how much money he had left. He figured he still had about 90,000 gold coins. Darren had already given him 10,000, and now with the Peace Guild's reward, he had a decent fortune. He began mentally piecing together how the world's economy worked, but then, bam! Dickhead Num 2 slammed his hand onto Helmut's table, glaring at him. He stared at Helmut for a moment, then smugly demanded that Helmut pay for his food as well. No, wait, not just the food. Dickhead smirked and said that if Helmut gave him 20,000 gold coins, he'd let him go without any trouble. Helmut looked at him blankly and just flat out refused. The waiter, watching all of this from the background, started panicking. Dickhead didn't like being ignored. He laughed loudly, slammed the table again, and knocked over all of Helmut's food. He asked if Helmut even knew who he was. But Helmut, cool as ever, said he didn't know, and didn't give a shit either. That made Dickhead snap. He threw a punch at Helmut, but Helmut caught it easily, like swatting a fly. Another one of Dickhead's buddies came from behind and tried to hit Helmut too. But Helmut dodged like a breeze and landed a solid punch right on the guy's jaw, sending him flying and knocking out a tooth. Then Helmut kicked the table, sending it crashing into Dickhead and pushing him far across the room, again and again and again. It was so satisfying that he did it thrice. Yeah, no kidding. Helmut casually slung his bag over his shoulder and mockingly told Dickhead to crawl away like a good little dog. "Shoo shoo, go now," he said, waving his hand. Dickhead was humiliated, holding his nose and mouth, and warned Helmut that he'd pay for this. Then he ran out of the inn, tail tucked between his legs. The waiter rushed over in full panic mode. He told Helmut to run far away. He explained that those guys weren't just random thugs. They were members of Black Hawk, the most dangerous underground organization in the city. If they had marked Helmut, then he wouldn't survive here for long. Helmut, hearing this, realized things were messier than expected. He didn't want the waiter's restaurant to get caught up in this chaos either. So he told the waiter to lie. When the Black Hawk thugs came looking for him, just say Helmut went into the jungle behind the inn. Then Helmut gave him one last serious look and walked out. The scene shifts again. We now see Dickhead rallying his entire gang. The waiter tells them that the boy, Helmut, has gone into the jungle. Hearing that, Dickhead laughs maniacally. He says that the forest is their playground. There's no escape from there. The waiter is nervous while giving this info. Deep down, he fears that the boy might die. But what choice does he have? If he lies, he'll be the one dead. Meanwhile, Helmut is already perched on a tree like some forest Batman. He watches from above, silent and focused, with an arrow knocked. He thinks to himself, during his time in the mercenary corps, he learned that many humans behave like demonic beasts. But there are also humans who risk their lives to protect others. This world is more complicated than he ever expected. He recalls Darren's words, "The human world isn't a place where all problems can be solved by strength." But Helmut doesn't know any other way. He mutters to himself, if a problem isn't getting solved with strength, it means he just needs to get stronger. And ladies and gentlemen, that right there is a goated dialogue from our boy Helmut. Just then, he looks down and sees the dummy campfire he lit earlier, with a fake sleeping doll laid next to it. As expected, all the Blackhawk goons arrive, surrounding it. Helmut draws his bow, aiming with precision. He whispers to himself, humans that act like demonic beasts should be treated like demonic beasts. After killing all the members of Blackhawk, Helmut began walking out of the forest. He looked around as he walked and thought to himself, these humans were very weak. Way weaker than Tanya. This either meant Tanya was genuinely strong, or the Blackhawk members were just complete trash. Well, he'd figure it out later once he met more humans. For now, he focused on the road ahead. He muttered that he should reach his destination before sunrise. But suddenly, something went wrong. A sharp, agonizing pain exploded in Helmut's chest. The seed of darkness began to swell inside him like it had been waiting for this exact moment. His body gave in. He fell to the ground mid-step, his breath hitched, his hands trembling. His entire body began to shiver. That same intense bloodlust returned, rising from deep within. He felt a killing thirst, a deep, raw hunger to hurt, to slaughter. Helmut gritted his teeth, trying to understand what was happening. He had assumed that only by killing demonic beasts would his heart react like this, but apparently killing humans could trigger it too. His demonic heart was now active, alive, and it wanted more. Helmut started dragging his body through the jungle, crawling, shaking. For almost half an hour, he forced himself not to pass out, clenching his teeth so hard they might have cracked. Slowly, he began to resist the urge to kill. He tried to suppress the growing beast inside him. The scene shifts, back in the city, inside the Blackhawk branch headquarters. The branch leader heard the report that 5 of his men were dead. But oddly, he showed no reaction. He simply ordered his men to track the young boy responsible. Just then, someone knocked on the door. A member entered and informed the branch leader that the 2 new recruits had arrived. The leader welcomed them in, and to no one's surprise, they were none other than Paul and Max. The branch leader informed them that he knew they were rank 2 mercenaries and appreciated such skilled individuals joining Blackhawk. But rank alone wasn't enough. If they wanted to officially join the organization, they had to prove themselves. The task? Find the young boy who killed their men, track him, bring him back alive. Paul and Max looked at each other and smirked. They said it would be an easy task. The scene cuts again. We now see Helmut standing outside a new mercenary guild. He looked at the entrance, deep in thought. He never imagined he would have to work as a mercenary again, but life had its own plans. He entered the guild. Inside, the receptionist, a cheerful young woman, greeted him with a smile and asked what the young boy needed from the mercenary guild. Had he come looking for his parents, perhaps? Helmut shook his head calmly and told her that he was here to take on a mission. He was a mercenary. The receptionist paused, then checked his badge and widened her eyes in surprise. Helmut was a rank 3 mercenary from the Peace Mercenary Guild. The receptionist was stunned. Becoming rank 3 wasn't easy, especially for someone so young. Helmut asked her if there was a problem, but she quickly replied that there wasn't one. She was just shocked. After all, it was rare, very rare, to see someone his age with that high of a rank. She then asked him if he was looking for any specific type of job. Helmut said no. He just needed something that would take him toward Barden City. The receptionist tapped through the list and offered him a patrolling job. Helmut nodded. Sounded simple enough. The receptionist explained it was an escort mission, guarding a noble lady, and the reward was 800 marks. The pay was decent. The conditions? Also pretty light. Helmut asked what the conditions were. The receptionist smiled sweetly and said, "Well, the mercenary must satisfy the lady." Hearing that, Helmut paused. Damn, is this a bodyguard duty with guarding her pussy? Beep, beep. After that, the scene shifts and we see that Helmut has arrived at a clothing shop. A flashback plays where the receptionist had mentioned something important. As a matter of fact, Helmut had already met all the conditions for the escort mission. Apparently, the noble lady who needed protection had only one real condition. Her escort must be a strong, handsome man. Helmut, being a rank 3 mercenary and naturally good-looking, already checked all the boxes. Well, all except one, his outfit. The receptionist mentioned that if he just changed his clothes, he'd be perfect. Back in the present, Helmut is inside an accessories shop where a cheerful, overly excited boy is tossing expensive clothes at him one after another. Helmut is genuinely confused. He thinks he's going to look ridiculous in these clothes. They're too flashy, too tailored. But after taking a look at Helmut's physique, the shop owner grins wide and pulls out the perfect suit. It's sleek, noble, and sharp. When Helmut asks the price, the shopkeeper casually replies that it costs 2,000 marks. Helmet is stunned. He quietly compares it in his head. Completing the escort quest will only get him 800 marks, but just to begin the quest he has to spend 2,000? It's like buying a horse just to deliver milk. But what choice does he have? He has to take this mission to reach Barden City. With a heavy sigh, he pays up. The scene shifts again. Back at the guild, the receptionist sees Helmet in his new outfit and almost bursts into laughter. She's holding her face, trying not to blush, but clearly she's affected. Seeing Helmet in the suit, even her heart begins to tickle a little. She walks up to him, taps his chest softly, and giggles, saying that now that she's seeing him again, he really does look handsome. She accidentally lets out a slip of the tongue and calls him Honey. Helmet, completely straight-faced, replies that his name is Helmet, not Honey. The receptionist fumbles her words, cheeks turning pink. She says it was a mistake. It's just that Helmet looked so cute it came out automatically. Regaining her composure, she confirms that all the paperwork is now complete and she can escort him to the noble lady. A man walks in from behind, a well-dressed butler, and he is none other than the noble lady's personal attendant. The receptionist connects the two, and as the butler observes Helmet, he immediately recognizes the strong build and youthful look. He nods approvingly and gestures Helmet to follow him. The receptionist waves goodbye with a flirty smile, still laughing a little. She says they will meet again someday. Helmet gives her a silent nod and leaves the guild. As soon as Helmet and the butler step out of the guild gates, a shadowy figure appears in the distance. Someone is following them, a member of Blackhawk, quiet, hidden, watching. On the way, the butler introduces himself as Gilton and asks Helmet if he's ever done an escort mission before. Helmet calmly replies that he hasn't done any escort jobs, but he has experience with convoy missions. Gilton nods and explains that they're very similar. The only real difference is that in a convoy mission, you protect items. Here, you're protecting a person. Same concept, but a lot more fragile. All Helmet needs to worry about is not annoying the young lady. Gilton warns she can get irritated easily, but patience is key. Helmet quietly wonders what kind of noble is this anyway. The scene changes again. Helmet arrives at a large, luxurious mansion. Inside, another character named Deacon appears. Deacon is one of the young lady's personal guards. He takes one look at Helmet and raises an eyebrow. He comments that Helmet looks far too young and doesn't seem very strong, but Gilton steps in and assures him that Helmet has been thoroughly verified. He's a rank 3 mercenary, powerful and reliable. Deacon nods and comes forward to shake hands. After that formal greeting, the scene shifts once more. Now we are shown a white-haired person in a hoodie. But surprise, this isn't the young lady. The actual young lady is sitting nearby. Her glittery eyes glare as she talked non-stop with the white-haired mercenary complaining loudly. She grumbles that the food here is horrible, even though it's a 5-star mansion. She prefers the food back home, spoiled much. Their conversation is painfully lovey-dovey, asking what the white-haired boy has type, is he a virgin, to the point that it's making her more annoyed than charmed. At that moment, Helmet and Gilton arrive. Gilton respectfully calls for the young lady's attention and introduces Helmet as the newly appointed escort mercenary. The young lady turns and barely glances at Helmet, giving him only a side-eye, before continuing her conversation with the white-haired boy. She completely ignores Helmet. The white-haired mercenary finishes eating, stands up slowly, and tells the lady that he's heading out to get ready. The lady simply says she'll speak more with him on the road. He walks past Helmet, and for a moment, their eyes lock. There's a tension, an unspoken connection. Helmet feels something strange, a weird pull in his gut. Then finally we saw his face, and yes, it's a guy! And remember, folks, this boyish-looking girl, he's very important in the future, remember her, or him? Helmet continued to glare at the boy, thinking he was certainly not mistaken. He didn't know what it was, but there was something different about him. On the other hand, the noble lady was clearly mad, giving side eyes and saying it was her beauty sleep time. Saying this, while calling Lord Ailen names in a seductive tone, she left the room. The butler and Helmet were worn out. Helmet asked, "Is this Ailen also a mercenary?" But Gilton replied, "No, Ailen is just Xena's guest." This young lady was Xena's guest, and now we finally come to know that the name of the young lady is Xena. Gilton explained that Ailen is one of the top mages at Greta Academy. Coincidentally, they met each other, and since Xena already knew Ailen, she kept her as a guest. After all, they were all headed to Greta Academy together. Helmet asked if Lady Xena was also a student at Greta Academy, but Gilton said no. She's just 14 years old. She'll be appearing for the entrance exam. After that, the scene shifted. We see that Helmet has left with the white-haired boy for the escort mission, and, like always, Lady Xena called Ailen's name and invited him to her carriage. On the other hand, Ailen was clearly irritated. He didn't have any other option, so he slowly got into the carriage. Meanwhile, Helmut observed and realized that there was a thick layer of whiz or mana surrounding the white-haired boy. That could only mean one thing. He was a mage. Helmut was right. Then the scene shifted again. Everyone was traveling through the middle of the jungle. Helmut was thinking deeply. As time passed, he noticed a strange barrier-like magic around Ailen's body. It was a unique and weird kind of spell. Ever since Helmut met Altion the Great Mage, he'd learned to sense magic energy, so he decided he should definitely keep an eye on Ailen. Only then would he be able to uncover her mystery. On the other hand, the scene shifted to inside the carriage where Lady Xena, clearly excited, started chatting with her idol, Ailen. Xena nervously admitted that she wanted to get admitted into the academy, but she was feeling scared. Her entire body was shaking. Looking at her nervousness, Ailen also got confused and didn't know what to say. But Xena made an emotional face and emotionally blackmailed Ailen. She begged her to become her tutor. In fact, she pleaded that Ailen should stay with her all night and sleep with her all day. Ailen was left speechless. On the other hand, Helmut, who overheard this conversation, got even more confused. He was expecting to learn something important, not this. Meanwhile, the scene shifted again. A member of Blackhawk reported to his branch leader that he had located the young boy. The branch leader gave a wicked smile to Paul, Max, and the rest of Blackhawk and ordered them that this would be their first mission as official Blackhawks. Paul, of course, gave a sinister grin and said, "Now we're talking. I'll finally have fun killing real humans." Later that night, the scene cut to Lady Xena, who was absolutely furious. She screamed that she had to sleep in such a shady, disgusting place. Meanwhile, Helmut was outside, training with his sword. He thought to himself that it had been a long time since he trained his body in whiz, but after working out, he felt amazing. His blocked areas felt like they were opening up one by one. But just then, Helmut noticed something odd. In the trees above, there was a white owl. Nothing else, just that bird. And once again, the scene shifted, this time through the owl's glowing white eyes. Ailen was watching the entire thing. She furrowed her brows, slightly surprised. She muttered that an average human shouldn't have been able to notice her surveillance magic. But that boy, he was something else. A strange bastard. And yeah, Arthur, you ain't fooling us with that boyish body. We know that's a girl. Ailen sat on his bed, lost in serious thought. His sharp eyes stared at the wall, but his mind wandered elsewhere. He had seen countless mercenaries before, skilled, deadly, even monstrous. But none of them had beast-like senses sharp enough to detect his spy owl. And yet, that kid, Helmut, had noticed. He wasn't sure how, but he was certain. That boy wasn't ordinary. Just as that thought settled, someone began banging on his door. It wasn't just a knock, it was Lady Xena, and she was blushing like a tomato in mating season. She pounded the door like she was about to climax through the wood, shouting Ailen's name with eyes full of sparkle and mischief. She said she just wanted to talk. Yeah, right. And I'm sure she meant just talk while panting like that. Ailen sighed, a deep, frustrated sigh. He was done. Where the hell had he ended up? Thankfully, her two maids came and dragged her away, arms flailing as she kept screaming that she had to talk to Ailen for just a minute. Ailen covered his face with his palm. This wasn't an escort mission. It was a damn soap opera. The scene shifts to the morning. Everyone looks exhausted as they trek through the forest. Eventually, they come across a small freshwater pond, sparkling under the early sun. A perfect spot to rest. The mercenaries and staff begin drinking the water. "This water tastes like bonzo," said Krennic, licking his lips. That was enough for everyone to start prepping lunch. Soon, the maids brought out food that looked more five-star than any royal banquet. Even seasoned warriors stared wide-eyed at the spread, wondering who the hell gets treated like royalty on an escort mission. Helmut, curious but cautious, took a sip. Immediately, a weird sensation tickled his throat. It didn't taste like poison, but it wasn't normal either. Still, everyone around him, Ailen, Gilton, the guards, they were all drinking it without issue. Maybe I'm overthinking it, Helmut decided, and he drank the rest. But soon after, things got strained. Gilton began to sweat profusely. He stumbled, feeling heavy and weak. As he approached Lady Xena to check on her, he found her slumped against the carriage wall, completely unconscious. He panicked for a moment, but a soft murmur escaped her lips. She was dreaming about Ailen. In her sleep, she was imagining being in bed with Ailen, doing something. Gilton awkwardly backed away. "Well, at least she's not dying," he muttered. But then his head began to spin. He turned toward his fellow guard, only to see him collapse face first into the grass. Gilton's knees buckled, and down he went. All around, one by one, everyone began collapsing. Helmet watched it all in slow motion. He instantly tossed his remaining water onto the ground, eyes narrowed. They've come. From the shadows, a group of men emerged. Paul, Max, and the thugs of Blackhawk. One of them laughed. "Damn, we spent so much money on this high-grade sleeping potion, but the mission was worth it." A Blackhawk member noticed someone was still standing. Wait, he's not asleep? Then Paul stepped forward and froze. It was him, that boy from the Peace Mercenary Guild, the boy who ruined everything, the reason Paul's brother was dead. Rage swelled in Paul's eyes. Helmet recognized him too. Paul, Rank 2 mercenary from the Tarek Guild, the coward who abandoned his squad, Helmet said coldly. Paul clenched his sword and began to lick the blade. "I'm gonna enjoy this," he growled, shaking with a mix of bloodlust and perversion. "I'll kill you slow." Helmet stepped forward, ready to fight. He could easily wipe these guys alone, but with Lady Xena and the others unconscious, it'd be tough to protect them all at once. As he calculated his options, a sudden blast of magical energy tore through the clearing. The explosion forced Paul backward, just barely. Standing behind Helmet, hand raised, eyes cold, was Ailen. He stood tall and serious, his voice steady. "Put that down," Ailen said. "Get lost, unless you really want to die." One more time, Paul looked at Ailen with an irritated scowl, like someone had just farted in a room full of nobles. On the other hand, the moment Helmet glanced at Ailen, the moody mage snapped back with narrowed, annoyed eyes, telling Helmet to stop side-eyeing and focus on the opponent in front of him. He even threw in a little spice, calling Helmet a bastard crow. Paul, now fully boiling with rage, smacked the back of one of his own squad members' heads with his sword. "Did you bring some third-grade sleeping potion, huh? Both of them are still awake," the poor member stuttered, saying that it was a high-powered sleeping drug, practically royal-level knockout juice. But Paul stayed pissed. With no warning, Paul jumped into the air, slashing down with full intent to split Helmet into 2 clean pieces, one for each grave. But Helmet blocked it easily, standing firm like an annoyed teacher blocking a tantrum with a clipboard. Meanwhile, Max grinned like a creep and slowly approached Ailen. With a smirk, he said she should just stay still and quiet. That way, he could grant her a painless death. But Ailen, already irritated to hell by Lady Xena's previous horny drama, didn't even flinch. Her eyes twitched and she muttered coldly, "A mage who talks is already a dead mage." The scene shifted as Paul began unleashing a wild barrage of sword attacks on Helmet. Sparks flew, swords clanged, dirt kicked up like angry fists, but Helmet blocked them all, cool and steady. In his mind, he compared Paul to Tanya, and concluded that Paul wasn't all that special. Same level, same loud mouth. Paul, now burning with excitement, slashed Helmet again and again. One of those blows even scraped Helmet's side. Paul thought that was it, the end, and shouted, calling Helmet useless trash. But as the smoke cleared, Helmet stood there, calm, barely a scratch. Helmet, brushing off dust, said that he hadn't even started yet. He was just thinking. That made Paul absolutely lose it. He screamed like a banshee, but Helmet raised an eyebrow and asked, "Why are you screaming like a demonic beast in heat?" Honestly, Helmet was just wondering how to shut Paul up without killing him. Paul snapped, activated his whiz, and lunged forward with a death stab. Helmet dodged, leapt into the air, and slashed downward with a casual light attack. But even that light attack was devastating. Paul blocked it, or at least tried, but the sheer force shattered his sword into 2 sad pieces. Helmet's slash didn't just break metal, it sent Paul flying like a broken kite. With a heavy crash, Paul was drilled into the ground. The earth cracked beneath him, his armor cracked, his chest plate split, but not fatally, just enough to keep him alive and humiliated. His bones were clearly broken. Paul groaned, muttered something, maybe an insult, but Helmet didn't wait to listen. He walked up and kicked Paul square in the face. And then Helmet turned away. He didn't kill him, he could have. But Helmet knew, one more kill and his demonic heart might stir even more. Paul, wheezing and gasping, shouted that Helmet was making a huge mistake letting him live. Helmet turned his head just enough, eyes burning like coals. "Next time you show your face, I'll break every bone, cut off your hands and legs, and leave you on the ground like a squealing pig." With that, Helmet walked away. Paul couldn't handle the shame. Lying in the dirt, humiliated and broken, he started laughing like a madman, the kind that makes even rats change streets. Helmet approached Ailen, wondering if she was okay. On the other hand, we see half of the Black Hawk squad lay unconscious on the ground. The other half were hanging from trees like laundry left out to dry. Max, once full of himself, was now a wrecked mess of cuts and bruises, twitching, barely conscious. Ailen stood at the center, her hands glowing with magic energy, 2 glowing orbs hovering in her palms. Calmly, she looked at Max. Ailen activated his magic circle and hurled all the big boulders into the air. In one sweeping motion, he launched all the remaining members of Black Hawk into the sky like pebbles flicked off a plate. Finally, only Max was left standing. Max charged toward Ailen with his spear in full force, but Ailen, not even flinching, threw the biggest boulder straight at Max. The impact was brutal. Max bounced on the ground like a football and ended up getting plastered right onto the face of the giant rock. Still, 5 or 6 of the Black Hawk members were standing, weapons in hand, clearly ready to kill Ailen. But Ailen, now visibly irritated, created something that looked like a glowing energy circle. As soon as it formed, all the Black Hawk members froze in fear and started running, but it was too late. The energy circle wrapped around them like a glowing rope and dragged them all to the ground with a violent pull. It dropped them like bags of trash, stripping them of every ounce of dignity they had left. Ailen then scanned the area with sharp eyes, thinking that he should at least capture the leader of Black Hawk. But as she turned to her right, she saw that the leader had already run away. Meanwhile, Max lay on the ground, clearly wrecked. His bones were probably broken in several places, and his eyes showed pure trauma. He was in shock. No one had told him during intel briefing that such a dangerous mage would be in this group, and even more shocking, that the mage would be this young. He couldn't help but wonder, when did things start to go this wrong? But then, through his blurry vision, Max saw Helmet approaching slowly, completely unharmed. As soon as he laid eyes on Helmet, Max realized something. There wasn't even a single scratch on him. That could only mean one thing: Paul was dead. That thought alone made Max's stomach twist. But when he looked at Helmet again, he felt something strange. A feeling he couldn't explain. Helmet, however, didn't even glance at Max. He simply walked away as if nothing had happened. Max stayed there, banging his head on the ground in frustration, thinking about what went wrong and how everything had flipped upside down. Meanwhile, Helmet finally reached Ailen. Without saying anything, Ailen tossed a rope toward Helmet and remarked that it seemed like Helmet was still alive after all. Helmet caught the rope and looked confused, not understanding what it was for. Ailen calmly explained that all those bastards needed to be tied up. Helmet replied that they were already restrained, so what was the point? Ailen sighed and said they needed to be tied with rope because his magic wouldn't last long. Once the magic wore off, they'd break free. He added that after they were secured, all of them would be sent to prison. Hearing the word prison, Helmet flinched, startled like a kid who just realized he could have sent his bullies to jail instead of just kicking their asses. He stood there quietly and thought about it for a moment. He remembered leaving Max and Paul behind, thinking they didn't matter. That was unfortunate. But now, he understood there was a solution. Bad people could be punished properly by being sent to prison. After that moment of internal reflection, the scene turned more serious. Ailen looked at Helmet and, with a sharp tone, asked why he hadn't slept like others. The tone in Ailen's voice was far from casual now. It was investigative. Helmet paused and replied that it was because he hadn't drunk the water. Hearing that, Ailen instantly launched a burst of magical energy straight toward Helmet's head, clearly meant to blast him, but Helmet easily dodged it. Ailen then insisted, still serious, that she had seen him drink that water with her own eyes. Helmet paused again, saying nothing at first, and then asked Ailen how she was still awake. After all, he had seen her drink the water too, so why hadn't he fainted like the others? Ailen explained that since he was a mage, he could easily purify small poisons like that. Then Helmet responded with his own theory, that maybe he didn't faint because of the strange magical protection Ailen had placed on his body. This caught Ailen off guard. His expression shifted. He asked Helmet if he could actually see the magic barrier with his naked eyes. Helmet replied that while he couldn't see it clearly, he could sense it. The aura, the shape, the way it wrapped around him like a second skin. Hearing that, Ailen was visibly shocked. He asked Helmet why, if he had sensed the barrier before, he hadn't said anything. But Helmet replied calmly, like a mature 60-year-old man sipping bitter tea. If Ailen was hiding something, that was none of his business. People have secrets. Hearing that, Ailen clenched his jaw and turned away, clearly irritated. In his mind, he called Helmet an irritating crow bastard and stormed off without another word. Then we see Butler. First of all, he thanks Ailen, saying that if it wasn't for him, they would have been in a lot of trouble. But Ailen just shrugs it off, replying that he did what any fellow traveler would do. After that, Ailen turns toward Helmet. He doesn't know how, but that mercenary helped a lot, and strangely, he didn't sleep either. He adds, clearly irritated, that he doesn't know why. Helmet then stands in style, striking a subtle pose. With a serious tone, he claims that medicine and poison don't affect him much. Butler nods. Intrigued, he says he's heard of people with such immunity, but it's very rare. Saying this, he cheerfully thanks Helmet. Just as Butler is about to declare what reward Helmet will receive, bam! From behind, our annoyed little princess comes running. She shouts Ailen's name and jumps at him with eyes sparkling like she just saw a life-sized chocolate cake. She grabs Ailen's hand and squeezes it hard. Then, oh boy, with glittering, almost perverted eyes, she trembles, saying that since Ailen saved her life, Ailen can ask anything in return. And she means literally anything, even her body. Yep, she offered it up faster than a free trial on a shady website. Before she could finish her wild proposal by saying she wants to marry Ailen, Ailen cuts in with a slightly annoyed expression. In a dominating tone, he declares that he's already engaged, and once school ends, the engagement will be official. Hearing this, our princess's face breaks like a dropped smartphone screen. She's heartbroken. Butler and his bodyguard exchange glances. Yup, a disaster is brewing. And just like that, Lady Xena bursts into tears. Meanwhile, the scene shifts. We see that they've finally entered the city. Helmet looks around, amazed at the crowd. He thinks to himself, they've finally reached the city. Then, Butler calls Helmet. He pulls out a bag and hands over the reward. Butler tells Helmet there are 10,000 marks inside. He was supposed to give more, but didn't bring enough for travel expenses. He promises to send more later. Helmet takes the reward and looks toward Ailen, who's walking away. He stares at the bag of money, then slowly walks ahead, quietly. Ailen turns, confused. What's going on? Helmet turns back and softly says just one thing. Thank you, as he helped Helmet in a lot of ways. He walks away. For some strange reason, Ailen's face turns red. He looks away from Helmet, flustered. Helmet finally leaves the scene and steps deeper into the city. He thinks to himself, it's time to go to the academy. The scene shifts again. Helmet is now inside the city, surprised by how big and crowded it is. All the villages he'd visited before were nowhere near this size. The buildings are huge and there are so many people. It's actually fascinating. Eventually, Helmet arrives in front of Greta Academy. Most people here seem to be around his age. He wonders, how is he going to find Ethan? Finally, Helmet spots a receptionist. She's a bit clumsy looking and seems startled to see him. Helmet asks where he can find a man named Ethan. The receptionist tilts her head and asks if he means Swordmaster Instructor Ethan. Helmet nods, saying he's an acquaintance. The receptionist suddenly stands from her chair and asks him to follow. She leads him to a large door and begins chanting a magic spell. She tells Helmet to wait a moment while she informs Ethan that his acquaintance is here. Helmet stands, observing the magical circle forming on the ground, and somewhere in his mind, he starts wondering about the human Darren had mentioned. Was this the one? After a while, the door creaks open. The receptionist gestures for Helmet to enter. As soon as he steps inside, the room grows tense, suffocating almost. And finally, Ethan is revealed for the first time. He turns around slowly, his eyes cold as death. With a deep, dominating tone, he growls, "State your business. I've never heard the name Helmet before." On the other hand, Helmet also sees Ethan and instantly senses the dominating aura he gives off. Still, deep down, Helmet knows Ethan isn't as strong as Darren. But among all the swordsmen and humans Helmet has encountered in this world, Ethan stands at the very top. Helmet had heard rumors that Ethan was a mercenary, and he wonders, could he be a rank 1 mercenary? Ethan, still serious, narrows his eyes and demands again to know who Helmet is. He doesn't recognize the name, nor does he know why this boy is standing in front of him now. Helmet doesn't answer right away. Instead, he calmly unsheathes his sword and places it before Ethan. Ethan's tone sharpens. He steps closer and asks, with a raised brow, what Helmet is trying to say by flashing his sword like that. But Helmet remains composed. He simply says that once Ethan looks closely at the sword, everything will become clear. Ethan's eyes lock onto the blade. At first glance, it seems like a poorly crafted weapon, nothing worth paying attention to. But then something shifts. His expression changes. His pupils widen. A chill runs through him. In a stunned whisper, Ethan utters the name, "Darren." Ethan's voice cracks as he asks, "Is this Darren's sword?" And Helmet nods solemnly, confirming that yes, this was Darren's sword. At the sound of that name, Ethan takes a step back. His face turns pale, his breath shortens. Then, slowly, he walks forward, eyes locked on Helmet. With trembling hope in his voice, he asks, "Does that mean Darren is alive?" But Helmet lowers his gaze and answers honestly, "Darren passed away just a few moments ago." The words hit Ethan like a blade. His face loses all color, his eyes tremble. For a long moment, he stands frozen, speechless. Then, in a low, broken voice, he murmurs that it has been 20 years since Darren disappeared. He had sworn that, no matter what, he would one day repay the man who changed his life. He had vowed loyalty, yet never got the chance to fulfill that promise. Never got to say thank you, never got to offer himself fully in service. And now Darren was gone. Just then, Ethan's eyes narrow again, this time with intensity. He glances at the sword, then at Helmet, and asks, "Since Helmet carries Darren's sword, does that mean he is Darren's last and only apprentice?" Helmet confirms, "Yes, that's correct." Now it's Ethan's turn to become serious. He straightens his posture and asks what Helmet wants from him. Helmet finally speaks from the heart. All he wants is to get enrolled at Greta Academy. Ethan exhales slowly, the weight of Darren's legacy pressing heavily on his shoulders. He responds with understanding, realizing now why Darren must have sent Helmet to him. Perhaps Darren knew Ethan would serve as a guardian, maybe even a parental figure to Helmet. It was clear the boy had no one behind him. Maybe he was an orphan. Snapping back to reality, Ethan asks how old Helmet is. Helmet, almost confused by the question, and admits he doesn't know. That stuns Ethan. He doesn't know his own age. Ethan casually curses Darren under his breath, calling him a bastard for never telling him. He doesn't even know how Darren raised him. Helmet tries to count on his fingers. After a few seconds, he concludes that he must be around 14 or 15 years old. After that, Ethan explains that as a transfer student, Helmet will need to get officially enrolled. Hearing this, Helmet asks if he'll have to take some kind of exam. Ethan pauses for a moment, thinking. If Helmet truly is a divine swordsman, the apprentice of Darren, then there's really no need for any exam at all. Hearing this, Helmet feels a strange warmth in his chest. Even in death, Darren was still helping him, guiding him, opening doors in the human world. But then, Helmet's expression hardens, his eyes lower, and he starts recalling everything. Darren had somehow ended up trapped in the forest of darkness, left to rot. And just now, Helmet learned that Darren has been missing in the human world for the past 20 years. This thought repeats in his mind like an unwanted tune. 20 years, gone, forgotten. And now if people discover that Helmet is Darren's student, things could spiral out of control. He realizes that all of this, Darren's erasure, the shadows pulling strings in the dark, must be the doing of the temple. If the temple learned that Helmet carried Darren's legacy, worse, that the seeds of darkness were inside him, they'd come down on him like a pack of wolves on fresh meat. Helmet's face tightens with seriousness. He turns to Ethan and says flatly that he cannot reveal he's Darren's student. Ethan frowns. "Why not?" he asks, confused. Helmet replies coldly that if the truth comes out, it could put his life in danger. Hearing this, Ethan's body stiffens. His blood boils, and in a sudden outburst of rage, he shouts, "Who dared to put Darren's apprentice in danger? Who the hell has that kind of death wish?" But Helmet doesn't answer. Not yet. He tells Ethan that when the time is right, he'll reveal everything. Ethan takes a deep breath. His face turns grim. This is no longer just some new recruit. This is the apprentice of the legendary swordsman Darren, who's been missing for 2 decades. And now Ethan is learning that someone might have been behind his death. This is deep shit, like fall in and drown in your own guilt type deep. But Ethan trusts Helmet. He nods. If Helmet says he'll speak when the time is right, that's good enough for now. After that, Ethan says Helmet will still have to take a test, but no need to worry about documentation. Ethan will take care of all that. He then asks Helmet to follow him. Helmet walks behind Ethan as they head to Ethan's personal training ground. It's isolated, clean, and clearly well-maintained. Once there, Ethan turns around and speaks with a straight face. He says that while he knows Helmet is Darren's student, he needs to verify it with his own eyes. He has to be sure. Ethan then brings Helmet in front of a thick wooden log. Not just any log. It's from the hardest wood known in this world, nearly as hard as steel. Helmet steps forward and gently touches the hilt of his sword, but Ethan immediately stops him. He points to a wooden sword behind Helmet and tells him to use that instead. Helmet picks it up without hesitation and begins rotating it in his hand, warming up. Ethan narrows his eyes. That log. Normal people can barely scratch it. If Helmet even leaves a mark, it'll be considered impressive. But if this boy is truly Darren's student, then something extraordinary might happen. On the other hand, Helmet channels his whiz straight into the wooden sword. As the aura floods into the weapon, Ethan's jaw clenches. He realized this isn't a regular boy. He is something else. With a single clean motion, a single slash, Helmet slices the wooden log in two. Not a crack, not a dent. A perfect, clean, surgical split. Ethan's mouth drops wide open, his eyes bulge. He can't believe what he just saw. A 14-year-old boy, no armor, no metal, just a wooden sword, and he cut through a log harder than steel. For a moment, Ethan forgets where he is. He forgets he's the teacher. He's just a man watching the legacy of Darren unfold right in front of him. Holy shit. This boy could split more than just logs. Good thing this test didn't involve any virgin daughters. Ethan was still stunned. There was no doubt in his mind anymore. Helmet was truly a student of Darren. After recovering from his awe, Ethan remarked that Helmet shouldn't face any problem in the practical exam. The only hurdle left was the written exam. Hearing this, Helmet tilted his head, confused. A written exam? That wasn't something he had even remotely prepared for. The scene shifted. Time passed, and Ethan administered the written test himself. When the results came in, he stared at the paper, completely baffled. Helmet had scored either a 0 or, at best, a 4 or 5 out of 100. Ethan rubbed his forehead, trying to make sense of it. Even if Helmet had randomly guessed answers, how in the world could he get just 4 points? Helmet scratched the back of his neck and asked if Ethan could teach him, but Ethan shook his head, looking uneasy. That would be against the rules, he explained. As an examiner, he couldn't act as a tutor. If this came out, Helmet might get banned from entering the academy. To make things worse, the exam date was dangerously close, and all the elite tutors were fully booked. No one was available to teach Helmet. But then, a light bulb went off in Helmet's mind. He suddenly remembered that Ailen also studied in this academy. Without wasting a second, Helmet turned to Ethan and asked if he knew someone named Ailen. Ethan replied that Ailen wasn't just some student, he was the #1 student in the magic department. In fact, he had once scored a perfect score in the written exam, the highest in the academy's history. Helmet realized that Ailen was the only person he knew here. No one else would be willing to help him, and so he made up his mind. He'd ask Ailen for tuition. Getting up, Helmet informed Ethan of his plan. He was going to request Ailen's help. Ethan, now completely lost in confusion, sat there wondering, how does Helmet even know Ailen? Why would Ailen help him? Meanwhile, the scene shifted again. Ailen was seen calmly reading when Helmet walked up and asked him directly if he could give him his personal time. Ailen stared, bewildered. What? Why was Helmet asking him for help out of nowhere? They'd barely had a proper conversation since they met, and now this bastard wanted to be taught? Ailen shook his head and scoffed. He said he originally came to Barden City for a commission, not to babysit clueless mercenaries like Helmet. He flatly refused, telling Helmet to just leave, but Helmet didn't move. He calmly said that all he wanted was to pass the written exam, and he'd heard that Ailen was more than qualified to help. Ailen, however, didn't care. He bluntly said he still didn't want to teach and turned to leave. Helmet raised his voice a little, not in anger, but in desperation. He said he wasn't asking for charity. He'd pay Ailen as much money as he wanted. The moment he said money, Ailen's ego twitched. Helmet, thinking back to what he'd heard about human society, muttered inwardly that money solves everything in this world. After strength, it's the only real solution, whether it's buying bread or buying someone's patience. Money gets it done. Ailen stopped walking. He turned slowly and said with a sharp tone that if Helmet wanted his help, it would be very expensive. He looked down on Helmet and mocked him, asking how much a third-rate mercenary could even afford to pay. Helmet simply replied that he'd pay whatever Ailen asked. That pushed Ailen over the edge. With an annoyed glare, he demanded 100,000 gold coins. No installments, no credit, all in one go. To his shock, Helmet nodded immediately. Yes! Ailen paused, mid-step. He stared, unable to process what he just heard. 100k gold was an astronomical amount. Even for a noble, that was no pocket change. Helmet thanked him and calmly said he'd return the next day to begin studying. Ailen, stunned, asked if Helmet had heard the amount correctly. But Helmet was already calculating in his mind. The Peace Mercenary Guild had given him 90,000 gold, and the butler had added another 10,000. That made exactly 100,000. So Helmet said yes, once again with no hesitation. Still baffled, Ailen could only watch him walk away. Helmet turned back once to say, "We'll meet tomorrow," and left. Ailen stood there dumbfounded. Then, with frustration building inside him, he made his way toward the academy library. While walking, we catch a glimpse of a green-haired boy in the background. Someone who, though unnoticed for now, would play a very important role in the story later. On the other hand, Helmut also exited the academy building. That same green-haired boy glanced at him, smiled gently, and said to himself with amusement, "Interesting. Ailen has a friend now." Then, the next day arrived. Helmut returned with the money bag, just as promised. Ailen was still anxious, half expecting Helmut to bail or pretend he forgot, but Helmut stood there, firm and unshaken. He handed the bag over. Ailen took it reluctantly, warning Helmut that if he failed, there would be no refund. Helmut replied with a straight face, "It doesn't matter." Ailen stared at him and sighed. In hindsight, he should have refused the offer. He should have never made that ridiculous demand. But now, because of his pride, he was stuck. What could he do? Finally, Ailen motioned for Helmut to enter. He told him in a serious voice that teaching him wouldn't be that hard, and that "my boy" was the last words from Ailen's mouth. On the other hand, the scene shifts, and we see that Ailen is really frustrated. He thinks that this Helmut is way more problematic than he looks. The weird part is, Helmut's ability to learn is far beyond what even the top students in the magic department can manage. It's genius level, but there's a big nasty problem. Suddenly, Ailen slams his palm on the table and asks Helmut, "Did he crawl out from the middle of a jungle or something?" Hearing this, Helmut starts wondering. As expected, this human is strange. It feels like Ailen can actually read his mind, and maybe Helmut should be a little more cautious around him. Helmut then asks why Ailen felt that way. But instead of a normal answer, Ailen just erupts, banging the desk again. He's furious. Helmut's memory and learning speed are like a computer. Instant, sharp, no lag. But the issue is, Helmut lacks basic common sense. No ethics, no filter, no idea what's acceptable or not. There was even a question where Helmut wrote down something absolutely insane. Ailen can't believe it. In the paper, it said, "If someone threatens me, I'll take them to the jungle, kill them, their whole crew, and bury their corpses underground." What the hell is this? Ailen groans, muttering that this idiot paid him 100K gold coins, and it's not even about the money anymore. It's about his reputation. If word gets out that someone Ailen personally taught ends up failing, then he's the one who'll be humiliated. Furious, he screams that whatever happens, Helmut has to pass this damn exam. Helmut, quietly standing there, just thinks to himself, "Yup, this human is genuinely strange." The scene shifts again. Time has passed. Helmut has been studying a lot. Ailen decides to give him a situational ethics question to test his progress. He asks, "If your friend steals something of yours, how would you solve the problem without using violence?" Helmut pauses. He thinks hard, then gives his answer. "If violence is not an option, Tapo, the only solution is simple. Just steal it back." Ailen slaps his own forehead, groaning in despair. He's at his limit. How the hell is he supposed to teach someone like this? Helmut, meanwhile, stares blankly into space, trying to understand why human rules are so damn complicated. This world is exhausting. 2 weeks pass. God knows what Helmut's absorbed in that time. Eventually, we see Ailen standing outside the academy. The admission day for new students has finally arrived. All the girls around are whispering and giggling, clearly fantasizing about going on a date with the academy's #1 heartthrob, Ailen. Helmut slowly walks out from the library. He spots Ailen and walks over. He tells him calmly and with determination that no matter what happens, he's going to pass the written exam. Ailen looks at him and nods. The two exchange a small, firm, "good luck." Before leaving, Helmut pauses and genuinely says thank you to Ailen from the bottom of his heart. Ailen shrugs it off, saying there's no need for thanks. He was paid. He taught. Simple exchange. But inside, Ailen smiles just a little. He can't help it. Helmut walks away, grateful, because deep down, he knows that without Ailen, there's no way he'd be ready for the written exam. All that was left now was the practical. The testing area is filled with muscular swordsmen, many from noble families. Helmut finally walks in. He quietly takes a seat, remembering what Ethan had warned him. "Don't use your full power, don't hurt anyone!" Then someone steps in front of him. This clown is what we call Dickhead Umber 4 in our story. His name? Sebastian, the second son of a Lioner noble house. Think rich, cocky, and dumb enough to start beef with a volcano. Sebastian walks up confidently and holds out his hand to greet Helmut. He also asks for Helmut's name. Helmut doesn't get why this weirdo is suddenly talking to him. Suspicion rises. Helmut stays silent for a bit. Sebastian tries to diffuse the tension, saying there's no need to be on alert. They're not enemies. He just wants to be friends. Helmet doesn't give a straight answer. Instead, he stares and bluntly asks why Sebastian is talking to him without a reason. Sebastian smiles, still trying to play nice, thinking he heard Helmet is friends with Ailen, and if he can get close to him, maybe he can also build a connection with Ailen. Eventually, Helmet introduces himself. Sebastian compliments the name and then follows up with, "What's your family name?" And that's when Helmet freezes. That word, family, hits something raw. There's a pause, a long one. Helmet thinks quietly to himself. The only family name he knows is the one inside his pendant, Margrate, but he can't reveal that. He doesn't know what kind of trouble it might bring. What if it attracts attention from the wrong people, or worse, if someone knows the truth behind that name? So, instead, Helmet replies that he has no family name. Hearing this, Sebastian and his sidekick Node exchange a look. Then Sebastian grins, grabbing his own face dramatically, and blurts out, "That means Helmet is a fucking commoner!" The bastard can barely contain his superiority complex. He leans in, ready to throw another insult, probably something like "know your place." But before he can even finish his sentence, boom! An instructor appears from behind and grabs Sebastian's shoulder in a flash of rage. With a voice cold as iron, the instructor reminds him that there's an unwritten rule in this academy. Noble or commoner, everyone is equal here. If Sebastian tries to pull his noble act again, he'll be thrown out, no questions asked. Sebastian's face tightens. He angrily brushes the instructor's hand off his shoulder. Still fuming, he glares at Helmet and mutters that if Helmet is some low-born trash, then he should act like it and stop hanging around nobles. With that, he storms off. The scene shifts. Now we see Helmet sitting among other candidates. The instructor starts explaining how the practical exam will work, but Helmet notices something. All the nobles are staring at him with the same gaze that Sebastian had earlier. Disgust, judgment, superiority. But Helmet doesn't care. He thinks this place is no different from the Forest of Root. The humans here and the monsters he's faced out there, honestly, there's not much of a difference. The only thing that separates them is how they classify each other. Helmet knows one thing for sure, he's stronger than all of them. But in this world, respect is based on family rankings, not strength. He pushes those thoughts away and decides to focus on the exam. The instructor finally calls Helmet to the practical room. He points to a massive wooden log and explains that this is black wood, a material stronger than steel. Helmet is handed a wooden sword and asked to cut it. Helmet stares at the log. This will be easy. He grips the wooden sword, channels his viz into it, and bang! With a single, smooth slash, the black wood is cleaved clean in half. The instructor's jaw drops. His mouth is so wide open, you'd think someone whispered, "Step bro, I'm stuck." He stares at the split log in disbelief. That wood? Even he would have to hit it multiple times to even dent it. And that's on a good day after breakfast. Yet this boy, this 14-year-old freak, just sliced it like it was tofu. Helmet calmly asks if there's anything else he needs to do. Any more logs to cut? Or maybe someone to slash next? The instructor snaps out of his shock and shakes his head rapidly. That was all. Stage 1 is complete. The scene shifts again. Now all the candidates who passed are gathered in a room. Sebastian is already there, lounging with his gang of smug-faced morons. When Helmet enters, Sebastian laughs and mutters to his friends, "Did the Academy use rotten wood instead of black wood? Someone should check quality control." Helmet doesn't understand what Sebastian is implying, but it doesn't matter. Then the instructor arrives and declares that stage 1 is complete. The second and final stage is sparring. Each student will go 1v1, and the judges will decide based on skill. Sebastian, loud as ever, mocks again. He says anyone who ends up dueling that lowly commoner bastard is practically guaranteed to pass. Helmet's eyes narrow. He glares at Sebastian. Sebastian smirks tauntingly, pretending to whisper to his friends, but loud enough for Helmet to hear. He says he accidentally said all of that where Helmet could hear. Oops. Helmet still doesn't get it. What is Sebastian trying to accomplish by poking him like this? Maybe he wants to be shut up. As Helmet's glare intensifies, Sebastian steps forward with matching energy. With eyes full of mockery, he closes the distance and asks, "What's wrong, Helmet? Got a problem? If you've got a problem, we can settle it. Right, here." Sebastian stood in front of Helmet with that same piece of shit expression, taunting him again and again. If Helmet had a problem, he should just hit him. Helmet, now genuinely irritated, clenched his fists tightly. He wondered, if I punch this clown into the dirt right now, will it end here? Will he finally shut up? But before anything could escalate further, the instructor called out Helmet's name and paired him with contestant number 8, Andrew, for sparring. Helmet turned and walked off. Behind him, Sebastian sneered and said that the instructor had saved Helmet today. If not for the interruption, Helmet wouldn't have been spared. Helmet turned back just once and gave Sebastian a glare cold enough to freeze fire. He didn't say a word, but the look was clear. "Keep going and I'll grant your wish. One punch, straight to hell." The scene shifted. We arrived at the sparring hall. 3 teachers were seated. Ethan, a female instructor named Rebecca, and another named Jack. These 2 would play major roles later in the story, though their names weren't revealed to the crowd just yet. All 3 instructors welcomed the applicants. Helmet's eyes briefly met Ethan's. Ethan nodded subtly in return. Jack leaned over and asked Ethan, "Is this the boy you recommended?" Ethan nodded, confirming. That's why he wouldn't be involved in evaluating this exam. It would be a conflict of interest. Jack and Rebecca would handle the scoring instead. Jack looked intrigued. It was the first time Ethan had ever recommended a student. That meant this boy must be someone special. Ethan smiled faintly and said they'd soon find out why. The instructor stepped forward and explained the rules. The sparring would last for 8 minutes across 2 rounds. If one participant became unable to fight, the round would end immediately. The match began. Andrew, a well-dressed noble with his nose turned up so high it probably scraped the clouds, looked at Helmet with utter disgust. A commoner? Fighting him? Unacceptable. He thought of his training, polished since childhood in the greatest academies. His family's swordsmanship had been passed down for generations, and this low-born bastard thought he could stand in the same ring? He'd show him. But while Andrew was busy stroking his noble ego, Helmet vanished. And the next moment, bam! Andrew was face first on the ground, completely floored. It looked like someone just flashbanged his virgin ass from behind. Even Andrew didn't understand what had happened. His limbs refused to move. All 3 instructors sat stunned. Ethan, however, just smiled calmly. Helmet, standing tall, held his wooden sword at Andrew's neck and simply asked, "Is it over?" The instructor stepped in and declared the result. Since cadet number 8 couldn't continue, the duel was over. Andrew's eyes remained wide. He didn't even feel when he got hit. It was over before it began, just like his girlfriend's last birthday. 2 pumps, and done. Rebecca, eyes still wide open, muttered, "This is unbelievable." She couldn't believe the sword technique, the footwork, so refined, and from a boy who looked like he just discovered what shampoo was. Jack added that the spar ended so quickly, he couldn't even evaluate Andrew's skill. Ethan thought silently. He had known Helmet was strong, but this strong. Helmet stepped forward, ready for the second round. Rebecca frowned slightly. At this rate, it would be impossible to judge any of the other applicants' true skill. Everything was ending too fast. Ethan offered a suggestion. He called Helmet over and asked if he could try something. Instead of simply beating his next opponent, could he recreate his training sessions? The kind of sparring his teacher used to do with him? The word learning hit Helmet hard. A flash of old, violent training memories surged back, PTSD from Darren's brutal sparring sessions. But he nodded. He understood. Andrew was still dazed, trying to make sense of what just happened. Ethan approached him and said softly, "Forget status. Forget your family. If you want to learn, then fight again. Do it with that mindset, and you'll move forward." Andrew paused. He understood and he apologized to Helmet, admitting that he had disrespected him just because of his status. He had judged him unfairly, but this time, he'd give it his best. Helmet nodded, and they got into position again. Andrew charged. Helmet easily blocked the strike and countered instantly, slashing Andrew's right and left shoulders and grazing his stomach, not to hurt, but to correct. He calmly told Andrew that his posture was off, his center of gravity broken. Andrew listened, adjusted, and tried again. Helmet blocked again, then lightly tapped his back and knocked him off balance, telling him not to dash blindly like a madman. The match turned into a lesson, one-sided, clinical, efficient. It was slaughter, but educational. Ethan watched silently. A flashback hit him hard. 30 years ago, he was a boy. Their town had been invaded by demons, and he was sure death had come. But just then, a golden figure had descended. Darren, the Holy Knight. He had saved Ethan's life that day. Now, Ethan looked at Helmet. That same aura, that same feeling, he whispered under his breath with a soft smile. "Darren, you've returned." The scene shifts, and we see the instructors discussing the applicants. Jack says the applicants this year have very different skill levels. Rebecca comments that she has high hopes for a particular applicant. She wonders how strong that applicant might become. Ethan looks at a picture of Helmet and tells her that Helmet will soar. A week later, we see Helmet walking around Baden, and he enters the mercenary guild. When Helmet steps inside, he's greeted by a young boy who asks if he came to submit a request. Helmet tells the boy he's here to take one. The boy is surprised. He asks if Helmet is a mercenary, since he assumed Helmet was the child of some renowned family because of his fine clothes and handsome face. Helmet shows his mercenary papers to prove he's from Peace Mercenary. We get a flashback to when Ethan first heard Helmet had given away 100k gold coins just like that. Ethan says Ailen might have scammed him and begs, "Please don't tell me Helmet borrowed that money." Helmet explains the whole story, how he met the Peace Mercenary, Ailen, and got the 100k gold, and that it was all the money he had. Ethan realizes Helmet has so much to learn, so he decides to start teaching him about finances. Ethan tells Helmet that as his current guardian, he doesn't need to worry about money for now. But money is not something you'll always have in excess. You never know when you'll need it. With a serious look, Ethan tells him that a human who cannot make money will live the life of a beast. Upon hearing this, Helmet realizes he needs to make money. Ethan tells him he has a month before the academy resumes, so he can do whatever he likes with his free time. Helmet says he'll fulfill some requests, but Ethan warns him not to take any dangerous or long-term missions. Remembering that, Helmet tells the boy he wants a request that takes place within Baden. When the boy hears this, he climbs onto his desk and starts searching for one. Helmet adds that he wants a request he can finish before the end of the month, and it should have a high reward. The boy is surprised at how specific Helmet is, but he begins searching. After a while, the boy finally finds one that fits. When he looks at the location of the request, Helmet's eyes light up. Kind of like when your stepsis accidentally gets stuck in the washing machine. Helmet was tasked with finding the identity of the Academy ghost and, if possible, eliminating it. He accepted the request because he wanted to familiarize himself with the school surroundings, but he quickly realized this request felt very different from the other ones he had taken. Helmet wondered if he'd made a mistake accepting it. While he was thinking, someone called his name. Helmet turned around and asked who they were. With a bright smile, a boy pointed at him and said he must be Ailen's pupil. This was the same boy who had been stalking Helmet. Creep. The boy was surprised to see Helmet had actually transferred to their academy. Helmet didn't understand what the boy was talking about and asked him to explain. The boy told him he was the first person Ailen had ever hung out with. A big deal since Ailen was the idol of the Department of Magic. He added that the relationship between him and Ailen was a hot topic. Helmet was surprised to hear this. He asked the boy if he was a mage like Ailen. The boy replied that he was a mage but slightly different. He immediately created a magic circle, and Helmet was surprised to see such a bright spell. The boy faced his magic upward, and a creature popped out, screaming, "Rattan!" Helmet thought the boy had summoned a demon. The creature rushed toward him at crazy speed. Helmet assumed it wanted to attack, so he clenched his fist and tried to punch it. But to his surprise, his fist went right through. The creature seemed annoyed he had tried to punch it and passed through his hand again. The boy laughed at Helmet for trying to punch Rattan, saying he was the first person to ever do that. Rattan moved closer and began checking Helmet's body. Helmet asked what Rattan was, and the boy told him it was a spirit of light. Rattan stuck out his tongue to show he disliked Helmet. The boy said Rattan was mischievous but not harmful, and that Helmet wouldn't be able to block its attacks physically if it ever wanted to harm him. Spirits didn't have physical bodies. Only a select few mages could control spirits. He introduced himself as Cian, the only elemental mage at the academy. While Cian kept talking, Helmet was focused on Rattan, thinking he could catch that elemental rat. Then Helmet turned around and told Cian he was busy fulfilling a request and needed to go. Cian was surprised, realizing Helmet was a mercenary. He immediately guessed Helmet was trying to find the academy ghost, the only request available there. Helmet was surprised that Cian knew about it. Cian told him he knew a lot and was very interested in the case. With a smile, he offered to help. The scene shifted to Helmet and Cian arriving at a haunted building. Cian explained the ghost was last seen there. Rattan looked terrified. Cian said it was an ordinary building for the swordsmanship department, but once the ghost appeared, the place emptied out at night. As they explored, a mysterious being appeared in the hallway. When Helmet and Cian got closer, it ran away. Helmet asked if a ghost was a scary being. Cian said it wasn't, unless it was a malicious spirit enchanted with black magic. If such a dangerous thing appeared, professors would have stepped in immediately. Helmet was relieved and told Cian that if it wasn't dangerous, it would be better for them to split up. Cian was shocked. He couldn't believe Helmet wanted to leave him alone in a creepy building. Helmet argued it would be more efficient to search separately. Cian refused, saying it was better to search together. As they walked forward, Cian asked Helmet what he would do if he found the ghost. Helmet replied that he would eliminate it, kind of like deleting your search history before your stepmom borrows your laptop. As they moved deeper inside, the mysterious being reappeared, watching them from behind. In the next scene, we see Helmut and Cian searching a room in the building. Cian tells Helmut that the ghost might have already moved to another building. Helmut decides to keep searching, but quickly realizes they're not getting anywhere. There's no sign the ghost is in the building. He decides to ask Cian for advice, but when he turns around, he sees Cian trembling in fear. Cian tells him to look in front of him. Helmut looks and sees a mysterious figure walking toward them. Helmut believes this is the ghost and quickly places his hand on his sword, ready to attack. As the figure gets closer, Cian gasps when he sees its face. The being removes its cap, revealing it's Ailen. She asks, "What are you doing in the building?" Helmut and Cian can't believe the mysterious figure was actually her. Helmut hands Ailen his request paper and explains that he came to fulfill a request. Ailen is surprised. Cian tells her Helmut is trying to find the Academy's ghost and that he's assisting him. She reads the paper and notices the reward is 3,000 marks. She's even more surprised and reminds Helmut that he once casually gave her 100,000 marks. She asks if he's that broke. Helmut dodges the question, saying he's just killing time before the Academy starts. On the other hand, Cian is curious about why Ailen is here. She explains that she also got a request directly from the Academy. Helmut is surprised they submitted a separate request to her. Cian asks if she'll join them to save time, but Helmut and Ailen glare at him until he awkwardly backtracks. Ailen then says it actually is better if they search together. Cian lights up, thinking a fellow mage finally sees his point of view. He asks Helmut if he's okay with it, and Helmut agrees. The scene shifts to the three of them in a room. Ailen casts a spell called Illusion, which reveals the building's structure. They discuss where the ghost might be. According to reports, it's appeared at the lecture hall, swordsmanship training ground, professor's lounge, gym, and sparring grounds. They're currently in the lecture hall. Ailen points out that all the buildings where the ghost appeared are in the swordsmanship department. The ghost never appears in the magic department. Helmut asks if another mage created the ghost. Cian explains that if it were magic, someone would have heard the casting, unless it was a silent spell. Ailen adds that a high-ranked mage wouldn't waste their time on such an elementary prank. They conclude the ghost avoids mages because it's weak to spells. Helmut points out that it's staying in the swordsmanship department because it can't be harmed by physical attacks. Ailen and Cian are surprised he knows this. Helmut explains that Ethan once told him about a brave student who tried to attack the ghost, and his strike passed right through it. Cian is stunned. They might be dealing with a real ghost. Helmut smiles, realizing this is the first time he's shared ideas as an equal. Usually in the forest, Elga scolded him or Darien yelled at him. Even with the peace mercenaries, they never really put their heads together. Now, he sees that combining separate knowledge leads to new answers. Ailen asks if he can use Vis on the ghost. Helmut is surprised by the suggestion. He unsheathes his sword and releases a small amount of Vis, saying he'll test it if he meets the ghost. Cian immediately takes a step back, probably the same step you take when your stepmom accidentally walks into the bathroom. Cian says he's too tired to think and suggests they check the other swordsmanship buildings later. He leaves to get some rest. After he's gone, Helmut and Ailen talk. Helmut already has an idea. The ghost avoids mages, has no physical form, and is mischievous. He realizes it's a spirit, like Rattan. He asks Ailen how they can find one. Ailen says it's not easy for him to detect spirits, since he's not an elemental mage, but then smiles, reminding Helmut they already have a skilled elemental mage. And we cut to Cian running somewhere. Well, after that, nothing big happened. Cian found the ghost. Turns out it was an elemental dark-type Pokemon. So with the help of Helmut and Ailen, Cian caught his second Pokemon. Then they brought it to the guild as proof. The receptionist was surprised to hear that the spirit was the ghost that terrified the students. The receptionist asked Cian about the reason why a spirit was in the academy. Being like hell's extrovert, he was like a damn popcorn machine. Started babbling all types of theory when Ailen tapped Cian's head and asked him to stop talking. She told Cian he didn't need to explain everything to the receptionist. After sorting themselves, Helmut and the boys stepped out of the mercenary guild. Cian didn't understand why the guild wouldn't give them the reward immediately. It didn't make sense to him because he already showed them the spirit of darkness as evidence. Ailen was annoyed to hear this, so he reminded Sion what the receptionist said. Helmet needed to ensure the ghost wouldn't appear again in the academy, and to return in 3 days after they were done with verifications. Ailen asked Sion why he was so focused on the reward. He reminded him that Helmet was the one getting the reward. With a smile, Sion told Ailen he was worried about their friend. Helmet was surprised to hear the word friend. Then Sion told Helmet they now had a mutual relationship and were destined to become friends. Helmet never thought of their relationship in that way. Sion stretched out his hand and told Helmet to take care of him. Helmet remembered his relationship with Finn and realized he already had one friend before. He was happy to be getting another. Helmet gladly shook Sion's hand. Sion turned around and asked Ailen to shake hands with them. Ailen was annoyed to see Helmet and Sion shaking hands. He called them fools and walked forward in anger. Sion told Helmet they should ask their wealthy friend Ailen to buy them food. Ailen told Sion he didn't want to be involved in their madness. The scene shifts. Helmet is reading his admission letter. According to the letter, Helmet was to live on the 3rd floor in Unit 301. He didn't understand what this meant, so he asked Ethan. Ethan explained Unit 301 was the dorm assigned to him, and that all Academy students were required to live in the dormitory. He asked if Helmet was prepared to start the term. Helmet said yes. Ethan told him the entrance ceremony was tomorrow and it would be better for him to check the place he'd be staying in. In the next scene, Helmet arrives at the academy. He's surprised to see how rowdy it is, remembering how silent it was just a few days ago. Helmet finally reaches to take his dorm papers. The boy at the desk welcomes him with a smile, but when he sees the room Helmet's assigned to, his face becomes grim. The scene shifts to a student's room. The student says they're tired, wondering if they worked too hard the last few days. They say they never wanted to make friends. This student turns out to be none other than Ailen. Ailen places a ring on the table and says she's been involved in too many bothersome things lately. She sits on the bed and says most of her problems are caused by Helmet. While Ailen is thinking, Helmet climbs the stairs to his assigned dorm. After walking for a while, he finally arrives. Inside Ailen's room, she lets down her hair and complains about how her life has gone wrong since meeting Helmet. She says she doesn't want to see him once the term begins. While she's thinking, Helmet puts his key into the keyhole. It turns out he's assigned to the same dorm as Ailen. As Helmet slowly turns the key, we see Ailen wearing her pajamas inside the dorm. Well, let's just say Helmet will understood the meaning of plot twist and Milker's DLC at the same time. The scene shifts to an alley. In the alley, we see Max looking like a madman, threatening his subordinates and telling them to infiltrate Baden City. The terrified members tell Max that security in Baden is too tight. Max is annoyed. Paul, on the other hand, threatens to kill anyone who doesn't follow orders. Just then, a voice echoes, asking, "Who will kill who?" Max and Paul hear the voice, but see no one, so they get terrified. The voice continues, saying, "Any loser who uses the Blackhawks name for bullshit needs to get plucked out." As the voice speaks, a shadow appears behind them. Paul tries to slash the shadow, but his blade passes right through. Blood splashes into Max's eyes, and when he looks back, whoosh, Paul's head is gone. Max turns pale and starts screaming, swinging his sword wildly, but it's too late. The shadow elegantly slices his head off, too. Then we see the man, with a creepy smile and that ugly half-covered face, asking the remaining members if they have something special to say. On the other hand, the members are this close to peeing their pants. The scene shifts, and we see that Helmet has finally entered his room. He thinks that this room is genuinely very luxurious. He remembers his old days where he spent his days in the Forest of Darkness, met the Peace Mercenary Guild, and finally how far he has come. But suddenly, Helmet sees someone's shadow in his house. He becomes alert and tries to grab his sword, but he doesn't have a sword. On the other side of the wall, Ailen is also very alert, wondering who's there. Finally, as they're about to attack each other, they're surprised to see each other's faces. Ailen dispels her magic spell and asks Helmet what he's doing in her room. Helmet says that room number 301 is his room. Hearing this, Ailen gets pissed off and says that this is not possible. Helmet asks why it's not possible. Ailen gets frustrated and throws on a boy's coat over her girly clothes. She gets irritated and storms out of her room, telling Helmet that if he touches anything in here, she'll blow him up. After saying this, she leaves the room. Helmet stands there, confused, thinking, what did he do to get so much hate? The scene shifts. we see an old man sitting calmly and drinking tea in his room. His name is Liam Weasley, the dean of Greta Academy. While he's sipping tea, Ailen bursts in through the door, nearly making him choke. Ailen angrily complains that she was promised a private room. Liam knows she's the top student in the Department of Magic and has been given the right to a private room. He sighs, realizing this is going to be a headache. He apologizes, explaining that renovations have started at the academy and there aren't enough rooms. Ailen, clutching her chest, reminds him that he knows her true identity. She's living here disguised as a boy. If Helmet or anyone else finds out she's a girl, her life will be in danger. Weasley shrugs, saying that since Helmet is from the swordsman department, he probably won't figure it out. And as far as he's heard, Helmet and Ailen are pretty close, so they can stay together for some time. Hearing this, Ailen makes a disgusted face. Weasley says he's heard they hang out regularly. Ailen covers her face, realizing it's true. She is spending a lot of time with him. Weasley smiles and says she'll just have to live with Helmet for now, promising to give her a private room as soon as possible. Ailen leaves, and Weasley thinks that according to what he's been told, Helmet is a good boy, so there shouldn't be a problem. The scene shifts again, and we see Helmet standing exactly where he was before, not touching anything. Seeing Ailen's disappointed face, he says maybe things didn't go as she'd planned. She doesn't reply, just walks into her room and reactivates her boyish magic, changing her body back into a male form. She pulls on a black t-shirt, grumbling that she had her own private room for so long, but this semester she's stuck with a roommate, and she's not happy about it. She says she'd like to magically transport Helmet out of here. Helmet replies that even if she could, Ethan and the dean wouldn't allow it. Annoyed, Ailen starts listing her conditions. It's not easy to live with him, she says, and begins throwing tantrums. Helmet quietly listens, then says that if he'd been paired with anyone else in the school, he'd have been even more annoyed. At least with Ailen, it's better, and he's pretty sure the same applies to her. Ailen is surprised. Thinking about it, she realizes he's right. If she had to live with some brute musclehead from the swordsman department, she'd hate it more. After a moment, she agrees to live with him. For a while, Helmet stays outside so Ailen can prepare the room. When he comes back, she explains, there's now a white curtain in the middle. Right side is hers, left is his. There's a warning spell. If he crosses without permission, it'll trigger an attack. There's also a soundproof barrier for privacy. He has to keep himself clean, no bad smell, keep the restroom spotless, and he can't bring anyone in without permission. And most importantly, if he needs help, he has to call her repeatedly until she hears him. Helmet nods. He's just hoping the curtain isn't as hard to get through as his stepsis in the washing machine. Ailen moves to the other side of the curtain. Helmet calls out once more with a warm smile, saying he really hopes they'll get along. But Ailen doesn't answer and goes to her room with a weird feeling in her heart. After that, we see two people bitching about Helmet. They're subordinates of Sabathian. They say that Helmet came here as a transfer student of a commoner hooker, and they'll have to show their worth to this cocky guy. The scene shifts and we see Helmet finally coming out of his room, thinking his muscles have become stiff and he needs some training. But as soon as he steps out, he sees Cian. Cian starts shivering because he realizes Helmet just came out of room 301. He's surprised. Cian walks up to Helmet, checks him over, and asks how he's still alive. This is Ailen's room. Helmet explains that they're roommates. Cian starts wondering if Ailen has a thing for good-looking guys, which he thinks is a weird choice. After that, Cian takes Helmet to the floor below and explains in a friendly way that, since it's his first day at the academy, there are a few things he should know. First, whatever happens, stay away from a 2 end-year student named Asuka. Cian calls him a mad dog. Helmet asks if it's legal to raise a dog in the department. Cian facepalms and explains that mad dog is just a nickname. Asuka is a 2 end-year swordsmanship student who's a bit psycho. He once beat a few nobles so badly that he even bit half of one noble's ear off. That's how he got his nickname. Whatever happens, Helmet shouldn't mess with him. Helmet listens quiet. Cian heads off to his classes, telling him his room number is 307. If Helmet ever needs help, he can call him. The scene shifts again. The academy arc begins. Jack calls all the 2 ND-year students to stand in a line. It's Helmet's first class. He feels a bit awkward. Jack says that after a long vacation, everyone's body must be stiff, so they're going to run 20 laps. The students complain that 20 laps is too much. Jack must be crazy. For Helmet, though, 20 laps isn't even a warm-up. Then we meet this dickhead, Aaron, one of Sabathian's subordinates. He gets annoyed the moment he sees Helmet and decides to teach him a lesson. While running, he tries to trip Helmet, but Helmet easily dodges. Aaron doesn't get it. He tries again and again, but Helmet dodges every time. Finally, Ailen gets frustrated and makes one last attempt, but Helmut's had enough. He kicks Ailen, sending him face first into the ground. The instructor yells, asking what Ailen is doing kissing grass. Ailen says his foot slipped and apologizes. Helmut just glares and runs ahead. Ailen's rage boils. After the run, everyone is exhausted except Helmut. Ailen comes from behind, trying to grab Helmut's neck, but Helmut dodges again. Ailen accuses Helmut of tripping him, but Helmut says it was the other way around. Ailen tried to trip him and failed. Ailen, furious, says Helmut is a commoner and should act like one. He warns him that in the sparring session, all the students will put him in his place, so he'd better leave. Everyone laughs at Helmut as they walk away. Helmut gets pissed. He activates his whiz and thinks, if he kills all the students and buries them in the ground, would that solve the problem? But just then, a voice comes from behind asking if someone mentioned a commoner. We're introduced to a blue-haired character who's going to be important. His name is Asuka. He gives a polite smile and asks again, did someone mention a commoner? Asuka comes down casually, cracking his neck, and says that since a long time, many people have been saying commoner, commoner, so he thought that maybe someone had a problem with him because he is the only commoner here. Sebastian comes and says, why are all the commoners in the swordsmanship department so cocky? Asuka comes in front of Sebastian and, with an arrogant and evil smile, says to Sebastian, does Sebastian want to know what a commoner does when he is pissed off? There is about to be a fight between the two, but at the same time, Jerome stops Sebastian and tells him that if a scene is created here, Sebastian's reputation will be ruined. So Sebastian gets annoyed and leaves, telling him that he is disgusted to even breathe in front of the commoners. On the other hand, looking at the scene from behind, Helmut makes an assumption. It must be the same mad dog, Asuka. The scene shifts and we see Instructor Jack about to give his next training lecture to everyone. When he finally notices Asuka, he asks in anger why he was so late to the training session. Asuka replies that he was doing personal work for Instructor Rebecca. Instructor Jack replies that today Instructor Rebecca is absent. If Asuka wants to make an excuse, he should make it prepared. Asuka doesn't understand what he means. Instructor Jack tells him that he lied about why he was late, so he has to complete 10 more laps after class, and 30 more laps because he lied. Asuka's condition worsens, but Jack asks if he has any problem. Asuka says no and leaves to complete 40 more laps. Meanwhile, Helmut finally starts his swordsmanship practice. He slashes his sword in the air while Jack observes for a while, and then leaves without saying anything. Helmut doesn't understand what kind of class this is, a class where he isn't being taught anything. Very weird. Suddenly, Asuka completes his 40 laps and says to Helmut, won't Helmut thank me because I saved you from those noble bastards? Helmut replies coldly that he didn't ask Asuka for help. Asuka maintains his polite tone, extends his hand, and says that he heard Helmut is also a commoner, so he should be friends with another commoner. But Helmut notices that Asuka's hand is getting a whiz, meaning he wants to see if Helmut is strong or not. Helmut doesn't shake hands. Asuka smirks and says that Helmut has really good intuition because he was about to squeeze his hand. Helmut dodged that. Asuka places his hand on Helmut's shoulder and says that if anyone troubles him from now on, he can come to Asuka and ask for help, but he should not cling to him because they are both commoners. Asuka finds it annoying when people cling to him for help. Saying this, Asuka leaves. On the other hand, Helmut is in a very confused state. We see that Helmut is in his room and he asks Ailen, do I really look like someone who is perfect to pick a fight with? Ailen is in her girly look at this point, not even trying to hide that she's a female. Anyone can tell she's a freaking female. But Ailen says while brushing her hair that Helmut is not of that type. Helmut is like a wild beast. As soon as he gets angry, he can kill anyone. But she is really proud that she taught Helmut about the ethics of humans, and Helmut is following these things. Helmut is a little sad because he doesn't understand why, even though he's clearly powerful, he is letting himself get bullied. It's like having a sword but never unsheathing it. But don't worry, guys, Helmut's badass moment is just on his way. The scene shifts. Asuka is walking in the corridor and Sabhatiyan and his friends come in front of him. Asuka doesn't say anything and just leaves. But Sabhatiyan taunts him again, saying that now that Asuka has a commoner friend, they can play princesses in the same room. And very soon, Sabhatiyan will turn those commoners into his loyal dogs. Well, Mad Dog sounds better than Loyal Dog. Hearing this, Asuka has had enough, so he slaps Jerome again, and with a creepy smile says that he's very sorry. His hand accidentally hit Jerome's head. Does Jerome have a problem? At Greta Academy, there is a strict rule. No discrimination between commoners and nobles, but there's no way centuries-old social standards can be fixed this easily. Not all nobles are this shitty, but there are some, and these guys are some of them. Then we see Sabat, yes, from his nickname is Sabat. He come up with a very weird expression in front of Asuka and say that as far as he's heard, Mad Dog's personality is very bad. And in spite of all this, if Mad Dog just slaps someone a little and stops, this can't happen. Is it possible that if Mad Dog breaks some more rules here, brutally beats someone, then this time Mad Dog will be expelled from the school? After hearing this, Asuka calms down a little, and Sabat understands that this is the reason Asuka won't be able to do more violence. After this, he starts making fun of Asuka, saying that Mad Dog is very scared, and they will make a doghouse for Mad Dog. And then they will keep Mad Dog in that doghouse. After hearing all this, Asuka loses all his mind, and Sabat's head is about to be made into tomato ketchup. Then a wooden sword comes from behind, hitting both Asuka and Sabat on the head, due to which both of them fall down, and it was none other than Rebecca. And damn those thick K. After seeing Rebecca, the first thought I had was, smash! What do you guys think? Comment below. Rebecca asks them if they have come to learn swordsmanship or to become thugs. But after hearing this, Asuka shouts at Sabat, points at him, and says that they were the first ones to start. But before Asuka could say anything more, Rebecca slaps Asuka on the head and says that she had repeatedly told Asuka not to get into trouble, and he was about to get into trouble again. On the other hand, Rebecca warns Sabat that this is Greta Academy. Here, everyone is equally judged on the basis of their skills. If someone acts too noble, she will complain to the principal. Sabat suddenly acts like a good kid and apologizes. On the other hand, Asuka is still glaring at Sabat. Professor Rebecca slaps Asuka on the back, and Asuka asks her what the problem is. Rebecca screams at Asuka in her normal tone and says that for God's sake, can't he control his anger? Last time, Asuka slapped a noble student like a madman, and Rebecca barely managed to save him from getting expelled. But this time, even if Asuka does anything wrong, she won't be able to do anything. And she doesn't want him to get expelled. Asuka gets a little sad and stands there. After that, Rebecca tells him that she has heard a new student has come who is a commoner. He's also getting bullied a little, but he's so calm. Asuka should learn something from him. As soon as Asuka hears the name of the new student, the only thing that comes to his mind is Helmut, and he thinks that Helmut, whom he has noticed, is probably exactly like him. On the other hand, the scene shifts and we see that finally, Professor Rebecca's class has started, and she asks everyone's name one by one. But Rebecca notices that Helmut has never come to her class. She asks the students if anyone has informed Helmut that the timing of today's class has changed. Jerome raises his hand and says that he had already told Helmut. Asuka understands that here, the bullying is going on again with Helmut. Some time passes, and we see that Helmut is finally brought to the class. Rebecca asks him in anger why he's late. Helmut says that he didn't even know the timing of the class had changed. But Jerome says that he had clearly instructed Helmut and told him the timing had changed. Hearing this, the professor asks Helmut again, did anyone really tell him the timing had changed? Helmut pauses for a while, notices Jerome's threatening glare, and also sees all the nobles laughing. This means they had planned to bully him. Rebecca also understands they've trapped Helmut, so she asks him again if anyone informed him. Helmut can be honest here, but Helmut just casually says that he was informed. He just slept a little, so he couldn't come on time. Hearing this, both Rebecca and Asuka are surprised, and Jerome starts laughing. Professor Rebecca unwillingly punishes Helmut, saying that because he came late, he will have to be punished after class. On the other hand, Asuka is very disappointed. He had thought that Helmut might be a Chad like him who won't bow down in front of nobility, but Helmut turned out to be nothing but a loser. After that, the class starts. Rebecca gets up with her big balls in her hands and says that everyone has to balance these balls on the tip of their wooden sword for 30 minutes, and whoever can do it will get a reward. Rebecca will personally give them a reward. This training will increase their concentration and will be useful in future swordsmanship techniques. After that, instructor Rebecca first calls Helmut to the stage to distribute the balls. On the other hand, Asuka is still very annoyed after seeing Helmut. Helmut starts distributing the balls one by one, but as soon as Jerome's turn comes, Helmut suddenly pushes his hand back and, with tremendous force, throws the wooden ball in front of Jerome. Jerome tries his best to catch the ball, but the force is so strong that it hits his stomach. Jerome shouts and vomits. After seeing this, both Rebecca and Asuka's faces become speechless. On the other hand, Jerome falls to the ground and starts coughing. He can't even breathe, and Helmut just says one thing. He's really sorry. He couldn't measure the distance between himself and Jerome because he just woke up and threw the ball. Asuka, watching this, thought maybe Helmut wasn't a loser after all. He is even crazier than him. At that moment, he became Helmut's first fanboy. After that, the scene shifts and we see Sabat training the swordsman. We also see that Jerome has a very severe bruise on his stomach, and he is absolutely pissed off. Jerome says that he will not leave Helmut alive. But surprisingly, all of a sudden, Sabat tells all his subordinates, while training the swordsman, that they have to treat Asuka and Helmut very kindly. Hearing this, his subordinates get angry and say that even after all this, Sabat is not backing down. But then, out of nowhere, Sabat gives a smirking smile. An evil aura comes out of him, and he says that he will not leave Asuka and Helmut alive for a few days. On the other hand, the scene shifts, and we see that Cian comes to Helmut's room. He says that he has heard Helmut is stuck in some problem, that he has been bullied and even punished. So he has come to check on him. But then we see Helmut giving a very satisfying smile. Literally, a golden sparkle is coming from his face. Cian does not understand what is going on, so he asks Ailen, saying he thought Helmut would be sad. But looking at Helmut's face, it seems like he has really had great after-spa extra service. On the other hand, Ailen asks how Cian came into the room without her permission. Cian says that this room belongs to Helmut as well, but Ailen says that he cannot come here without her permission. Cian says that Ailen likes only good-looking people, and that's why she's allowing Helmut to enter the room. But before he can say anything more, Ailen gets very angry and smacks both Cian and Helmut with her pillow, throwing them out of the room. On the other hand, Helmut is still giving that golden, sparkling smile, and Cian doesn't understand what to do. After some time, we see Cian is still creeped out by Helmut's sparkling smile. He tells Helmut that no matter what happens, he should not become a mad dog like Asuka. Helmut tells him that he will never do this, and he will never do anything that would cause Ethan to feel embarrassment. Helmut thinks to himself that he is so happy, because for the first time, he solved his problem in a human way, without killing anyone. Cian asks Helmut what his plan is for the evening. Helmut says that he has to go to Professor Ethan's house for dinner. Cian asks if he can also come with him. Helmut says yes, and Cian runs away from there babbling something. On the other hand, Helmut thinks to himself, has he really done the right thing by saying yes to Cian? Because Cian is a very weird person. The scene shifts again, and we see Anton sitting in Blackhawk's branch. His subordinates bring him a lot of papers. These are kill orders, given to Anton. There is one name among them that troubles Anton a lot. Anton tells his subordinates that deep research should be done on this name, and all the details should be given to him, because he has a very bad feeling about it. And that name belongs to Helmut. After that, the scene shifts and we come to Asuka. Asuka is eating BBQ meat and thinking about Helmut. He never thought Helmut would be crazier than him, and he laughs, remembering how Jerome's face looked at that time. Totally priceless. But after a while, Asuka notices that someone is following him. As soon as he enters a quiet hallway, he realizes he's surrounded by people. He reaches for his sword and then realizes he doesn't have it. He left it at the shop to get repaired. All of them have swords. They're armed and ready. Asuka thinks he's trapped in deep shit this time. He doesn't even know which family he's pissed off, but that family has some serious guts if they're bold enough to try and murder him in the middle of the city. After that, Asuka shouts loudly, "In the name of Professor Rebecca, Rebecca needs help!" Hearing this, the assassins look around, thinking the professor is actually coming. Taking advantage of the confusion, Asuka dashes toward them. Channeling his inner John Wick, he grabs a BBQ stick, jumps on one assassin's shoulders, and stabs the chopstick straight into the guy's neck, killing him instantly. Then he bolts. All the assassins start chasing him. Asuka runs until he hits a dead end. Surrounded, he says only one thing: fuck. On the other hand, the scene shifts, and we see a grand dining table loaded with food. This is Ethan's house. Ethan asks Cian if the food is good. Cian politely answers that the food is delicious, and the mansion is even more beautiful. Professor Ethan is even better. Helmut is shocked to see that Cian can actually talk like a normal person. Ethan, on the other hand, is happy to see that Helmut has finally made a friend. After that, Cian suggests that after dinner, they should go to Baden City. Helmut refuses, saying he has to train, but Ethan agrees right away, saying it's a great idea. Baden City is huge, and it would be fun to go with friends. Helmet sighs, frustrated, but without much choice. He heads to the city with Cian at night. On the way, Cian says he's genuinely curious about how Helmet can live in a room with Ailen. As far as Cian knows, Ailen's personality is nasty. But Helmet says there's nothing like that. Ailen talks politely with him. Hearing this, Cian summons his elemental Pokemon and starts telling Helmet about his past trauma. He once had to share a room with Ailen for a group project, and she completely drained him. She harassed him to her heart's content, didn't let him sleep for 3 days straight just to finish the project, and left him half dead. So Cian says that since Ailen agreed to live with Helmet, maybe Helmet could ask her to be Cian's friend too. But suddenly, Asuka appears behind Cian like a ghost. Cian freezes for a moment, then starts screaming like crazy, hiding behind Helmet. Asuka is badly injured. His hand is cut. Slowly, all the assassins appear in front of Helmet and the group. Cian doesn't understand who these people are, but Helmet sees the red badge on their clothes and instantly knows. These are Blackhawk assassins. His face turns serious. Asuka explains that he doesn't even know who they are. They just want to kill him in the middle of the city. Cian is shocked, but Helmet steps forward with slow, heavy footsteps, pulling out his sword. He tells the assassins that this is perfect timing because he has a question for the members of Blackhawk. Seeing the serious and dark tone of Helmet, Cian gets a little chill down his spine. On the other hand, Helmet thinks that Blackhawk is a very dark organization, and they must not have come here just for Asuka, a mere academy student. Somewhere, these Blackhawk guys must have come here while tracking him because Helmet had killed some Blackhawk members a while ago. So Helmet cannot leave these Blackhawk guys. He must find out how much information Blackhawk has about him. On the other hand, Blackhawk members ask what to do with these people. Blackhawk's leader tells them that their target was Asuka, but now that more students have come, they have to kill them all and erase all evidence. One of them comes to cut Helmet, but he easily dodges the sword stab and cuts the man's hand in one shot. The member behind him gets kicked by Helmet, and his sword is thrown into the air. The sword jumps very high, and in its reflection we see Helmet, single-handedly, like squeezing bugs, cutting the hands of all the members, removing their right hand. Damn! Now they can't even play with their little baby anymore. Helmet so easily incapacitates all the members, brutally, but without killing them. Seeing this, Cian is shocked, and even Asuka is surprised that Helmet could defeat such cold-hearted, professionally trained assassins so quickly. If Asuka had a sword, he still wouldn't have been able to fight such assassins. If Helmet is this strong, then how could he be underestimated before? On the other hand, Helmet notices that his seed of darkness is not reacting yet, meaning that until he kills someone, it will remain intact. From behind, Cian says it's good Helmet only incapacitated them, otherwise he would have had to activate his elemental magic. Saying this, Cian is clearly scared. Cian asks, "Who are these people?" Helmet replies, "They are Blackhawks, a dark organization that can do anything for money." Asuka says they need to find out who hired them, and he has an idea who is behind it. He suggests handing them over to the school, but Helmet isn't in that mood. Slowly, his demon lord aura calms down, but he says in a threatening tone that he knows exactly how to make them talk. First, remove their nails, then cut their fingers, then slowly put a lot of cuts in their body. Eventually, their mouths will open. Hearing this brutal torture plan, Asuka and Cian start shivering. Cian says they can't torture them. They should leave everything to the academy. We are students, not butchers. Saying this, Cian leaves and says he will bring a professor. On the other hand, Helmet is not an easy person. He puts his foot on the left hand of one assassin and asks only one thing: "How much do you know about me?" That's all Helmet needs to know. His expression is genuinely terrifying. The scene shifts and we see that Helmet and Cian have returned to school with an injured Asuka. They notify the higher-ups of the incident, but the nurse's office will only open in the morning for free school treatment, so Asuka decides not to get treated. Cian asks if Asuka is really sure he doesn't want to go to the nurse's office. Asuka says it's just a small cut, but Cian points out it's deep. With a little movement, it'll open again. Finally, Asuka reveals that to use healing magic in the private nurse's office at this hour would cost a year's worth of savings for a commoner. In reply, Cian gets an idea for how to get Asuka treated for free. The scene shifts. Helmet and the gang stand outside Ailen's room. Cian, with a kind smile, says hello. Thank God Ailen is still awake. Ailen, frustrated, says that if they don't explain why they're here, she'll use wind magic to throw them all out of the school. Asuka looks at Ailen and says, "Who the hell is this girl-looking boy?" Hearing this, Ailen is about to activate her magic. Cian quickly tries to calm her down and asks if she can please help them this time. But Ailen is this close to blowing them away when Helmut politely asks, "Ailen, can you help us this time?" Hearing this, Ailen calms down, puts her hand on her face, and invites them inside. Seeing this, Cian realizes that for some reason, Ailen listens to whatever Helmut says. But then, with a smirking smile, Ailen asks Helmut, "I'm only letting them in because of you, but I can't heal them for free. What will I get?" Helmut says, "Whatever you say, I'll fulfill one wish, and that wish can be anything." Hearing this, Ailen gives an evil smile and becomes happy. Seeing this, Helmut wonders if he's really done the right thing. He gets a creepy vibe inside, thinking, what might Ailen ask him to do at night? The scene shifts, and we see that Ailen instantly heals Asuka's scar on his body. As soon as she heals him, his skin becomes baby soft, starts sparkling, and he also gets creeped out. How did his body become so smooth? He didn't want to thank Ailen, but he takes his jacket and says the same thing. He says that Ailen, that pretty dude, has really decent skill, and he leaves. Ailen gets annoyed again, saying, "Did I really need to treat that socially unpsychopathic brat?" But Cian says that whatever he looks like, Asuka is the top swordsman, and in the future, he can definitely help Ailen. Ailen asks, "How?" Cian says that all the strong people of the academy will work in different sections, so if they form a group now, in the future, they will definitely help each other. Well, Ailen and Cian don't agree. Cian is trying to explain not to take relationships for granted. No one knows which friend might help them in the future. They start to argue again. On the other hand, Helmut wonders what relationship really means. The scene shifts, and we see that Principal Weasley gets very upset and reveals to Helmut and his group that the Blackhawks have run away. Hearing this, Asuka gets very angry and starts shouting at the principal. The principal says that even he didn't know this, and it shouldn't have happened, but they are trying to catch the Blackhawks. One by one, they are interrogating all the students of the swordsmanship department. Asuka gets frustrated and tells Helmut that he should have listened to him. If they had tortured the Blackhawks, they would have revealed all the information. Asuka complains, but Cian says that the investigation is ongoing, so there's no need to worry. Asuka says the situation is worse than it looks. He's already been attacked in the middle of the city, and someone will definitely come to kill him. They have to find out who did this, but Helmut stays calm, which makes Asuka even angrier. He starts shouting at Helmut, saying now even he is in danger. And since the Blackhawks saw his face, they will target him too. Helmut coldly replies that Asuka should solve his own problems. He doesn't need to worry about him. He can take care of his own ass. Asuka says, "Helmut, how heartless can you be, fellow commoner?" But Helmut replies, "Just yesterday you told me not to cling to you, Asuka." Cian asks the boys to stop being rude to each other. He tells them he needs to go to class, and not to worry because the academy will take care of this issue. After Cian leaves, Helmut walks forward. Asuka asks Helmut what he wants to do. Helmut tells him he needs to train. Asuka is surprised. He didn't take Helmut to be the hard-working type. As Helmut continues walking, Asuka follows from behind. Helmut stops and turns around, asking why Asuka is following him. Asuka says he isn't following him. They just happen to be going in the same direction. He tells Helmut to continue walking. As they walk forward, Asuka tells Helmut that he is quite skilled. He asks if Helmut doesn't get pissed when those nobles act high and mighty when they're nothing but trash with status. Helmut glares at him, thinking right now Asuka is pissing him off though. Helmut tells Asuka he doesn't intend to act crazy like him in return. Asuka laughs, saying, "Then what was that ball throw at training?" Whatever the reason, Helmut, you're also a target now because of that. He advises Helmut not to try to suppress or dominate the nobles with strength. Even though Asuka is the top student, the nobles still tried to kill him in the city, right? Helmut replies that maybe the nobles are messing with him because of his terrible personality. Asuka is annoyed to hear this. Helmut says he doesn't see the point in picking a fight first, and he was also told to get along with his classmates. Immediately after saying this, Helmut walks up to a door. While he's trying to open it, Asuka laughs at him. He calls Helmut a good boy, asking, "Did your mom and dad tell you to be good friends with nobles?" But when Helmut hears mom and dad, he gives a terrifying look. He says that even though he was told not to be violent, he will not be patient if anyone annoys him. And Asuka is no exception. That aura makes Asuka's spine chill. He realizes Helmut got really angry and maybe he pissed him off too much. So he apologizes, saying not to get serious. He was just joking. After that, Helmut opens the door. The huge training ground shocks Asuka. This was Ethan's personal training room. Asuka is surprised that Helmet has been enjoying this alone, but when he asks if he can also train here, Helmet kicks him out. Asuka is left standing there thinking, cold-hearted bastard. On the other hand, Sabat and his group were in tension as heavy checking and interrogation was going on, and he was sure Asuka had told their names. But Sabat told them not to worry, as their families would make sure their info would not get leaked, that they were the ones who did this. The next day, Professor Rebecca announces that a practical sparring session is going to be held in a week. But the problem is that Helmet does not have his own textbook. He has never bought a textbook, and he does not have money to buy one. And he does not want to tell Ethan that he has no money. So he comes to Ailen to ask for help. Ailen asks what the problem is. Helmet goes to the bank to withdraw money, but Helmet tells her that he is broke. He does not have a single rupee. Hearing this, Ailen gets shocked. She realizes that Helmet once had 100k gold coins, and all of them he had given to her. So Ailen tells him, what is there to worry about? Helmet follows Ailen, and Ailen buys a book for him. Then the scene shifts. We see that Ailen, Helmet, Asuka, and Sion have come to the market together, and Ailen is thinking, where am I stuck with these four? She had planned to come to the market alone with Helmet. Then a flashback is shown. On the way, Sion and Asuka meet. When they come to know that Helmet is going to buy a book, they also follow him. They say that they also have to go shopping. After that, Helmet, Asuka, and the rest of them have fun all day long. They also buy books. At the end of the day, Helmet thinks, are these what personal relationships are? Are these what friendship is? Helmet comes home thinking all this. But Ailen warns Helmet. This time she has given money for the book. In fact, she also fed and gave money to both of Helmet's friends. But Ailen strictly warns that if Helmet's book is lost or torn, she will not give money again. Helmet promises that he will keep Ailen's book safe like a treasure. However, that promise does not last more than a day, because as soon as the next day comes, we see that Helmet is furious, because his book is missing from his locker. In fact, not only Helmet's, but also Asuka's book is missing. Helmet gets so angry that he grabs his locker and cracks it. Yep, they are dead. Next chapter. Rest in peace. Finally, the day of sparring comes. Instructor Jack instructs everyone that they will spar with each other. The instructor will personally check their level, and then they will be assigned grades. On the other hand, we see that Sabeth comes to Asuka and starts taunting him, telling him, will Asuka fight a weak opponent to get good marks out of fear, or will he fight with his commoner friend alone? Basically, Sabeth is provoking Asuka to spar with him. After that, we are shown a flashback where Sabeth is telling Eren and Jerome that he knows he won't be able to defeat Asuka, so he will provoke him a lot. Because of that, Asuka will attack him first. In the beginning, Sabeth will get beaten up a little, and then he will use his Viz. Hearing the name of Viz, Eren and Jerome get surprised, but Sabeth says that it will be self-defense. He'll show that Asuka is already a psycho type who wanted to kill him, so in self-defense, he will activate his Viz and break Asuka's limbs. In fact, he can even kill him. Jerome is about to say that maybe this plan won't work, but Eren cuts him off, saying it's a very good plan and he is also with him. Eren tells Jerome that if he doesn't want to be part of this plan, he can stay away, but he shouldn't interfere. In fact, Eren says he wants to spar with that Helmet bastard personally. He knows Helmet won't be as powerful as Asuka, and from the beginning he didn't like Helmet. In the sparring session, he'll teach him a lesson. On the other hand, Sabeth is very excited for the sparring session. On the other hand, Jerome looks like he knows something, as that's why he is hesitating. Back to the present. Asuka is genuinely pissed off, and Sabeth is very happy because his plan is working. Suddenly, the entire sparring session becomes quiet. Everyone starts watching the match. But suddenly, Sabeth starts sweating. He doesn't know what's going on. Asuka, like a wild wolf, just glares at him, and the pressure is terrifying. After this, Jerome is shown, and he says that he already tried to warn Sabeth, because Asuka is not a normal student. Asuka is like a wild hound. Sabeth won't know, but in his first year, he had defeated 10 more powerful nobles than Sabeth without even using Viz, which means Sabeth's plan won't work. After this, Asuka dashes towards Sabeth. Sabeth tries to block, but Asuka changes the direction of his left attack and slashes Sabeth's shoulder. That slash is so heavy that Sabeth almost becomes unconscious for a second. It was hard to breathe and falls to the ground. The entire room becomes silent. With a smirking smile, Asuka says, "Where did Sabeth's big, incompetent mouth go? Into his ass? Why isn't he speaking?" On the other hand, Sabeth can't even breathe due to the pain. He thinks his left hand is broken, but he realizes it's his collarbone. He stands up and decides to use his Viz for self-defense and kill Asuka. But before he can stand up, Asuka breaks his right hand. Then Asuka slashes Sabeth's face and breaks his teeth. With a barrage of attacks, Asuka slashes through all his bones again and again and again. When Sabeth is about to surrender with a smirking smile, Asuka punches his stomach and drops him to the ground. Asuka taunts him. "Can't you show me half the persistence you were showing while babbling your mouth all the time? If you say surrender even once, for each word I'll hit you in the stomach 3 times. On the other hand, the scene shifts and we come to Helmet. This sparring session is happening in another room. Aaron taunts Helmet, saying he looks scared and doesn't need to worry since his commoner friend is around. On the other hand, Helmet stands up and says coldly, "You better worry about yourself." Once again, we come to Sabeth. He gets beaten up so badly that as soon as he opens his eyes and looks around, he realizes all the nobles are looking down at him. Sabeth is unable to bear this insult. He stands up and activates his whisk, aiming at Asuka's neck to kill him, but Asuka also activates his viz. He jumps into the air, dodges the attack, and slightly slashes Sabeth's back and chin, dropping him to the ground. Asuka announces with an excited smile that because Sabeth has broken the rule, if he cuts Sabeth's hand and leg in self-defense, then it will be considered self-defense. He converts his whisk into a wooden sword and prepares to kill Sabeth. At the same time, the instructor intervenes and stops him. The instructor says that the duel is already over, and Asuka doesn't need to go so overboard. The instructor scolds Asuka, saying that it was fine until self-defense, but after that, Asuka shouldn't have attacked Sabeth again. He says, "Asuka, you're a top student. Does such behavior suit you?" But in the middle of this conversation, Andrew comes and calls the instructor. The instructor says, "Andrew, can't you see I'm in an important conversation?" But Andrew looks at the other room and says, "Should they really be left alone like this? Is it okay to not stop these guys?" We will get to know what they are talking about later. Then we see a flashback where Aaron tells Jerome that they shouldn't stay with Sabeth because everyone knows Sabeth tried to kill Asuka using Blackhawk. Because of this, all the nobles are not liking Sabeth. He has already lost his honor by using Blackhawk to kill a commoner. In fact, Aaron says, it would be better if all 3 of them are killed in one shot. Sabeth will also leave the academy soon, because the academy will know he has done all this. Butte before that Sabeth will already injure Asuka and throw him out of the academy. And then Aaron says that he wants to teach Helmet a lesson too, so he will kill all 3 competitors in one shot. Back to the present, Aaron thinks that Sabeth should not resent him for what is happening. This is how the nobility have survived for generations after all, he thinks. On the other hand, Helmet just asks Aaron one serious question. Was it Aaron who made his locker disappear and tore the books? Aaron smiles and asks if Helmet is thinking of someone else. Helmet says nothing. Aaron takes a breath of relief and stands there. He thinks Helmet is so scared he can't even move. Aaron decides he will break Helmet's left leg first. But before he can attack, Helmet comes in front of Aaron with lightning flash speed like a demon, and in one shot breaks Aaron's enchanted wooden sword. Aaron is shocked and bewildered. His eyes widen. What is going on? How did my sword break? But before he can understand anything, Helmet slashes Aaron's neck and breaks his vocal cord. Aaron screams loudly, but his voice isn't heard. In fact, he can't even breathe. Slowly, Helmet comes in front of Aaron, sits next to him, and in a deep, threatening tone asks only one question. On the first day of class, Aaron, you asked me a question. This time, I'll ask you one. Do you think your noble status will protect you outside the academy, huh? Do you think your noble status will bring back death from the afterlife? Aaron's condition worsens. He gets so scared as if he has seen a demon lord. He tries to cry, but no sound comes out. He looks at Helmet and thinks, is this bastard really a human? Who the hell is he? But Helmet doesn't stop there. First of all, he puts his foot on Aaron's right hand and presses hard, breaking it. Then he grabs Aaron's collar and lifts him up. He is about to crush Aaron's neck when Instructor Jack calls out Helmet's name and orders him to stop. Helmet turns back, and for a second, even Instructor Jack gets scared. The whole classroom becomes quiet. Finally, Helmet calms down because the seed of darkness had overtaken his consciousness. The unconscious Helmet lets Aaron drop to the floor, where Aaron has already peed himself out of fear. Meanwhile, Helmet gets a little worried and thinks, was I really going to kill Aaron? After that, the scene shifts and we see Instructor Jack scolding Asuka and Helmet. He is trying to make them understand that today, Helmet and Asuka went way overboard. Even after their opponents lost, they brutally tried to kill them. Aaron's vocal cord has been destroyed, and his right hand has also become disabled. He will never be able to become a swordsman. Helmet has brutally beaten the shit out of Aaron. Jack admits that there has been a lot of negligence from the instructors as well, but the instructors do not meddle in the students' affairs because the world is very cruel. Only the strong and powerful people can save their own ass. In the academy, there are teachers to protect the weak ones, but outside, there won't be. However, the academy will now impose strict rules and will also punish Sabbath, as he used dark underground organizations for his personal matters. But because Helmet and Asuka broke the rules and went overboard, they will have to write a punishment. Jack, with a threatening tone, tells Helmet and Asuka that they will have to write 50 apology letters. Only after writing will they be able to leave the office. From morning to night, Asuka and Helmet's hands are swollen. Asuka complains to Instructor Jack that this is unfair. On the other hand, Helmet is very upset. This has never happened before. Gradually, the seed of darkness is overpowering his emotions. Maybe he would have killed Aaron if the instructor hadn't come in between. On the other hand, Instructor Jack looks at Helmet from above and thinks he knows that Helmet is very skilled, but the killing intent that Jack sensed from Helmet's body looked like demonic energy. Jack shakes his head and removes the thought of demonic energy from his mind, thinking maybe he is overthinking. On the other hand, the scene shifts and we see Anton, the branch leader of Blackhawk, calling all his subordinates and arranging a meeting. On the other hand, when Anton's subordinate slowly gives the details of the young boy, how he has black hair, black eyes, short in height, looks handsome, his face like a noble, after listening to this description, Anton's subordinate suddenly shouts loudly and tells them that it is the same guy who killed Ashoka badly. Anton's right-hand man tells that the boy's name is Helmet. He is a member of the former Peace Mercenary Guild and is probably more powerful than Rank 2 mercenaries. Some time ago, he slaughtered and massacred 5 elite Blackhawks in the jungle. Anton orders his subordinates to get as much information as possible about Helmet. On the other hand, Anton makes a serious face and says that maybe that person will have to come here. Maybe they will be able to see that person. We will get to know who this person is later. On the other hand, the scene shifts and we see Helmet enter his room, looking tense. From behind, Ailen says that Helmet is late. Helmet says he thought Ailen would be sleeping, but Ailen replies that this is her room, and if even a fly comes inside, she will know. Then Ailen says she has heard Helmet smashed some people badly. He must have felt good after beating the shit out of the bad guys. But Helmet was still sad. He doesn't say anything. First of all, Helmet apologizes to Ailen that the textbook she gave him was lost, and like he promised, he will not ask for any more help from Ailen. After hearing this, Ailen quickly removes her curtain and says angrily that this is the reason Helmet is sad. Seriously? She thought maybe he was upset because he smashed the people who were bullying him. But no, Helmet is sad because he lost the book she gave him? Helmet is really a dumbass, she mutters. Is Helmet really feeling so low just because of that? Did you really think our friendship would end over a useless book? If Helmet is so sad, then when he earns money, he can give me the textbook back. After hearing this, Helmet feels relieved and says thanks with a kind face. Seeing Helmet's face, Ailen doesn't say anything. She quickly pulls her curtain and goes to sleep. On the other hand, we see Ailen's face turn red. She sweats a lot, and her tummy starts feeling ticklish. The scene shifts to the next morning. As soon as Helmet goes to Ethan's personal training room, he finds the training room closed. Ailen's maid tells him it is closed for maintenance. Helmet has no other option, so he decides to go to the school's training room. As soon as he enters, the whole training room becomes silent. Everyone starts staring at Helmet. Helmet thinks to himself that a week has passed since the incident. Everyone now treats him very respectfully and nicely, but Helmet can feel they don't like him. They are scared of him. Because he beat Sabbath and Aaron so badly, they respect him only out of fear. In truth, they don't like him at all. Suddenly, Andrew comes from behind and tells Helmet that Ethan is looking for him. Helmet shyly says that maybe he won't be able to train today either. Then the scene shifts, and we see that as soon as Helmet enters Ethan's personal room, Ethan says that he heard there was an incident with Helmet in the sparring session. Helmet is a little nervous and thinks that maybe Ethan has called him here to scold him. So Helmet immediately apologizes and says that he knows he should not have gone so overboard, and he should not have killed Aaron so badly and almost left him half dead. Helmet admits his mistake and promises he will be careful in the future. On the other hand, Ethan gets a little startled and thinks that he didn't call Helmet here to scold him. But now the situation and atmosphere have become such that if Ethan doesn't give Helmet a life lesson here, then he will not feel good. So Ethan tells him, as a serious mentor, that as far as he knows, there is nothing wrong with Helmut here. Ethan learns that from the beginning, Seabath and Aaron were bullying Helmut, and that Jack has already scolded and punished him. After that, to lighten the situation, Ethan says that there is no need to take this so seriously, because when Ethan was younger and Helmut's age, Ethan used to create bigger and more serious situations than this. So no need to get so tense. While changing the topic, Ethan tells Helmut, why doesn't he come to Ethan's mansion with his friends on the upcoming holiday? On the other hand, hearing the word friends, Sion, Ailen, and Asuka's demonic laughs echo in Helmut's mind, and he says that maybe this is not a good option. Ethan then tells Helmut that because his entire book was destroyed, he has bought 2 books, and that Helmut should give one to his friend Asuka. This will strengthen their friendship. Ethan thinks that Helmut has matured a lot. Earlier, he was an introvert, but now he has also started making friends. Ethan says he should give the 2nd book to his best friend Asuka, since her book was also destroyed. On the other hand, Helmut thinks that anything he says will be useless, because there's a misunderstanding. Ethan thinks Asuka is Helmut's best friend. The scene shifts, and we see Helmut give the 2nd book to Asuka. Sion and Asuka are planning to go out for a party in the evening, and they invite Helmut too. The scene shifts again, and we see the whole gang partying, but Helmut, in a serious tone, wonders, what is true friendship? As soon as he takes a sip of beer, he finds it disgusting. Asuka tells Helmut that she thinks he did a good thing with Aaron, since they were looking down on him. Helmut has crippled him, and now everyone will know not to mess with a commoner. But Helmut still has a sad face. Sion asks Helmut why he looks so sad, why he has such a bothered face. Helmut finally says that as much as he knows, no one in the class likes him. They just laugh and talk with him because they are afraid. They actually hate him. So why do Asuka and Sion talk nicely to him? Why do they hang out with him? Hearing this, Asuka and Sion pause, then burst out laughing. Sion confidently says that the first time he saw Helmut, he thought if he stayed with him, a lot of fun would happen. Something exciting would come up. On the other hand, Asuka says jokingly that Sion is a damn pervert because he stalks Helmut like a stalker. Sion jokes back that Asuka is no less than a puppy who stalks Helmut all day long. Asuka denies it, saying she just admires capable and strong people. Helmut is strong and capable, so she admires him and wants to be as strong as him. Meanwhile, when Sion drinks too much, he falls down on the table laughing. He starts babbling nonsense. Asuka starts hitting Sion's back, laughing and enjoying the day. On the other hand, Helmut is still confused about his feelings. After that, the scene shifts, and we see Asuka dragging Sion outside the inn, since he's unconscious from drinking too much. But Helmut notices a person in a hoodie surrounded by many females. After that, we are shown a flashback where Ailen is taking out some books from the library, and she is a little sad. She thinks that maybe she should have gone with Helmut. Then we come to know that Helmut had offered that he, Asuka, and Sion were going to a restaurant to eat, so does Ailen want to come? But Ailen had refused. Ailen is feeling weird alone and is regretting her decision. Maybe she should have gone. Now back to the present. Ailen regrets her decision to come here because many female students have played with her. Ailen is annoyed, but is thinking that maybe she should blow them away with her wind magic. She wonders how to get out of this situation. Then she sees Helmut. As soon as she sees Helmut, Ailen becomes serious. She comes close to him, holds his shoulder, and apologizes to all the female students. She says that today, her plan is to go out with Helmut, so she can't make a plan with those female students. Hearing this, Helmut is surprised. On the other hand, Asuka says that the little prince doesn't like to live in a crowd. So what happened to her today? Earlier, Ailen didn't want to come with those students. Ailen snaps back, telling Asuka to keep his mouth shut or she'll send him flying away with her wind magic. Hearing this, all the other female students notice that Ailen is roaming around with the muscleheads of the swordsmanship department. This isn't good for her reputation. It isn't good to roam with barbarian people. Hearing the word barbarian, Asuka and Sion get angry and threaten that if the female students don't leave, they'll bury them alive. Seeing this, the female students panic and run away. But Helmut is still surprised and asks Ailen why she came here. Didn't she refuse earlier? Does she want to talk to him? Hearing this, Ailen gets shy and elbows Helmut, saying she didn't come here to meet him. She just had some work in the city, so she came to get some stuff, and on the way, she happened to meet him. After this, we see that Sion also pukes and comes to his senses. As soon as he wakes up, he is very happy to see Ailen. The moment he sees her, he shouts that Ailen has also joined his group. He says there's a very tasty dessert shop in front. should they go eat dessert? But Asuka says if Seiin goes to eat dessert, he'll definitely end up in the hospital the next day. On the other hand, we see a very funny and friendly atmosphere between the four of them, where everyone makes fun of each other. Ailen tells Seiin it's very late, and he should go home because the exam is coming soon. Seiin replies, "What are you, my mom, nagging me so much?" The four of them laugh and tease each other. On the other hand, Helmut thinks he still doesn't really understand what human relationships are. But one thing he's sure of, he could feel the distance between himself and Ailen shrinking. Then the scene shifts, and we see that the next day has come. Because the midterm exam is about to come, Ailen is reading with Helmut. On the other hand, Helmut asks Ailen, being so serious, why she is so obsessed to come first. Ailen closes her book and says that everyone has a secret they don't want to talk about. The reason is something similar. Ailen has a secret she doesn't want to tell, and that's why she wants to come first. Hearing this, Helmut thinks that she is right. But Helmut also has a secret that he can't tell anyone. Then Helmut thinks that Ailen is definitely amazing, and someday she will become an archmage. And when Ailen becomes an archmage, she will know that there are seeds of darkness in Helmut's body. Will Ailen come to kill him one day? Thinking this, Helmut gets a sad feeling. He thinks he doesn't want to become an enemy of Ailen. On the other hand, we see that when Ailen is reading, Helmut gets a weird feeling when he looks at her face. He is a little surprised because Ailen's eyes look beautiful to him. Helmut gets another weird feeling when he looks at Ailen's lips. For a while, he is just mesmerized by her face. Ailen notices this and gets startled. They look at each other's faces for a while. There's a silent moment as both of their faces come close to each other. But Ailen doesn't react much. In fact, she gets a little angry and starts scolding Helmut, saying that she doesn't like to repeat the same thing twice. Helmut apologizes and thinks, what the hell is wrong with his body? Well, I bet bro is now questioning his sexuality, not knowing Ailen is actually a girl. On the other hand, Ailen doesn't seem to care. But as soon as she turns around, her face turns completely red, and she hides her face in the book. The scene shifts to the training ground. Here, Helmut meets Andrew again, and we see a good bond forming between them. They train together. Helmut recalls that when he first met Andrew, he thought Andrew was like the trash noble people. But Andrew was a little different. Gradually, their bonding became better. Andrew often comes to take suggestions from Helmut, and Helmut teaches him new tricks like a teacher. After that, Andrew shares some information. Very soon, new students are going to be enrolled, and it has been heard that this time the first-year students are very powerful. There is also a rule that there will be a sparring session between the first and second-year students. Andrew says that he genuinely wants Asuka to lose to the first years this time. When Andrew says this, Asuka suddenly appears from behind like a demon. As soon as he sees this, Andrew understands that this is not good for him. Asuka gets pissed off and says that it is great to blame your own incompetence on others, isn't it? After the fun argument between Andrew and Asuka, Asuka says that today's class is a little special because the same first-year students are going to be admitted today. Yeah. And there is going to be a sparring session between the second years and the first years. Especially among the first years, there is said to be a very exceptional girl, one with a very dangerous swordsmanship skill. After that, we are shown the first look of that girl. She looks like someone from a noble family, a golden sword, and from behind, and I bet 1,000,000% on my balls that this is definitely Helmut's sister. After that, the scene shifts, and we come to the first-year versus second-year sparring session in the evening. All the first-year new students enter, and seeing them, this red-haired student, who will become one of the most important characters in the future, whose name is James, says that seeing these first years reminded him of his old days. After that, Andrew tells Helmut that this is the same girl he mentioned earlier, the one who is exceptionally strong. On the other hand, seeing that girl, everyone gets mesmerized because she really looks beautiful. James and his best friend say that she really does look damn gorgeous, and her aura is clearly shouting, "I am noble." But James says that seeing this girl, doesn't she look like the someone similar? James looks at Helmut and jokingly says that Helmut and that girl are very similar. He asks Helmut if she is Helmut's long-lost sister. Well, hearing the words sister, Helmut becomes very serious, because he also realizes that the girl really does look like him. Seeing his serious face, James and his friend ask if it's true that this girl is a family member of Helmut, but Helmut quickly denies it, saying there's nothing like that. On the other hand, everyone in the first year belongs to noble families, so they look down upon the commoners in the second year and say that maybe the standard of Greta Academy has fallen too much, because now the top students are commoners. In fact, they joke that maybe the Academy's new rule is that students will get ranked by looks. Hearing this, Asuka smiles and says that these nobles are just toddlers drinking milk from their mom's milkers and don't know how scary this world is. Today, Asuka will show them what real-world experience is. James and his friend are traumatized, thinking there's no telling what will happen next. On the other hand, we come to the instructor Rubika, who announces that the sparring session will start and no one should try to kill each other. This is the same friendly battle, blah, 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 all the same bullshit. After that, Rubika calls the name of the girl, Charlotte. For the first time, we get to know her name. Hearing it, Helmut thinks, is Charlotte really some hidden family of mine? Is she my sister? He has to find out, but right now would be way too awkward. Rubika then announces Charlotte's opponent, Asuka. Hearing this, James and his friends shout loudly that they can't believe it. For the first time, a beautiful girl had joined their swordsmanship department, and now she'll be hospitalized. There will be 0 girls again. Hearing this, Asuka gets pissed and asks James if he really thinks he's that type of person who would just kill everyone in a sparring session and throw them out of the academy. After that, Asuka says to Rubika that the professor already knows his personality, and even then, he put a girl against him. Hearing this, James says he can't believe Asuka is insulting him with his own mouth. On the other hand, the other first years start making fun of Asuka, saying maybe he's scared to fight with a first-year girl. Hearing this, Asuka gets serious and finally gets ready to fight. Rubika then announces the second match, Helmut versus the first-year student, Jeffrey. Hearing this, Helmut realizes Jeffrey is different from the other students and is a genuinely capable fighter. On the other hand, the first round finally starts. Charlotte takes her wooden sword and stands in her battle stance. Asuka also realizes this girl is genuinely skilled. Her stance is solid. Charlotte says she hopes Asuka will not fight half-heartedly. Asuka replies that he never fights half-heartedly in any battle. He says he fights with gender equality and immediately starts hitting Charlotte with heavy slashes. Charlotte barely dodges and blocks the slashes and gets pushed back by the force. In fact, her hands start shaking. Seeing this, all the first years are shocked. Charlotte also gets serious and says that maybe she shouldn't believe the rumors. Asuka actually has some skill. She takes her serious stance and says she will not be an easy opponent either. After that, round 2 starts. Asuka dashes with insane speed and swings a right slash at Charlotte. But before the blade connects, Charlotte dodges to the right side and stabs toward Asuka's eye at insane speed. Asuka barely manages to dodge it in surprise. The two start exchanging blows. Both attack fiercely, both dodging each other's slashes. Their speed is nearly equal. Neither lands a clean hit. Then, as Charlotte launches another right stab, Asuka dodges and notices her left side is open. He tries to strike Charlotte's left shoulder, but she dodges that too. Now Asuka is off balance and Charlotte is about to hit his leg to make him fall. Asuka realizes he might lose, but Asuka isn't called Mad Dog for nothing. He suddenly jumps into the air with inhuman ability, disappearing from Charlotte's sight. Charlotte gets confused. In the next moment, Asuka comes crashing down from above with a psycho smile and says, "Charlotte, better tense up those weak shoulders, otherwise you'll get hurt." Before Charlotte can react, Asuka lands ass first on Charlotte's chest with a loud bang and slams her to the ground. Sitting on top of her, Asuka presses his wooden sword to Charlotte's neck and says she was a remarkable opponent. But it's not her fault she lost. Her opponent was Asuka. Charlotte finally accepts her defeat. But now, Asuka is still sitting on top of Charlotte's body. Damn, bro went from sparring to riding his future wife. Professor Rubika announces Asuka as the winner of the duel. On the other hand, Asuka admits she was genuinely surprised. Honestly, she didn't think Charlotte would be so skilled. Charlotte had increased her speed and nearly caught him off guard. Asuka then starts giving her advice as a senior, not realizing he's still sitting awkwardly on top of her strawberry. For Charlotte, it's way too much to handle. With a weak, trembling voice, she says Asuka is too heavy and asks if he can get off her body. Asuka finally realizes his position and, apologizing, quickly gets up. Charlotte says it's okay. At first, she thought Asuka was rude, but he turned out nicer than she expected. A slight bond is formed between the two, but from behind, Asuka's friends start booing. They yell that Asuka must really like getting on top of girls and call him a trash bag. They joke that he's acting like a pervert. Hearing this, Asuka gets furious and chases after his friends, ready to kill them. Meanwhile, Charlotte and Helmut lock eyes. They stare at each other for a moment, a strange connection forming between them. As Charlotte steps down from the stage, Jeffrey looks at her angrily. He says Charlotte is a disappointment for losing to a second-year commoner and that she has ruined the name of nobles. Finally, it's time for the fight between Helmut and Jeffrey. After that, we are shown a small flashback where Helmut is giving training to Andrew. Andrew asks him what he thinks is more important in swordsmanship, strength or technique. Helmut says that he can't say for sure, but if he had to answer, it would be strength first, then technique. After all, even technique was created to complement strength, right? Andrew says that no matter how much he masters technique, his strength is limited. When Andrew fights opponents his size, he can easily defeat them. But compared to someone born with natural strength, no matter how much he trains, he won't be able to defeat them. It feels kind of unfair. Helmut tells him not to think about those things, just to focus on his skill. Andrew then says that if in the future Helmut ever fights an opponent with a stronger physique than him, he's curious to see how Helmut will deal with it. Finally, we come back to the present, where Helmut is standing in front of Jeffrey, a guy almost twice his size, skilled and strong. Jeffrey, with a warm smile, says to Helmut that it's nice to have the chance to fight him. Helmut replies the same, but Jeffrey starts looking down on Helmut, wondering how this guy could be the top student of second year. He doesn't look strong enough. He had heard Helmut almost killed a guy in sparring, but seeing him now, Jeffrey thinks it was just an exaggerated lie. Professor Rebecca warns Helmut, no matter what happens, he'd better not cross the limit this time. Helmut says nothing. Asuka mutters that it feels strange hearing someone else being told what was always told to him. Finally, with the countdown of 3, 2, 1, the sparring session starts. As soon as it starts, Jeffrey swings his huge wooden sword down at Helmut's head to crush it. Helmut dodges, but it was just a feint. Jeffrey dashes at Helmut's chest with insane speed. Helmut barely dodges again. The slash is so heavy that Asuka and James's hair flies from the impact. Genuinely, if that sword had landed, Helmut's head would have blown off. Seeing this, Asuka and James are shocked. Jeffrey smirks and says he hopes this match doesn't end in 2 seconds. He hasn't even warmed up yet. Helmut thinks Jeffrey is exactly as expected, not like other opponents. Jeffrey keeps swinging heavy head-crushing slashes, but Helmut easily dodges them all. Jeffrey gets annoyed and asks why Helmut is dodging like a rat. Why doesn't he attack? Helmut calmly thinks, what's the use of strength if you can't land a hit? His plan is simple. Wait for Jeffrey to tire out, then strike. After all, Helmut has survived against 20 people in the Forest of Darkness. The nobles in the crowd grow annoyed, calling Helmut a coward. They say he's not a real man, and this match is boring. But soon, Jeffrey starts panting. He realizes Helmut's plan. He taunts him, saying he didn't expect much from a commoner anyway, but Helmut has no self-respect. Jeffrey boasts about his pure noble blood, his top-class swordsmanship, and sneers that Helmut knows he'd lose if he dared attack. Helmut thinks Jeffrey's provocation is dull, but then Jeffrey goes too far, insulting Helmut's teacher, saying any teacher who only taught him how to dodge must be useless. That's when Helmut snaps. His expression hardens. Professor Rebecca warns him not to do anything reckless and even tells Jeffrey to mind his manners, but it's too late. Helmut says he tried to hold back, but now the water has gone over his head. He finally decides to be serious. With a dead fucking serious face, he dashes forward at insane speed, so fast Jeffrey can't even see where he went. In a blur, Helmut slashes at Jeffrey's left knee. Nothing. Then his right leg, again and again. For a second, Jeffrey feels fear, but then he laughs, saying the rumors about Helmut were fake. Such weak blows can't do anything. But suddenly, his body wobbles. He collapses. His right leg won't move. Helmut's voice turns deep and threatening. No matter how much one trains, there's always a part that will collapse if struck repeatedly. Jeffrey, you said our experience is worlds apart. Then add losing to a commoner to your list of experiences too. Jeffrey struggles to rise, trying to attack again, but Helmut slides between his massive legs and drops him to the ground. Jeffrey tries to rise again, but Helmut strikes his hand, breaking it, and knocks away his sword. Helmut, serious, says, as a transfer student, I don't have much to teach you, but maybe, instead of insulting teachers, use that time to improve your own skills. From behind, Professor Rebecca shouts for him to stop. She knows what's coming next. But it's too late. Helmut breaks Jeffrey's right shoulder, then his left, then kicks him in the stomach, slamming him to the ground, making protein shake out of his body. All the first-year nobles are left speechless. Professor Rebecca, standing firm, announces that Helmut was the winner. After this, all the second-year students defeat the first-year students badly. In fact, when James B. defeats his opponent, he calls his opponent a rascal. Because of this, Professor Rebecca side-eyes him and says that maybe the effect of Asuka is spreading through the students like a virus. Well, on that day, all the first-year students learned their first lesson of defeat. On the other hand, we see Charlotte drinking water from the fountain. At the same time, Helmut comes in front of Charlotte and looks at her with serious eyes. Charlotte gets a little startled and says hello with a kind smile. Helmut keeps thinking, this girl's name is Charlotte, and she looks exactly like him. Should he ask her about the Margaret family and his pendant? Should he come straight to the point and ask if she is from the Margaret family? But what if Charlotte finds out that Helmut is also from the Margaret family, and that there is a seed of darkness inside his body? Would he be sent back to the temple? Helmut keeps thinking all this with a dead, serious face. On the other hand, Charlotte grows nervous. She thinks that she has heard this senior is very scary. He played with Jeffrey's body like a toy. Did she accidentally get on the bad side of this senior? While she gets nervous, Helmut asks if she has made a mistake. But then he says that there is nothing like that. He just saw Charlotte's duel and liked her skills. After this, a normal conversation starts between them. Charlotte, with a kind smile, says she wants to become strong and skillful like him. Helmut asks how she knows his name. Charlotte replies that everyone in the school knows Helmut's name. He is famous. Then Charlotte asks if Helmut has no objection. Could they spar sometime? Helmut says yes. Charlotte gives him a smile that looks a little too seductive, and says she will look forward to that duel. Helmut pauses at that smile for a moment. From behind, Asuka suddenly comes running, slaps Helmut on the back, and asks if Helmut and Charlotte knew each other from before. What secret conversation were they having? Hearing this, Charlotte becomes a little shy and leaves. Asuka teases Helmut, saying, did he like the new student? What was going on between them? But Helmut just tells Asuka to mind his own business and leaves. Asuka screams after him, asking why Helmut is such a cold-hearted bastard. But Helmut keeps walking. The scene shifts. We come to Ailen. Ailen is teaching Helmut for his upcoming exam, but she seems serious. Helmut looks at her and thinks, since childhood in the Forest of Darkness while training with Darian and Elga, her senses were always on high alert, like a monster would appear at any moment. Now those same senses are warning Helmut that something is wrong. Finally, Helmut asks if something happened. Why is Ailen giving off such a dangerous vibe? Ailen quickly closes her book and asks only one question. She heard there is a beautiful girl in the first year who asked Helmut for a date. Hearing this, Helmut, who is drinking water, spits it out all over his face. He says this never happened, but Ailen says the whole rumor has spread in the school, that a good-looking girl was seen in the garden with Helmut, and both of them want to date each other. Helmut must be dying of happiness at his new popularity, right? Helmut says again that it's not true. He asks why Ailen is getting angry. Hearing this, Ailen gets even angrier, shouting, who said she is angry? Helmut then says seriously that he doesn't know about others, but he will never lie to Ailen. If he says there is nothing like that, then there is nothing like that. Hearing this, Ailen gets some relief. She grows serious again and says she only asked because Helmut is very innocent. He doesn't know how the world works. Many girls will deliberately come to Helmut just to get close to Ailen through him. Ailen normally doesn't talk to any girls, so they'll use Helmut as a bridge. Helmut must be careful. Hearing this, Helmut's eyes widen. He asks, does Ailen think Charlotte only wants to be his friend to get closer to Ailen? Ailen says it's not like that. She's not saying Charlotte is suspicious, just warning him, just in case. Helmut then says seriously, Ailen shouldn't talk so indirectly. If she wants him to keep distance from Charlotte, she should just say it directly. He will listen, nothing more. Speak clearly. Hearing this, Ailen is surprised, but also relieved. She starts reading again. On the other hand, Helmut thinks, just like he thought, Ailen really is a weird human, but Helmut doesn't know that he is genuinely good-looking. Because of that, his popularity is very high throughout the school. Girls genuinely like Helmut. That's why they keep coming to him. Helmut's still wondering about swords and seeds of darkness, while the women's of the academy just wants his seed. After that, the scene shifts, and we see that Helmut's gang comes to eat outside again. And once more, the same funny banter is going on between them. At the same time, a voice comes from behind. That voice is none other than Charlotte and Jeffrey. Charlotte, with a kind smile, looks at Helmut and says, what a coincidence. She didn't think she would meet him again. But Jeffrey, who is behind, is unable to make eye contact with Helmut because he had already lost in a very bad way. Jeffrey bows his head and says hello to Helmut. Charlotte, on the other hand, is very excited to meet him again. Somehow, she feels a strange connection with Helmut, so she asks if she can sit with them and eat. But suddenly, Ailen steps in between Charlotte and Helmut with a dead serious face. Looking at her, Charlotte introduces herself politely, saying her name is Charlotte. Ailen, with a very serious and intimidating aura, introduces herself back and says that her name is Ailen, and Charlotte must already know about Ailen, right? Hearing this, the whole gang falls silent, wondering what is about to happen between them. Well, we will get to know the conversation between Charlotte and Ailen after some time. But for now, we are shown that the next day has passed, and the practice session between Charlotte and Helmut has started. Helmut ruthlessly slashes Charlotte and defeats her in one blow. Charlotte is a little sad, her hands start shaking, and she accepts defeat. On the other hand, we can see that there is now a distance between them, as if Helmut does not like Charlotte anymore. We come to a flashback of the same restaurant. There we see that while looking at Ailen, Charlotte gets startled. She becomes nervous and starts babbling, saying, "Who doesn't know Ailen? She is the #1 student of the Magic Academy, and it is an honor that Charlotte got to meet her." Actually, Charlotte is an introvert type of girl, so she cannot talk to people very easily. That's why she gets nervous, holds her face, and thinks to herself, "What the hell is wrong with me?" On the other hand, Helmut notices this. Helmut and Ailen's eyes collide with each other. Meanwhile, Asuka and Cian start talking, realizing one thing. As long as Ailen is in their group, not a single one of them is getting a girlfriend. On the other hand, Helmut and Ailen continue looking into each other's eyes. Helmut understands that Ailen was right. Maybe Charlotte only likes Ailen. That's why she approached him. Maybe the connection between him and Charlotte is fake. Helmut thinks that just because they look alike, it doesn't mean she is his sister. After thinking this, he decides that he will find out about Charlotte's identity later. First, he has to become stronger than her. He has to reach the next level of power so that he can protect himself and his friends in the future. Helmut's basically thinking about power-ups, while Asuka and Cian are crying inside. "Bro, we just want milkers, not midterms." Finally, the midterm exam comes. Helmut sits down to take it. All the students gather together and there is a question. Looking at it, Helmut becomes worried. The question is, if Helmut gets a dark, forbidden power, and that power does not leave his body, and if he loses control of it, then Helmut will die. So what will Helmut do in that situation? Reading this, Helmut becomes very serious, thinking that the same situation is happening to him right now. After that, the scene shifts, and we see that Ailen asks Helmut how the exam went. Helmut is a little worried and says there was a question that troubled him. The question was, if accidentally Helmut gets a forbidden dark power, and if he loses that power, he will also die. Then what will he do in this situation? Ailen explains that sometimes teachers ask such unique and confusing questions to test the mentality of the student. After that, she asks what reply Helmut gave. Helmut gets very serious and, in a deep tone, says that he wrote, he would accept the dark power and find a way to wield it while living. Hearing this, Ailen is surprised and says that if he really wrote that answer, then it isn't bad. At least Professor Rebecca won't take it negatively. After that, Helmut asks Ailen how she would answer. Ailen says the standard answer would be to search for a solution at the temple. After all, dark power falls under the temple judiciary. For nobles, it's hard to write any answer other than this. But since Helmut is a commoner, he can write such an answer. Then Helmut, with a serious face, asked her what she would have done in this situation, secretly hoping to know what Ailen thinks or how she would react when she finds out about Helmut's secret. Immediately, Ailen explained that she would have written the noble answer about the temple on paper, but in reality, she would do exactly what Helmut wrote, even if it made her an enemy of the temple. Hearing this, Helmut is shocked and asks why. Ailen says that nobles know the truth. The temple is ruthless when it comes to dark power. If such power is genuinely tied to a person's life, then 110%, if the temple can't remove it, they will either kill that person or send them to the Forest of Darkness. Hearing this, Helmut feels a strange relief inside and his connection with Ailen grows stronger. Finally, the day comes when results are announced. Many students have failed. Many did not get their desired rank. In the midst of all this, Helmut waits for his result. The #1 student is none other than Ailen with 100%. The second is Cian with 93%. Seeing this, Cian's face turns red. He freezes like a statue and complains, "How the hell does this make sense? This semester's specialty was elemental magic. He is the elemental magic specialist, and the semester's material was only released 3 months ago. How can Ailen, who isn't even a specialist, get 100%? Hearing this, Ailen calmly puts her hand on Cian's shoulder and says, "Cian, 3 months is more than enough to finish a subject." Hearing this, Cian nearly collapses because there was a bet. Cian and Asuka will be on one team, Helmut and Ailen on another. Whoever loses will have to do 100 rounds of the entire school. Cian rushes to check Helmet's rank, hoping it's not too late. If Helmet came second, then it would be a draw and no one would lose. But to his horror, Helmet comes first with 98.99%, while Asuka is second with 97%. Hearing this, Cian loses all hope. Helmet, meanwhile, is surprised himself. Ailen congratulates him, saying his efforts have paid off. Asuka also says she doesn't feel bad. As long as Helmet defeated her, it doesn't matter. On the other hand, Cian cries and begs Ailen. He says she is a mage. She doesn't even have stamina, so how will she do 100 rounds? But Ailen leans close to his ear with a creepy, evil smile and whispers, "We're not even that close for me to let this condition slide." The scene shifts. Cian is running like a madman from morning to evening, completing 100 rounds of the school. He curses Ailen inside, calling her a ruthless bastard, and Helmet watches the whole scene from behind, silently. Finally, after 2 months, we get to know that the whole second year is going out for camping. James is the one giving this information. Andrew hears this from Asuka and Helmet. Andrew says that he has never gone camping before. James laughs and says that of course Andrew hasn't. He's from a noble family. But James explains that camping is not easy. Everything else is fine, but Andrew will have to find a place to shit on his own. He might even step on someone else's shit. So, Andrew has to take a shovel to cover his shit. Hearing this, Andrew gets very disgusted. On the other hand, Asuka turns to Helmet and asks how he used to poop when he was a mercenary. Helmet calmly says that he used to poop in the jungle near a river and leave it there without covering it. Asuka facepalms and says that asking Helmet is really useless. After this, Asuka decides to go shopping with Helmet to buy stuff for camping. Finally, all the gang members prepare and get ready for the trip. Asuka takes her stuff, while Helmet thinks he'll just roam around because he already has everything from his mercenary days. But Helmet is a little worried because he knows that Blackhawk has found out about his identity and that he studies in Greta Academy. Helmet knows Blackhawk won't dare come inside the academy, but once they go out for camping, he'll have to be extra careful. At the same time, a man is selling cotton candy. Helmet is a little surprised to see it. What the hell is this magical cloud-looking thing? After this, a blonde-haired woman, a third-year student who will become an important character in the future, comes to Helmet with cotton candy and says that Helmet is a second-year student, right? Helmet replies that he doesn't know if he knows her. The blonde-haired woman introduces herself as Tressa, his senior, and says she is really interested in Helmet. She even asks if Helmet will go on a date with her. Hearing this, Helmet pauses. He remembers Ailen's warning to stay away from any girl because they might just want to get close to Ailen through him. So Helmet turns back and tells Tressa that if she wants to talk, she probably just wants to talk to Ailen. But Tressa quickly stops Helmet and insists she has nothing to do with Ailen. She genuinely wants to talk to Helmet. She is really interested in him. Saying this, Tressa tries to hold Helmet's shoulder, but before she can, Ailen suddenly steps in with a dead serious face. Ailen asks Helmet what he's doing here. Tressa nervously smiles and says, "What a coincidence! I didn't know you were here too, Ailen." Then she boldly repeats that she just wants to talk to Helmet. Tressa even asks Ailen if she can convince Helmet to go on a date with her. Hearing this, Ailen slowly pulls back her hoodie. With his manly charm and sharp, handsome face, he gives a seductive look straight into Tressa's eyes. Tressa blushes hard. Ailen, with the same seductive aura, asks if Tressa really wants to talk to him. Does she have any business with him? Tressa gets flustered. Her brain short-circuits and she turns back to Helmet. But Helmet, cold as ice, is barely talking to her at all. Tressa stumbles away shyly, while Ailen grabs Helmet's hand and pulls him along, saying all girls are the same. They just want to talk to Ailen. Helmet mutters that he already knows this. He was just trying to get rid of Tressa without being rude. Ailen, clearly frustrated, says Helmet is following human ethics too much. If Helmet doesn't like something, he can just refuse. Ailen is genuinely annoyed that every single day a new damn girl comes after Helmet. On the other hand, as soon as Helmet and Ailen go a little ahead, they see that Cian and Asuka have almost emptied the entire shop, as if they were preparing for a birthday party instead of camping. Seeing this chaos, Ailen grabs her head and says, "What the hell should I do with these two weirdos?" Meanwhile, all the camping stuff is finally ready. The whole gang is about to leave. But just then, Helmet suddenly feels an intense, threatening aura. He freezes, turns around with a serious face, but sees nothing. Helmet shakes his head, thinking maybe it was just his imagination. But then, from the shadows, a figure appears, whispering to himself. This will be the last time Helmet enjoys life as a student in the academy. After that, we are shown the Blackhawks' headquarters again. Anton is very tense there because he informs the higher-ups that there is a capable mercenary like Helmet, for whom a higher-up officer is being sent. Finally, the same shadowy figure comes from inside the door. He is so fast that when he passes Anton, Anton doesn't even understand what happened. Anton is genuinely scared of that shadowy figure's aura. He is not able to lift his head. He thinks that this man is one of the greatest forces of Blackhawk, a Hawkeye member, Fasco. Anton finally gives all the documents of Helmet to Fasco. He tells Fasco that Helmet is a rank 2 mercenary. He asks Fasco if he has any other data of Helmet from his childhood. Anton tells him this is the most mysterious thing. Helmet is just a rank 2 mercenary, but there is no information about him before that, as if Helmet has fallen from the sky. He is a mysterious kid. On the other hand, Anton nervously asks one question. Have they messed with someone they shouldn't have? Because he has never seen a guy with such a suspicious identity. Is Helmet a child of a noble family? At this point, I kind of like Anton. He isn't like any other side character villain. Normally, if a powerful opponent appears, the villain just sends subordinates blindly and the whole gang gets wiped. But Anton is genuinely smart. Fasco, however, pierces the data file with his dirty nails and says that he is a Blackhawk, and there is no one on the continent who can mess with Blackhawk and survive. Even if Helmet has a dangerous background, the dead don't talk. If corpses disappear, the world won't know Helmet ever existed. Fasco declares he will eliminate Helmet in the most brutal way possible. After this, the scene ends there. We go back to the academy. Here, Jack has a bottle of wine in his hand. Jack is very happy, saying this is a 32-year-old very rare marigold wine. He says it will be fun to share it with his colleagues. A student from behind starts crying, saying he saved his entire 2 years of pocket money. Please don't take it, Jack. But Jack says they're not here to train, nor for a picnic. He had already said it's unnecessary. They don't have to bring things for camping. If they bring them, it will be confiscated. The student then turns to Asuka and says Asuka bought the entire shop and brought it as if he was going on a picnic. So how does Asuka even have this much allowance? Asuka says these are all necessities. Jack then comes and takes all of Asuka's stuff. He glances at Helmet and smiles a little. Then we see Helmet and all the academy students sitting on horses, heading out for camping. Asuka looks at Helmet's horse and says it's very unique. Genuinely, Ethan must have given him a royal breed horse. Asuka asks if the horse has a name. Helmet says no, but Asuka says that for a swordsman, a horse is his second partner, so it should have a name. Helmet looks at the blue-colored horse for a while. Then suddenly he gives the horse the name Asuka. Hearing this, Asuka gets creeped out. He shouts, "Why is Helmet naming his horse after him? That's really disturbing." Helmet calmly replies that the horse looks like Asuka. Hearing this, Asuka pauses, then gets even angrier. He shouts, "So you're saying I look like a white horse?" The fight between the two ends in a friendly way. The scene shifts, and we see that it is night. The whole gang has come to a resting place. Helmet keeps his alert mode on the entire time but sees nothing suspicious. He thinks maybe he is on too high an alert. Blackhawk won't attack him in front of all the academy students. At the same time, Asuka asks Helmet where his horse is. Helmet suddenly gets very serious. He notices the horse isn't with him. Helmet notices that his horse's leather belt was cut from a sharp object. This is not normal at all. The main problem is, someone did this without Helmet noticing. What on earth is happening? More importantly, Helmet was on high alert the whole time. Even then, he did not sense any enemy. Whatever it is, it must be a very high-level enemy. After that, Asuka casually says the horse is just chilling in the jungle, but Helmet is still on high alert. He tells Asuka to stay here and that he'll bring the horse back. Helmet takes out his sword and slowly moves toward the horse. He mutters that he still doesn't sense any enemy presence. Suddenly, as Helmet moves his right foot forward, he feels danger and stops. Looking down, he sees a giant bear trap. If Helmet had stepped on it, his leg would have been snapped in two. This can't be a coincidence. This is a warning, a silent, terrifying warning that he is being targeted. Helmet feels like prey being hunted by a beast, but he doesn't feel fear. He reaches his horse and checks if it's fine. The scene shifts. Instructor Jack gathers all the students in one place and shows them a crystal ball. He says every student has been given one. If they're in danger, they can use it to notify the instructors. After that, Jack divides the students into groups of 5 or 6. Asuka, Andrew, Dino, James, and a few nobles are placed in Helmet's group. Helmet looks around and says there are a lot of unfamiliar faces. Hearing this, the group laughs and says they all study in the same class. How does Helmet not know their names? Andrew, defending Helmet, says he's a little lightheaded and not good at remembering names. He suggests everyone introduce themselves. One by one, they introduce themselves. Michael, Basley, Weasley, and finally the green-haired guy, James's friend Dino. Finally, Helmet looks at the red-haired James and asks his name. James is furious. He shouts, "How can you not remember my name? I literally stand next to you every day. I even talk to you. For God's sake, my name is James." Helmet calmly says he has remembered everyone's names now, and he will never forget. A friendly round of laughter spreads through the group. The scene shifts and Rom arrives. Helmet goes to Rebecca and informs her that he saw a bear trap. But when they go there, the trap is gone. Professor Rebecca and Asuka ask if Helmet might have seen wrong in the dark. Helmet insists he doesn't understand. How could someone remove a trap right under the noses of both Rebecca and Jack? That should be impossible. This means the enemy is stronger than Rebecca and Jack. Helmet points to the flattened grass nearby. Proof someone walked there and removed the trap. He recalls what he learned from Elga in the Forest of Darkness. When facing a stronger opponent, beasts don't always attack directly. They stalk, scare, and exhaust their prey, mentally and physically. Finally, when the prey is at their limit, they strike. The same thing is happening to Helmet. He's being hunted, threatened, worn down. But he laughs and says, "That might work on a normal human, but not me. I'll be the hunter, and that guy will be the prey." On the other hand, Helmet returns to his group. One of the nobles says that while Helmet was gone, he thought of cooking. He made grilled fish, but when they sit down to eat, the fish is black and burnt, turned into coal. Seeing this, Helmet and the noble just sigh, realizing they'll have to sleep hungry tonight. Well, the scene shifts, and we see that Helmet's group is eating a feast. They are enjoying delicious, mouth-watering food. They even say that such food can't even be cooked in their noble families. And all this food? It was made by Helmet. The nobles, Asuka and Helmet, admit they don't know how to cook. So the nobles say, as expected of a commoner, commoners really are different. They know how to cook. Hearing this, Asuka says it is oddly irritating to hear, but thanks anyway. On the other hand, Helmet sits there very seriously. From there, a noble takes out a bottle of wine from his bag and says it was very difficult to collect this wine, and they will finally feast from it. But the next moment, Professor Rebecca suddenly appears behind them like a ghost. She moves like a grim reaper who collects souls, holding wine bottles she's confiscated from other groups. She comes in front of Helmet's group and asks if these wine bottles were brought from another group. She directly asks Helmet if he has such a bottle. Helmet says no. Professor Rebecca agrees and leaves, warning that if any wine is found, Helmet will be held responsible. As soon as she leaves, all the hidden wine bottles come out, and they start drinking happily, shouting, "Cheers!" But Helmet is still sitting there serious. Andrew notices and asks why Helmet looks so sad. Didn't he like the wine? Before Helmet can reply, Asuka says maybe Helmet is sad because of the trap incident. If yes, Helmet doesn't need to take it so seriously. Maybe it was just a hunter setting up a trap for a wild beast. Helmet doesn't need to overthink it. To lighten the mood, James asks Helmet which city he belongs to and where he learned his swordsmanship. Helmet says he learned swordsmanship from his master, not in a city. He grew up in a small forest. The group members then say maybe Helmet was lucky to meet a hidden, powerful master. They ask if Helmet can introduce them, but Helmet tells them it's impossible because his master is dead. Hearing this, the entire group falls silent. James, Dino, Asuka, and the others suddenly feel awkward. They realize they brought up a painful memory and made Helmet sadder. To lift his spirits, James quickly says Helmet is doing so well in Gritta Academy that wherever his master is, he must be very proud of him. Hearing this, Helmet finally smiles and says if his master could see what he's doing now, he would definitely be proud. Seeing his smile, the group members also smile and raise their cups again. Helmet gives a warm smile and says, "It feels good to talk to humans and share feelings." The scene shifts, and we see the whole group intoxicated, one by one falling asleep. Helmet, however, purifies the wine in his body and heads deep into the forest. Because he knows the hunter is watching from somewhere. He must find out who it is. After walking deeper, he closes his eyes and senses the area. A little further in, he finds a small wooden hut in the middle of the forest. Slowly, Helmet approaches and knocks. An old man comes out and asks who has come so late at night. Seeing Helmet's outfit, he understands he must be a swordsman from Gritta Academy. Helmet apologizes for disturbing him and says he wants to ask something. Helmet explains that he found a trap in the forest. That's against Academy rules, since this land belongs to the Academy. Does the old man know who could have done this? The old man replies that he'll try his best to find out who did that, since this is truly dangerous. Students come here to train. If someone's leg got caught, it would be devastating. He promises support in finding the culprit and says the one who placed that trap must be punished. Saying this, the old man tries to close the door, but Helmet blocks it with his foot. In a serious tone, Helmet says, "I never said it was a bear trap. I only said I found a trap." The old man freezes, then gives a small, unsettling smile. The old man's eyes glow red, and he quickly says to change the situation. He explains that he had just guessed. Since there are many big monsters in this area, Helmet must have found a bear trap. The old man says he simply assumed it would be a bear trap. Helmet still looks suspicious, but he politely says thanks and leaves. Before going, he also warns the old man that he should be careful because even a bear trap can harm him. Helmet steps out of the hut, thinking the old man is suspicious. Yet strangely, he doesn't sense any powerful aura or energy from him. Normally, Helmet would feel something odd, but right now the old man seems like just an ordinary caretaker. And yet, the very cells inside Helmet's body are screaming that this man is suspicious. Helmet thinks for a moment. If I slash this old man, maybe he'll reveal his true form. But then Helmet shakes his head. He's an academy student. He can't go overboard. Maybe he's just overthinking. As Helmet returns to his group, he sees Professor Rebecca looking furious. In her right hand, she is holding a member of her group, while Asuka lies on the ground with a big bump on his head. Most likely, Rebecca smacked him. Rebecca's eyes burn with anger, glaring directly at Helmet, as if she's going to eat him alive. The scene shifts to the morning. The training camp officially begins. Instructor Jack gathers everyone and announces the day's assignment. There will be a hunting competition. Everyone will have one day to hunt in the jungle. The one who brings back the biggest animal will be the winner. The competition ends at 5 p.m. sharp, so they must return before then. The scene shifts again. Wherever Helmet goes, Asuka keeps following him like a shadow. Helmet frowns, worried that whoever is targeting him might end up hurting Asuka too. So Helmet decides to finish Asuka's task first. He scouts ahead, identifies a very big bear, and tells Asuka that he can kill this one alone to complete his hunt. But just as Asuka and Helmet are fighting the bear, a sudden loud scream echoes through the forest. It's the scream of one of Helmet's own group members. Helmet's heart pounds. Fear flashes in his eyes as he dashes at insane speed toward the sound, praying desperately that whoever is hunting him hasn't killed one of his teammates. Helmet jumps over the trees and finally reaches the location. From a distance, he sees William trembling in fear, desperately trying to contact the professor with the crystal ball. As Helmet gets closer, his eyes widen. Weasley's leg is caught in a bear trap, blood pouring out. Without wasting a second, Helmet dashes into the forest, grabs some plants, bites them to test their use, then washes them with stones, crushes them, and makes quick homemade medicine. Without even asking William, Helmet rips apart Weasley's cloth and pulls open the trap with force. Weasley screams in pain as Helmet frees the leg, but immediately Helmet presses the crushed medicine onto the wound. William can't believe what he's seeing. Helmet's actions are precise, fast, and calm like he's done this 100 times. Finally, the crystal ball activates. Helmet orders William to call the professor right away, but William freezes, forgetting what to do, too shocked by what just happened. Meanwhile, Helmet inspects the trap closely and notices something strange. Someone weakened the mechanism on purpose. This wasn't meant to kill, only to injure. If it had been real, Weasley's entire leg, bones and all, would have been severed. This was no accident. It was a prank, a twisted warning. Helmet's eyes suddenly widen. He left Asuka alone. Could this all be the hunter's plan to separate them? Is Asuka the real target? Before Helmet can panic, Asuka stumbles out from the trees, shouting at the top of his lungs. He yells, asking why the hell Helmet left him alone. Did Helmet ditch him to catch bigger prey for himself, huh? But when Asuka realizes the seriousness of the situation, he quiets down, his face softening. William, still pale, thanks Helmet from the bottom of his heart. If Helmet hadn't been here, he would have lost his leg, or worse. The scene shifts. The Academy's healer finally arrives, examining Weasley's injury. He nods seriously, saying the first aid done was excellent, but William quickly corrects him. It wasn't him, it was Helmet. Professor Rebecca also steps forward and, for once, praises Helmet. The healer agrees, even saying most of the healing had already been done by Helmet. If Helmet hadn't acted in time, things would have gone very, very badly. Finally, Rebecca begins to trust Helmet's warnings. She believes him about the bear traps and immediately goes into high alert. She announces she will patrol the entire forest herself, but before leaving, she warns Helmet and Asuka to stay cautious. One wrong step and another trap could end them. Asuka has already finished her hunt, so Helmet declares that he will go deeper into the forest to catch his prey alone. Asuka hesitates, asking if she'll really be safe by herself. Helmet just smirks and says she won't get caught so easily, then disappears into the trees. Helmet's heart pounds, not out of fear but excitement. If the hunter really is watching him, then this is perfect. Helmet's blood boils with the thought. This time, the prey will be the hunter. He activates his whiz, sharpening all his senses, and sprints forward. Suddenly, a chill runs down his spine. The forest ahead is riddled with traps. Helmet moves at insane speed, cutting through each one. But these aren't just ordinary traps. They're made with invisible threads, nearly undetectable. One wrong move and an arm or even a leg could be severed instantly. The deeper he goes, the clearer it becomes. The entire forest is a death maze. Well, the entire forest is tighter packed with traps than a stepsis stuck in the dryer, and both are just waiting for someone to pull the wrong move. Helmet carefully studies the razor-sharp ropes glinting in the moonlight. His eyes narrow. This isn't a normal rope, it's steel wire. One wrong move and it would slice through flesh like butter. He exhales slowly, thankful that his other teammates didn't stumble into it. Ordinary students would have had their arms or legs severed instantly. Even surviving with a minor injury would have been impossible. Just then, he hears a faint sound. He tilts his head to the left. A deer trapped in one of the wires lets out a pitiful cry. Helmet wastes no time. He draws his arrow, aims, and releases. A clean strike. The deer collapses instantly. The scene shifts. All the academy students return one by one, each with their prey. Gasps ripple through the crowd as they see the largest catch, a massive bear. Ashoka sits proudly on top of it, chest puffed out like he just conquered the world. "I must be first rank for sure," Ashoka declares proudly. James smirks and asks, "Did Helmet help you with that bear?" Ashoka immediately snaps, cheeks red. "Shut the hell up, I did it myself!" Helmet quietly shows his deer. Instructor Jack steps forward, inspecting it with a nod. A fine hunt. Deer meat is especially delicious. He pats Helmet on the shoulder with approval. Then Jack announces the prizes. Those in 5th place will receive 5 academy tickets. 4th rank, a high-quality ink set. 3rd rank, top-tier training equipment. 2nd rank, a private training ground pass. And 1st rank, he pauses dramatically. 1st rank will receive a treasure chest of gift coupons and other exciting rewards. Ashoka grins wide and claps Helmet on the shoulder. "That's mine!" he says, overflowing with confidence. But night falls, and the campfire tells a different story. Ashoka's face is pale, lips tight. He suddenly explodes. "I caught a fucking bear! How the hell am I not 1st place?" Andrew sighs and explains. The first group caught a rare white fox. It looked like a mythical creature. That's why they're ranked 1st. Helmet calmly says, "At least you got what you wanted? Private training? Isn't that what you've always wanted?" Ashoka grumbles but nods. Helmet adds, "Besides, we've got plenty of good meat. Not a bad reward." The group chuckles half-heartedly, though Andrew suddenly looks at the empty spaces around them. His voice softens. Still, without the others, it feels kind of lonely. Helmet's expression hardens. His mind drifts to the flashback. One by one, members of his group, all nobles, accidentally injured. Broken arms, shattered legs, each one sent back home. On paper, it was coincidence. In truth, it was far too suspicious. That's why the instructors had warned Helmet's group to stay on guard. Something strange was happening around them. Helmet clenches his fist. He's damn sure this is no coincidence. Should he tell his friends the truth? Should he admit they're being hunted? But Andrew interrupts his thoughts. The instructors searched the jungle top to bottom, no traps. Whoever laid them must have left, or maybe they were set long ago. Either way, it's safe now. Helmet looks at him silently. In his mind, he knows Andrew is wrong, but he also knows the truth. With instructors patrolling constantly, the hunter won't risk striking openly. And besides, nobles are in the group. Even Blackhawk wouldn't want that kind of political mess. So, Helmet decides. Just one more night. He'll stay close to his friends. Tomorrow, they'll return to the academy. No need to scare them with the full truth. The scene shifts to morning. Dawn light spills through the forest as Helmet's group moves together. Their final mission awaits. They must travel 4 hours to reach their assigned location. Then, they'll stay there all night before returning to the academy the next day. A simple mission, but is it? Fortunately, it is not poisonous. Asuka jokingly says, "Did Helmet feel so thirsty that he started drinking water the moment he saw it?" Helmet doesn't reply. Everyone else complains that their backs hurt, their bodies hurt. "Who gives such a task anyway?" they whine. After that, everyone makes a campfire and sits down, a little sad. Helmet understands. They're down because their group isn't fully together. Quietly, Helmet leaves the campfire to collect firewood in the deeper part of the jungle. And, as always, Asuka follows behind. Helmet sighs and says he's always stuck with her like a stick. While collecting firewood, Asuka complains about how dark the forest is. "Back at the academy, there's so much light. I'm not used to this," she says. But Helmet doesn't listen. Asuka gets irritated, asking why Helmet won't at least reply. Helmet just keeps quiet. Then suddenly, Helmet turns serious. He grips his bundle of firewood and says firmly that he has to go do something very important. Asuka frowns and asks if it's a big problem. Helmet answers, "Yes, it's a big problem." Asuka misunderstands completely. She waves her hand and says, "Fine, just go far away from camp to poop. Don't stink up the whole place, and cover it well afterwards." Helmet almost explodes, thinking, what the hell is wrong with this guy's brain? But there's no time to argue. He heads silently into the dark jungle. There, in the silence, a man is sharpening a wooden log with a dagger. Helmet steps out and speaks in a deep, serious tone. "We finally meet. It's Fasco." He sits with the log in hand, smiling. First, Fasco thanks Helmet. He says Helmet entertained him a lot, that he enjoyed troubling and scaring him. Then he gestures and says Helmet should sit down. Helmet keeps his sword ready. Fasco continues sharpening the log, saying he's in a good mood because he finally gets to talk face to face, but at the same time, he's irritated, sick of looking at Helmet's face for so many days. He asks Helmet, "When you realized a predator was targeting you, how did it feel?" Helmet just stares back, silent. Then Helmet replies that he is not like Fasco's other prey. Normally, they get scared and mentally broken, but Helmet acted as a predator too. It was like two tigers trying to devour each other. Fasco pulls something from his pocket and tosses it. Helmet draws his sword, ready, but sees it's just a disgusting, fat, smelly bug. Fasco introduces himself as Fasco of the Black Hawk Allied Force. He works directly under the leader and has authority to recruit talented people. He doesn't want to waste Helmet's talent, so he offers a deal. If Helmet eats the bug, Black Hawk will let him and his friends live. The bug will live inside Helmet's heart. Once a year, if Black Hawk doesn't give Helmet the antidote, the bug will explode, killing him instantly. That's how Helmet becomes a Black Hawk member. Helmet narrows his eyes. He asks if Fasco can kill nobles too. What about families? What about the truth leaking out? Wouldn't that destroy Black Hawk? Fasco smirks. He says Helmet is forgetting something. Most of the noble kids already injected with bugs are from powerful families. The rest are just commoners or half-nobles. If they die, it doesn't matter. Helmet realizes how serious this is. He stands up, crushes the bug under his foot, takes his stance, and says coldly, "Maybe you didn't research my background properly." In a flash, Helmet dashes with insane speed, swinging for Fasco's neck. But Fasco slams his wooden log against a tree branch. From the ground, sharp steel ropes shoot up. Helmet barely cuts through them, his speed compromised. He glares with deadly seriousness and says, "If I kill you here, the whole problem ends. You won't touch my friends." With a single deadly slash, Helmet aims to cut Fasco in half, but Fasco vanishes like fog, reappearing far away. Fasco says, "I gave you a chance, you refused. Now neither you nor your friends will leave this forest alive." He slams the ground, triggering a barrage of sharp steel needles flying toward Helmet. Asuka, Andrew, and James suddenly hear a strange sonic boom. Everyone gets tense. James nervously asks if there's a landslide nearby. Meanwhile, Helmet is alone in the jungle. Did he run into some problem? We see Dino running out from the jungle, panicked, saying something is wrong with the horses. Everyone rushes to check. The horses tied in the jungle have been cut loose by someone, and all of them have run away. Not only that, but a strange sound starts coming from behind. Asuka stiffens, sword ready. A black shadow emerges from the jungle. Everyone prepares to fight, but it turns out to be Helmet. Asuka shouts that Helmet scared the hell out of them. What happened to him? Why are there so many leaves stuck to his face? Did Helmet go to poop in the bushes? Or was he just rolling around like a kid? On the other hand, did Helmet untie all the horses himself? Helmet ignores the jokes. He asks only one question. Are all his group members safe? Is anyone missing? Asuka replies that no one is missing, but he's clearly confused. Helmet grows serious and thinks the time has come to tell them the truth. Later, everyone gathers around the campfire, sitting in tense silence. Helmet explains the situation. James sums it up bluntly. In short, the Black Hawk assassins are after Helmet, and because of him, now they all might get killed. Helmet admits yes. Hearing this, Andrew's face pales. He is bewildered and doesn't know what to say. James shouts in anger, asking why the Black Hawk would want to kill them when they haven't done anything. Isn't this just Helmet's problem? Why are they dragged into it? Before James can finish, Asuka slaps the back of his head and tells him to shut up. "How are you so sure you'll die, dumbass? Be quiet!" Then Asuka gets serious, reminding everyone that Black Hawk members had attacked him in the city and Helmet had saved his life. So isn't this his problem as well? Helmet says maybe, maybe not, because even before he came to the academy, 5 Black Hawk members had already tried to kill him for no reason, and he killed all 5. Everyone goes silent, shocked. James stutters, asking if Helmet really killed Black Hawk members. How many were there? They must have been adults with real battle experience, right? Helmet shrugs, saying it wasn't that serious. They were about rank 3 mercenaries, but then he realizes his mistake. All his friends are still kids. They've never killed real people before. Maybe he shouldn't have said it out loud, but to his surprise, James, Asuka, Andrew, and Dino look at him with pure admiration, as if Helmet has just done something legendary. They say they always knew Helmet was different from them, but now they understand why he's so strong. Helmet realizes that as swordsmen, they actually like talking about real combat. But he gets serious again, saying even he doesn't know why Black Hawk is after him. Either way, the responsibility is his. He'll make sure everyone returns to the academy safely. Andrew suggests informing the instructors. But when Asuka reaches into his pocket for the magic crystal, he realizes he's dropped it somewhere. Everyone explodes in anger, yelling at him. James screams that Asuka is an idiot. Asuka protests, saying maybe the assassin stole it. James sarcastically asks if the assassin had nothing better to do than sneak his hand into his pocket like a pervert and carefully steal his balls. Well, if he did, that assassin definitely knows what he likes touching inside pockets. Helmet cuts the chatter. He tells them his plan. They must somehow survive the night. By morning, without horses, it'll take them 12 hours to reach the academy. The assassin won't let them leave so easily. But the fact that the assassin hasn't attacked all 5 of them at once means he isn't confident he can handle them together. If they stick close and fight as one, they can escape. Everyone agrees. Helmet orders them to rest, since tomorrow they'll be walking non-stop. Everyone goes to sleep, except Helmet, who stays awake on guard duty. Later, James and Dino sneak out of the camp. Helmet catches them and asks why they aren't sleeping. James and Dino say Helmet is also human. He needs rest too. James insists his pride won't let him hand over his life to someone else. He's a swordsman too. He'll guard. He tells Helmet to rest at least an hour. Helmet replies calmly that even if he doesn't sleep for 3 days, it won't be a problem. James mutters that Helmet is truly inhuman. Suddenly, Helmet hears something. He orders everyone to be quiet. A strange sound rustles from inside the jungle. Helmet, James, and Dino draw their swords and slowly move in. At first, there's nothing, just one horse standing there. Dino and James light up with joy, thinking it's one of theirs. But Helmet's instincts scream danger. He turns back and yells at them to run. Too late. Fasco suddenly appears like a shadow, throws smoke balls, grabs Dino by the neck, and in a flash vanishes into the darkness with him. Asuka and Andrew come out of the camp because of the noise. On the other hand, James is very scared. He shouts loudly in the smoke that they took Dino and left. James is scared. His hand is trembling. Helmet tries to calm James down and says that this is just a smoke bomb. He should not be so scared. But James is genuinely terrified. Helmet says that James should not forget the way of his sword. Hearing all this, James finally comes to his senses. Asuka and Andrew come from behind to take care of James. On the other hand, Helmet thinks that Fasco is not a normal hunter. A dead guy knows how to exploit human psychology. Finally, James comes to his senses and says that they should go quickly to save Dino, but Helmet says that he cannot go alone to save Dino. Otherwise, Fasco will come to kill James and others. And he cannot take all the group members to save Dino either, because their speed is slow. They will never be able to catch him. Hearing this, James grabs the collar of Helmet and shouts, "Does this mean that they will leave Dino here and sacrifice his life? This is all the fault of Helmet. And even if Helmet thinks of abandoning Dino, James will never forgive him." From behind, Andrew tries to calm James down. Helmet says that he will never think of abandoning Dino. But how can he put the lives of the other 3 crew members in danger? Hearing this, James gets even more angry and tries to punch Helmet. Asking is, Helmet indirectly wants to say that they should leave Dino and go away. But Dino is James's childhood friend. He will not leave Dino and go away. Andrew and Asuka somehow separate James from Helmet. And Helmet also gets a little serious and stands there silently. Andrew comes to Helmet and tells him not to mind James. James and Dino are childhood friends and they really can't leave Dino alone and go away. Helmet is not like a normal human. Logically, Helmet has also thought the right thing, but there is still a little less human emotion in him. Helmet stands for a while and thinks seriously. Helmet stands alone near the campfire for a long time. A little time passes, and James comes from behind. He apologizes to Helmet, saying that he was very scared and didn't understand. That's why he said so many good and bad things to him. On the other hand, Helmet does not say anything. He turns back and tells them that he has a plan. Right now, they do not know where Dino has gone. And Helmet also does not know if he can defeat Fasco alone, because Fasco is genuinely stronger than him. And to be honest, Helmet feels that it is impossible to defeat Fasco on his own. But because James will not leave Dino alone and go away from this forest, that's why Helmet will do everything to save Dino. After that, Helmet gets serious and says that no one will sleep from now on. They will work non-stop to save Dino. Suddenly, someone throws a strong box at Helmet. Helmet blocks the box. Then we see that there is an arrow stuck in it. Helmet opens the box, and inside there's someone's cut finger. Everyone is scared to see the cut finger. Helmet casually asks James if the cut finger belongs to Dino. James looks at it and says that it is his childhood friend, but he can't tell if the cut finger belongs to Dino or not. Helmet says that the blood vessel on the cut finger is not fresh. It means that the cut finger was thrown at them just to scare them. Then Helmet notices that there is a map in the pouch, and there is a location marked on the map. It means that Dino has been kept at this location, and it is written there that Helmet has to come alone to this location. Helmet immediately understands the plan of Fasco. Fasco's plan is to separate Helmet from his group, so that he can kill the members of the group separately and then fight with Helmet one-on-one, because Fasco knows that Helmet and his group members together will not be easy to handle. Helmet is very confused about how he will leave his friends alone, but Asuka tells him that Helmet thinks Asuka is weak. Helmet should go quickly and save Dino, and Helmet doesn't have to worry, because Asuka will risk his life and trap Fasco here for half an hour. The scene shifts, and we see Helmet running to the same location where Dino is lying unconscious. Helmet looks around and realizes that Fasco is not here. He picks up Dino and sees that fortunately his finger is not cut. But suddenly Helmet notices that Dino's eyes are glowing in a strange way, and a demonic aura is pouring out of his body. Before Helmet can think or understand anything, Dino starts moving, his body swelling, muscles tearing through his frame. Helmet steps back, shocked as Dino transforms into a muscular six-pack Chad cow. Inhuman, monstrous, Dino lets out a roar and pushes Helmet back. Helmet realizes that Dino is not invincible, but fighting him won't be easy, not if he wants to save him without causing fatal harm. At the same time, Helmet feels it. The demonic seed of darkness inside his own body is being drawn toward Dino's corrupted energy. A dangerous idea sparks in Helmet's mind. His expression hardens as he plants his feet firmly on the ground. The fight begins. Helmet and Dino clash, fists and strikes echoing like thunder. Helmet dodges Dino's savage swings, searching desperately for an opening. A massive punch comes crashing down. Helmet slips past it at the last second, countering with a sharp kick to Dino's leg. The beast stumbles, loses balance, and crashes hard into the rocks. Dino lies half-buried, unconscious, but still radiating a violent aura. Helmet wastes no time. He grabs Dino's head, presses his palm against it, and begins to absorb the demonic energy. The struggle is intense. The power thrashes violently inside Dino, but slowly, painfully, Helmet pulls it away, siphoning it into himself. After a few moments, Dino goes limp, his aura dispersing. Helmet gasps, feeling the darkness surge through him. A strange, dangerous strength spreads in his veins, stronger than before, sharper than ever. He drags Dino's unconscious body out of the rubble. On the other hand, the scene shifts. We return to Asuka. Asuka, James, and Andrew form a tight triangle formation, blades raised, and standing before them, Fasco, smiling with a twisted, creepy grin, like a predator about to play with his prey. Asuka sees Fasco for the first time and asks if he is the same person who kidnapped Dino. James clenches his teeth and says yes, he is the same bastard. Then we see a flashback where Helmet had warned them. Fasco is not like a normal human. His stealth skill is inhuman, almost impossible to detect. His speed is dangerously high, but if Asuka, Andrew, and James stick back to back, forming a deadly three-way lock and never breaking formation, then holding Fasco for half an hour won't be impossible. But that's just theory. In practice, it's not so simple. Maintaining his creepy tone, Fasco says that 2 out of 5 are already dead, and only 3 are alive. James freezes, trembling. 2 out of 5? Does that mean Helmet and Dino are dead? Asuka gets angry and shouts that James is talking like the bastard's father. He's clearly just trying to mess with us. Fasco chuckles, complimenting Asuka. He says Asuka is bold, not the type to get trapped by ordinary mind games. But then Fasco shifts to a new tactic. He says there are 2 nobles here, and killing them might be troublesome, so he makes an offer. In their group, there is 1 commoner and 2 nobles. If the 2 nobles kill the commoner and hand him over, Fasco promises to let Andrew and James live. The words freeze the air. Andrew and James stare wide-eyed, shocked. Fasco leans closer and hisses that they won't get such an opportunity again. The commoner who has always been a pain in the swordsmanship facility. Asuka. Even his full name is cursed. Fasco promises it will remain a secret. No one will know that Andrew and James helped him. Everyone will believe the assassin came to kill Helmet and Asuka just happened to die. Asuka yells at James not to listen. He's clearly trying to break our teamwork, and even if I separate, what guarantee do you have that he'll really let you live? James's trembling stops. His face hardens. With a serious voice, he says that Asuka doesn't need to worry. He would never sacrifice his friends for his own life. Hearing this, Asuka is taken aback, almost moved. Andrew also gives a small smile. Then James raises his hand toward the sky. Maybe Fasco doesn't know the meaning of friendship. I will never sacrifice my friends just to live. Fasco crouches low, grinning. Your friendship is very strong. Now you'll go to hell together with that friendship. The instant the words leave his lips, he vanishes like fog. Everyone tightens their stance, waiting for the strike. The first attack comes. James barely blocks it before Fasco disappears again. They realize he's targeting their weak link first. The next strike comes for Andrew. He glances right, but suddenly Fasco slashes from under his leg. Andrew blocks in desperation as Fasco vanishes again. Asuka's mind races. It's clear now. The 3 of them cannot defeat Fasco. He's just playing with them. He could end this whenever he wants. Fasco finally increases his speed. In a blur, he slashes all 3 one by one, each time leaving deeper cuts, more blood. Their bodies are shredded, their condition worsening by the minute. After 20 minutes, all 3 are covered in wounds, bleeding heavily. Fasco is convinced that Helmet has died in the mountains. He toys with them, planning to kill them slowly, savoring every cry. That's his style, to enjoy the hunt, killing prey piece by piece. But Asuka refuses to believe it. He is damn sure Helmet is not dead. Helmet will come back. For now, all he has to do is buy time. Half an hour. That was the deal. But if things go on like this, Andrew and James will die. So Asuka makes a bold move. He shouts at Fasco. If Fasco spares Andrew and James, then Asuka will give his life in exchange. 1-on-1. Asuka versus Fasco. How about it? That'll be a real thrill for you, right? Asuka says that if Fasco wants to enjoy, he won't be able to do it with such a weak enjoyment. He should leave them behind, and Asuka will do a 1-on-1 battle with Fasco. Hearing this, Andrew directly refuses. And Fasco also says that that is really a tearful favor Asuka is asking. He is going to sacrifice himself for his friend. But does Fasco have any reason to listen to Asuka? So Asuka says, does Fasco enjoy fighting only with weak people? Is Fasco so coward that he doesn't want to fight Asuka? Asuka is even weaker than Helmet, so if Fasco won't be able to defeat Asuka, how will he defeat Helmet? Maybe Fasco is scared of Helmet. Hearing this, Fasco becomes serious and comes down from the tree, saying that honestly, such a low-level provocation won't make a difference, but Asuka really hit the mark. Now he won't leave Asuka alive. In fact, when Fasco's prey is overexcited to save his life, then when Fasco kills them, he enjoys it even more. On the other hand, we see that James doesn't agree that Asuka will fight alone, but James is already bleeding a lot. He is not even able to stand. Andrew also says that James has bled so much that if he keeps bleeding more, he might die here. So Andrew takes James and goes back a little. Asuka stretches his hand and says to Fasco, "Come, bastard, I'm really ready." In a blink of an eye, Fasco comes behind Asuka and tries to cut his neck, but Asuka dodges that slash. And after dodging, Asuka jumps in the air and hits a reverse slash at insane high speed. This same attack was used by Charlotte while sparring with Asuka. Well, Asuka is a sword genius. We get to know from this. And because of this attack, Fasco also gets a slight slash on his mask. Seeing this, Fasco also gets surprised that Asuka's swordsmanship style has changed. But this wasn't enough to defeat Fasco. Fasco comes slowly and cuts Asuka's right leg, left leg, and makes Asuka bleed badly. After 5-10 minutes, Andrew and James are watching this from behind. This same swordsmanship was used by Charlotte, a first-year student, and Asuka really is a sword genius. But this still isn't enough to defeat Fasco. Finally, Asuka gets very tired and says to Fasco that he has played enough. Now it's time to kill Asuka. Just in a matter of a second, Fasco disappears from his position, and just in front of Asuka's neck, Fasco slashes with his sword, and it hits Asuka's neck as well. Seeing this, Andrew and James scream loudly, but we see that Asuka puts his right ankle in front of the sword. Asuka's right ankle is almost half cut, but surprisingly, Asuka's right ankle is very strong, like steel, and somehow Fasco's sword gets stuck there. Fasco doesn't understand what's going on. Asuka gives a confident smile and shows us a flashback, where we see that Asuka had tied a defensive scroll on his hand, just in case. We come back to the present and see that because Fasco's sword is stuck on Asuka's hand, taking advantage of this, Asuka launches an attack. Because of Asuka's slash, Fasco's hand is almost cut into 2 pieces. Asuka's sword cuts Fasco's hand halfway through, but Asuka doesn't have enough power to sever it completely. Finally, Fasco kicks Asuka away, and Fasco falls on the ground trembling. Asuka's hand is almost cut into 2 pieces. Fasco is furious. He calls Asuka a damn monkey. But when Asuka falls backwards, Fasco notices that the crystal ball is in Asuka's pants. No one knows from which ball the crystal ball came out, but seeing this, Fasco gets tense. He had heard that Asuka lost the crystal ball. So where did this come from? Asuka doesn't waste a second. He grabs the crystal ball and activates it, calling all the instructors to come. An assassin is trying to kill them all, but Fasco smashes the crystal ball. It's too late. Asuka has already sent the signal. Professor Rebecca hears everything and leaves to come here. On the other hand, Asuka grows confident and asks Fasco what he'll do now. Fasco, still confident, says he will kill Asuka and his friends, and it's only a matter of time before the instructors arrive. Fasco snarls that he'll kill them all before the instructors get here. But before he can, someone arrives at insane high speed. Fasco freezes for a second, suffocated by the ominous aura. It is none other than Helmet. Helmet lands on the ground with crushing speed. Fasco stumbles back. Helmet's eyes are no less than those of a demon lord. His death glare burns into Fasco. Dino is in Helmet's arms. Fasco trembles at this terrifying aura and bolts. He says he will complete his mission another day. Helmet quickly leaves Dino with his friends and starts checking his health. Behind him, Asuka screams angrily at Helmet. Helmet had said 30 minutes, but it's been more than an hour, and by now, everyone was almost dead. Between the 3 of them, a friendly joke starts again. Andrew asks Helmet what to do next. They've already called the instructors, so they'll arrive any time, but Helmet says everyone has to stay put. Then, with a dead, serious, and terrifying look, he says, "I have to tie up a loose end." The scene shifts. Fasco is running fast, muttering that Helmet wasn't emitting such a terrifying aura earlier. He was clearly a level below, but now it feels like Helmet has become stronger. How the hell is this happening? Fasco says he spread a lot of traps on the way, so it'll be difficult for Helmet to follow. But suddenly, from behind, something insane shoots at Fasco with high speed. Fasco blocks, but the arrow, enchanted with whiz, comes with such force that Fasco can barely withstand it. Helmet stands on top of a tree. Purple, dark aura pours from his body. He just stares at Fasco like a predator watching prey. Fasco stumbles to the ground after a couple of steps. Helmet congratulates him, saying Fasco is the first Blackhawk member to survive after being hit by that arrow. Fasco starts bleeding, shivering. He asks Helmet, how did he get here so fast? Helmet, in a deep threatening tone, asks just one question. Have I ever fallen for your traps even once? Hearing this, Fasco's condition worsens. He realizes Helmet is not as weak as he thought. Has Helmet really overcome all the traps? How did he arrive so quickly? But before Fasco can think further, another whiz-enchanted arrow comes crashing down. Helmet drops from above, aiming right at him. Fasco barely dodges, then disappears again into his shadow form. He laughs, saying Helmet must have killed the other Blackhawk members with little tricks like this, but they won't work on him. Fasco giggles menacingly. On the other hand, Helmet maintains his threatening tone and says, "Sorry, I have no plans of hunting while giggling like you." Then we see Helmet standing in the middle of the forest, and Fasco in his shadow form is roaming around Helmet. He sees a chance to cut Helmet in 2, but Helmet turns with a terrifying aura, finds Fasco and slashes him. Fasco dodges it, but he is confused. He is in stealth mode, and yet Helmet is still finding him. It doesn't make sense. Fasco goes back into stealth mode and tells him that no matter how strong the opponent is, no one has been able to find him. Maybe Helmet was just lucky the first time. Fasco tries to hit Helmet from behind, but Helmet catches him again, and Fasco barely escapes the attack. Fasco finally understands that it is not a coincidence. For a human to see through his stealth skill, that is impossible. Then we see Helmet again, this time with his eyes closed, and Fasco realizes that Helmet has come from Sang Jin Woo levels of bullshit. As soon as Fasco is about to hit Helmet, he senses that one MS Madras aura and Helmet catches him. If this is the case, then it is almost impossible for a human. Fasco deactivates his stealth mode and covers his entire body with whiz. In fact, he even covers his sword with high-density whiz. Fasco now understands Helmet has become like a rank 1 mercenary. In fact, he may have even become stronger than him, but Fasco has lost a lot of blood, and he knows he cannot defeat Helmet in this condition. He tries to run away, but Helmet is not in the mood to let him. Fasco hides behind a tree, but Helmet cuts the tree into 2 pieces, and behind the tree, Fasco's body is also almost cut in half. Fasco is now sitting on the ground, covered in blood. Helmet asks, "Any last words?" Fasco's weapon is gone. Does Fasco have any other fancy move left to show Helmet? Fasco just laughs and giggles. He puts his hands together and says he surrenders. Helmet does not understand what new trick Fasco is trying to pull. In anger, Helmet kicks Fasco in the face. On the ground, Fasco shouts, "Is this how a swordsmanship student treats a surrendering opponent without even a weapon? I have surrendered. I don't even have a weapon, and still Helmet is acting like he is not like other swordsmanship students." But Helmet, without saying a word, with a serious face, kicks Fasco's leg and breaks his bone. Fasco screams and shivers in pain. Helmet says coldly that Fasco cannot run away even if he wants to. Fasco understands that Helmet is not like other kids. He gets up and begs Helmet not to kill him. Fasco swears that if Helmet spares him, he will make sure that Blackhawk never targets Helmet again. He promises Helmet's data will be erased from Blackhawk's headquarters. Helmet asks, "How can I trust a Blackhawk member? In fact, it's better to kill you now so you never come back to hit me again. That would benefit me even more." Fasco says, "If I don't return to base, stronger people will definitely come to kill you. Will you be able to save your friends next time?" Helmet stands still for a moment. Then, with his right leg, he crushes all the bones in Fasco's fingers. Even he cuts Fasco's fingers clean off. Helmet says in a deep, threatening tone, "You've misunderstood something. You are dying right here today, and I will also kill anyone who comes after me. You have no option but to accept that fact." Helmet's Demon Lord aura intensifies. He raises his sword over Fasco's skull, ready to finish him. At the same time, a creepy voice from behind tells Helmet to stop. Hearing this voice, Helmet freezes for a second. He turns around and sees an old man. The old man tells Helmet that Fasco has already lost. He has surrendered. So can Helmet stop? Because Fasco is a very capable person for his organization, and losing him would be a real headache for them in many ways. Bro, even the old man basically said, "Don't kill him. That's our stepmom's favorite toy." Helmet was stunned, as he never sensed that man was right behind him. Helmet did not understand what was happening. That man's presence was like a living corpse. With a shaky tone in his voice, Fasco referred to the man as Talon. Upon seeing how Fasco was trembling, our boy realized that this man was the leader of Blackhawk. Talon told our boy that he would pay him if he spared Fasco's life. Helmet told the man that the assassin needs to pay the price for his actions. He said no other price would be meaningful other than Fasco's death. Talon was surprised to hear this. He believed that he could not lose Fasco because their organization was already suffering from a shortage of manpower. The man did not want to lose someone as competent as the entertainer. He told our boy that the only thing he could provide would be money and valuable information. He asked Helmet if he could overlook the situation for such a price. The moment he said this, our boy looked carefully at the man. Helmet could tell Talon was very strong. Seeing that he himself was not in a good condition, our boy could not see any openings to attack the man. Helmet realized that there would be recoil from the Seed of Darkness if he killed the entertainer. He could also tell that Talon did not want to fight. It would not be smart for him to put himself in a difficult battle. Talon promised our boy that he would cancel the pursuit on him. He assured him that he would refuse any request related to him. He told Helmet that this offer was very favorable. Upon hearing Talon's offer, Helmet looked at Fasco. Our boy did not like this situation. He turned back to Talon and told him he wanted both the money and the information. The man accepted our boy's demand. He threw a bag at Helmet, saying there were 300,000 marks in the bag. He asked him to check. Our boy used his sword to cut it open and confirmed the amount. Talon then told Helmet that he was willing to give him any information for free. But our boy replied that the deal was off if it was only one piece. He pointed his sword at Fasco and told Talon he needed 5 pieces of information from both him and Fasco. Talon glared at Helmet when he heard this. The man was not surprised, though. He revealed to our boy that he had met countless customers in his life, buying and selling information for decades. He said he could always tell when someone had a lot of questions just by looking at their face. He told our boy, "You're making a curious face." Helmet was surprised to hear this. Talon raised his hand and explained that he and Fasco would give him a combined total of 5 pieces of information. He said he could not go higher or make more loss from this deal. Our boy decided to take the offer. He pointed his sword at Fasco and asked him about the place where he hid the horses. The entertainer revealed that the horses were tied in a large cave to the east. Our boy then asked Fasco if the Hawkeye's members would retaliate if they believed Helmet killed him. The entertainer explained that Hawkeyes usually operate on a one-man basis. They only sometimes team up, but rarely communicate with one another. Fasco even revealed that some members might be happy he died, less competition. He told our boy that Hawkeyes don't understand the concept of teamwork. Helmet was surprised. He decided to confirm something. He moved his sword closer to Fasco's mask and slowly used it to remove it. Fasco begged Helmet not to take it off, but our boy didn't listen. When Helmet took off the mask, he saw an ugly man with a huge scar across his face and crooked teeth. Our boy was shocked. He turned and told Fasco to put the mask back on and never show that ugly face again. Damn, our boy verbally fucked Fasco harder than his broken bones did. On the other hand, Helmet told Talon that he didn't want the last piece of info he just got. He still had 3 questions left. He asked Talon what kind of information he could provide. Talon reached into his hood and pulled out a communication marble. He explained to our boy that it could directly connect him to the head of Blackhawk. He told Helmet to contact him when he knew the information he wanted. He promised any 3 pieces, even if they were top-secret state-level intel. But Talon explained the marble would only work for 10 years. After that, he wouldn't be obligated to provide anything. Seeing Talon take out both money and a marble from his hood, Helmet realized the hood had built-in storage magic. Our boy then asked him to hand over the hood. He explained that walking out of the forest with a bag of cash and a marble would be suspicious. Talon threw him the hood. As it came closer, it obstructed Helmet's vision. Our boy quickly tilted his head to see the leader's face. Helmet was shocked to see that the Black Hawk leader was an old man. He asked him how he hid his energy. The man placed his hand on his face and revealed his forte was disguise. He told our boy that he wanted to show his face as a sign of faith. Then, removing his hand, he revealed his true appearance, a handsome young man with dark red eyes and 2 cross signs on his face. The moment he saw Talon's real face, Helmet picked up Fasco and threw him at him. Talon caught his subordinate easily. With anger, our boy told Talon that he would kill Fasco if he ever appeared before him again. Talon smiled, thanked Helmet for sparing Fasco, and noticed how badly wounded his subordinate was. He realized he needed immediate treatment. Our boy sheathed his sword and turned to leave. Before he could walk away, Talon called out. He told Helmet that he had a question for him. Based on his actions, he could tell Helmet had no qualms with killing, yet he noticed he often hesitated before swinging. He asked if Helmet was pretending to be innocent, or if he had too much on his mind. He explained to our boy that sometimes you must swing without hesitation. Helmet was surprised. He asked if Talon was giving him advice. The man was shocked too, realizing he had advised him unconsciously. He apologized. Helmet assured him that his words were correct, but he said he cannot act as he wishes because he is still a student of Greta Academy. Talon laughed. He couldn't believe Helmet held back just because of that. He told Helmet he was funny. Then, he and Fasco's body began to fade away. Before disappearing completely, Talon told him he would be waiting for him to use the marble. The scene shifts. We see Talon and Fasco riding a horse out of the forest. On the horse, Fasco told his leader that he was ashamed. He couldn't believe Talon had to give away money, his hood, and 3 pieces of information just to save him. Talon asked his subordinate if the price was too high. The entertainer swore he'd remember the favor forever and repay it. He assured Talon that he would kill Helmet and get everything back. Talon smiled at this. He asked if Fasco really thought his mission was close to success. He told him he wasn't even close. He declared that Blackhawk would no longer get involved with Helmet. Fasco was shocked. He said they could still gather people and kill him. He swore Helmet would become too dangerous. Talon laughed again. He realized Fasco was just angry that Helmet took off his mask. He called his words irrational. The leader explained that, yes, they could kill Helmet if they mobilized everything, but he didn't see Helmet as a threat worth wasting so much on. He reminded Fasco that Helmet spared his life. He told him that someone who shows mercy to enemies will never betray his allies. He assured him they would benefit more from friendship than hostility. Finally, Talon told Fasco to recover. With a smile, he said their boy was like a wild beast.